Sound check 1 2 1 2. Sound check 1 2 1 2. Good morning. Sound check 1 2 1 2. It is the morning of the finals.
From the very first lines drawn by longboarding's icons, world champions have always been more than winners. They've been style icons, craftsmen, storytellers of the glide. Joel Tudor carried the torch of tradition. Women like Kaleopaa Moniz and Daisy Shane redefined grace. Justin Quintal and Harrison Roach, duct tape renegades who turned artistry into world titles. And Taylor Jensen, a modern powerhouse whose 4 crowns have set the standard. Now a new chapter is being written. Rachel Tilley, Honolulu Bloomfield, Soleil Erco, modern leaders defining this generation.
The ocean and I'll find a way to float. I can hold my breath much longer than my nerves.
Because the title of World Longboard Champion has always meant more than a trophy. It's a connection, past to present, tradition to progression, the pioneers to the new wave. And in 2025, the chase is on.
Welcome to finals day at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, a state-of-the-art surf facility on the edge of the Arabian Desert, populated by the finest wave artists from across the planet. And it all comes down to today. A bit of fun and frolicking in the sun this morning. Surfers with a bit on their mind in terms of that picture for the final 8, enjoying themselves, prepping, getting ready. Big performances in the pool that have gone down in the last couple of days. And the approaches between our surfers, how they take it on. Well, that's always entertaining, and we'll find out today who our champions are going to be this year. We're really looking forward to an amazing day of competition here for this unbelievable spot. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through this morning's festivities. Josh Constable, morning, mate.
Morning.
What a couple of days we've had. We've set ourselves up. Obviously, the best surfers remaining now at quarterfinals, but we're really looking forward to those performances ramping up today.
Yeah, it's been a couple of awesome days, but it's just got a different energy around here this morning. Everyone's like just on the edge of their seat. They're frothing, but the nerves are real, but it's finals day and super stoked.
At any event, you expect, obviously, surfers remaining in the draw to bring those performances, but with more reps, with more familiarity. Obviously, the practice ways before and then going through the rounds, the dominant performers, and then opening up that repertoire. And we started to see a little bit of that even throughout as the day went on. Maybe surfers seeing what some of the others are doing and then stepping up again, and the performances have been crazy.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday afternoon, especially in the men's. One couple of lines, and then the other surfers followed that later in the afternoon. So that was really good to see. And like you said, they're making it through more rounds, so they're getting more reps in the basin. So by the end of the day today, the performance level is going to go up again.
Time to say good morning to AJ McCord, who's poolside.
I am with none other than Declan. You are surfing later on today in the quarterfinals, but right now I know the nerves are a little bit high as you get a chance to watch Tully. What's sort of the conversation on a finals day between the surfers who are working together and before their first heat?
Yeah, I get way more nervous watching her than actually having to do it, you know. But yeah, I got so much confidence in her. She's ripping. She's been a standout in all the practice waves, and yeah, really looking forward. Her and Rachel always have really good back and forth, and Rachel's been ripping, so it's going to be a really good heat.
You've got a big quarterfinals coming up later on this morning. How are you wanting to elevate the surfing that we saw yesterday?
Yeah, hopefully we can post some good scores, you know, save a little bit for later on maybe. And yeah, Stevie, I mean, defending champ, he's definitely going to be one to beat. But yeah, just going to run your own race out here. You know, it's literally you against you. So just see if we can get some good scores.
Looking forward to it. See you then.
Thank you.
Love it. Cannot wait to see how the day plays out. Let's check the shape of our men's final bracket. Talk us through these matchups here, Josh.
Yeah, they're all super exciting. That first one, it's really cool to see Oliver, a different name in the mix. We haven't seen him in the quarterfinals yet. Obviously, quarter two Americans, Taylor Jensen and Tony Silvagni. Both of those guys in the round 2 yesterday afternoon and putting on great performances. So it's going to see how those guys go and the lines they run. Couple of goofy footers in quarter 3 with Kevin and Chase. Chase brought a different vision yesterday and a different line. Was really cool to see, but that fourth one's going to be a banger. And the women's, Paul, like, this looks really good. All of these could be finals, couldn't they?
Well, we saw a vision of Rachel Tilley and Tully White, their preparations. We opened up the show this morning, but looking down, quarter 2, last year's winner, Elise, who looked great early on, and she's had a bit of rest go down as well. And of course, there's all of those conversations towards the final 8, and that's very much in play here today.
Yeah, it's definitely getting to that part of the draw where it's really important each round that you advance through now. And we're going to see some heavy hitters miss out, like we saw it yesterday. Kai Salas, you'd think you'd see him in the finals. Ben Skinner missed out. So there's going to be some new names in the men and the women. Super exciting.
Well, let's dive into that final 8 picture for the women and just see how things are shaping up in terms of going to El Salvador. So this is what we're looking at. Confirmed surfers, 5 of them. And then in the mix with 3 spots up for grabs. So 5 surfers featuring in the quarters. And of course, Sophia Cole-Haynes, she's eliminated from the event, but still in contention. She's in that 8th spot right now. So watching on as well to see exactly what goes down today. That's why this event is so crucial, and it would be interesting, aside from dealing with the wave and trying to put in your best performance, also maybe putting that out of your mind as well. That world title run, we're not there yet. It's all about getting yourself qualified for El Sal.
Yeah, obviously you can't sort of run before you can walk, and this is an interesting one because both of these ladies are still in the hunt, but obviously one is going to get knocked out, so there's a lot riding on this heat for both these women.
Reigning 2-time world champ Rachel Tilley is taken on Tully White. And that's how our first quarterfinal will set up at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. And the format switches again as we go head to head here. So that's been a feature throughout the rounds. Each one is tailored specifically to where we're at in competition and into quarters. As we go head to head, surfers will kick off on the right, and it will be Tully White in terms of what she's been able to put together in this competition, but just more broadly, her form overall this year. How are you fancying her for this quarterfinal?
Yeah, Tully's surfing has gone to another level this year, and like Declan said, the performances in the practice rounds have been really good, and yesterday, day 1, her performance was really hot, so I'm excited to watch this heat. She's cool, calm, collected. She's a world champ. She knows when to focus and when to switch off, but it's game day. Let's go. Wave 1 of finals day, Paul.
Finals day will be underway with Tully White from Australia into her right-hander. She'll use the rail to set up and then walk up, get a 5, walks out of that, and then drives and jives off the bottom.
Super cool style, really getting a lot of acceleration out of that bottom turn, but unfortunately just lost a little control, got a little stiff in the legs there and crawled up the face of that one.
First wave of the day, and she'll go down. It's amazing, we've seen that theme throughout. Surfers getting maybe a little bit off rhythm. We saw her miss that step, and before that, there was just that moment where she side-slipped the touch. It's amazing how any little errors, they kind of amplify on this wave as you go down the line with all that speed.
Yeah, you kind of try to chase yourself after you've made that little mistake, and then it just keeps adding to the pressure. But yeah, just there, and then side slipping down through that hollow barrel section. So unfortunate for Tully. She's got another chance. It's not like round 2 where the surfers only had one right, one left today. They've got a couple of opportunities on going both ways. So Tully will go back to the drawing board, focus, get control again, and hopefully we'll see her complete a wave.
Well, a second right will definitely be the wave that she'll want to count. We've seen that go a couple of ways, haven't we? Seen surfers put themselves under a bit of pressure and have to deliver. And that's allowed them to bring their best. It's an absolutely unique challenge. It will be just a small, she'll be hoping throwaway number for her first right. She'll look to make amends immediately by going on the left. But it is a very different challenge for surfers who love doing reps, who love staying in motion in the water, and particularly for the women. They've had to just sit out yesterday. They're spectators. They've had to watch, and out here in the basin, you're doing more watching than surfing generally, and it's who can flick that switch and just turn on the performance.
Yeah, and it's a really good point, because most events you'll see all the surfers out there prior to the morning of them surfing, catching waves and getting amongst it. So it is a different feeling, but she was looking activated and switched on this morning. We'll see what happens on this next left-hander.
A lot of world champs around and about the place. Let's go and hear from one with AJ McCord.
It's always good to have a former world champ in your corner when you're getting some coaches. Good to see you this morning, Harley. How are the nerves doing watching Tully?
Yeah, I'm actually more nervous than if I was competing myself, to be honest, which is pretty par for the course. But yeah, it was a bit of a bummer. Tully fell on her first one, but I'm sure she'll reset and be, you know, she's got such a good groove on this wave, and she's been putting in the time and preparation. So yeah, reset and she'll go again, and she's got a left now. So yeah, hopefully she puts together a full complete one here and can build off that.
What are some of the things you guys have been focusing on in terms of how you can utilize this wave to showcase her strengths?
Yeah, again, just using the whole wave, not trying to get stuck in that trim straight line, and just really showing that she can control a board and, you know, really use the top and the bottom of the wave. So yeah, just, you know, she's done all the preparation before this event. I'm really here just to sort of just help her stay in her space, and, you know, yeah, Tully and Declan have both just put in so much hard work before this, so yeah, just hopefully help them execute.
Yeah, you've got the first shift and the last shift here in the quarterfinals, so how do you go in between these heats?
Oh, it's good. I mean, I'm such a fan of the sport, obviously, so it's just great to be back here amongst so many friends and watch, and yeah, and just dip in again and feel the energy of competing at this level. It's cool.
Speaking of energy, here comes Tully's left. We'll let you watch it.
Thanks, AJ. What a person to have in your corner, Harley Ingleby. Here we go. It's Tully White, straight up, hold in. That nose ride, multiple steps back, drops the knee to drive forward on a rail. Nice, neat footwork from her on a clean line through the midsection.
Yeah, so far, Paul, it's looking really flawless. No wobbles, no bobbles. And those drop knee bottom turns are looking amazing. So coming into this speedy inside section, what she got, holding that rail, driving through that one. I'd like to see a big solid finish here for Tull. That's a really nice wave. She's going to be really happy with that one. Just after the right, you need to bounce back, don't you? You don't want to put yourself under pressure with 2 falls, and both waves need to count. So really well executed there by Tully.
Yeah, we talk about momentum, don't we? And particularly in any sport, but yeah, you make an error, a bit of a slip up, no worries on your right, but what you don't want to do absolutely is have the sort of same thing happen on your left, and crucial to go all the way for the completion. But it's not just that. I mean, she does a lot of good work at the beginning here.
Yeah, just the hands. She's just so stylish, that beautiful drop knee, and I like how she's getting the drop knee and projecting down the line, and always carrying a lot of speed, dropping and climbing here. Her board looks amazing. She's working really hard with Sean Nettleton on just different boards for different locations, and they're a great team together. Just driving, keeping in front. Obviously, we've seen her sort of get deeper and tighter in that section, but she knew she just needed to finish this wave, and nice little swoop there to finish. So great wave. Tully's now putting a little bit of pressure on Rachel. It's going to be interesting to see where the judges go. This is the first heat of the morning, so the scale sort of resets, doesn't it? Like it's a new day. Judges are going to look at that one really closely, watch the replays, and only time will tell.
Yeah, be a decent score for Tully she'll have on the board, as she will get back on terra firma. we'll be watching on and seeing exactly what Rachel Tilley can do. And it's interesting, we saw that vision just at the top of the show of Rachel Tilley out doing the party wave this morning. So different preparation. We're talking about surfers want to get in the water. I believe she was the only competitor that was out there. So getting involved on the foamies with everyone this morning.
Yeah, and probably a nice thing just to stay relaxed. It was a fun vibe this morning with the party wave. She also got her feet in the wax, you know, and just got a little feel and just got the body moving. So score coming in there at 5.67. She'll be happy with that. It's just a mid-range. She can build on that for her second left later on. But, yeah, good job there, Declan. They're a great team. They're just travelling together, both from the northern beaches of Sydney, the whole northern beaches of Sydney, getting right behind these athletes. So it's really cool to see that support and teamwork.
Let's focus in on the world champ right now. Rachel Tilley, 2 titles so far in her glittering career. Now in a quarter-final. We mentioned the prep that she's been doing this morning, having fun out there with her brother. Right now, it'll be down to business as she will take on this right-hander. Just looked, well, when we surfed a couple of days ago with the women, she left it down to her last wave, didn't she?
She did.
Just got half the job done, and then it all came down to it, so just proved in a clutch situation. That's when we see the quality. Here goes Rachel Tilley, her first wave of the quarterfinals of finals day with the American. She'll walk it up and out. And then footwork once again to go up to the tip, quick touch. And then she'll crouch through the hollow section and pick up a ton of speed to come through the mid part of the wave.
Yeah, really well done here. Nice soul arch. The wave grows through this midsection, so just dropping and climbing back up to the tip. All great hang 10 through that section. Carving down, needs a completion here. I saw her get a couple of really nice tubes through there yesterday afternoon. Rachel had a few extra practice waves yesterday afternoon, so it was really good to see. And Paul, something that I'm noticing, this is a different board that she competed on day one. She was on the sort of fabric inlay board. This one's blue, so interesting to see board change. She did ride this yesterday afternoon in a few of the practice rounds, catching a few extra waves, so I'm not sure she felt something different.
Well, speaking of equipment, let's get down to an update on that with AJ.
I was just chatting with Rachel's brother Michael, and he was explaining why Rachel switched boards today. He said this board has a little bit less rocker, it's a little heavier, and so it's helping her get through those faster sections a little bit easier, which is what led to the switch here on finals day.
Love it. So Rachel Tilley making that switch on the equipment, honing in to the specific requirements of the wave, of course, which have changed from what we served last year, and the equipment changed. Seemed like a pretty good one watching this replay.
Yeah, really nice wave here. Just matches the pace of it really well. Stays low and drives through that section. Obviously not looking for the barrel, but just wanting to keep calm and composed. But great little soul arch there. You can see the power of the wave drawing up the face and getting nice and high and straight back up. But this was a really great hang 10 right there. She's putting a lot of pressure now back on Tully, which is really nice. Great little hollow tube there, not getting super deep, but it's a completion. She can really push hard now on her second right-hander, so great wave there from the world champ, Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, just showing her class here. A couple of really nice moments. There's one of them with the 10. Absolutely beautiful from her, and just really the flow throughout the ride comes across. And if you think on paper, you kind of put down, how am I going to put my heat together, get a decent score on the board, and then look, really try and kind of cut loose on the second wave. Decent number for her. Comes in. The 6.83 for Rachel. She'll go left now.
Yeah, slight advantage there. So, Paul, talk to us about what Rachel's goal is right now. Is she just trying to match Tully's 5, 6, 7, or do you think she's going to push really hard right now?
It's very much running her own race, definitely. I think she'll have an idea in her mind, pretty clear in her intentions, what she wants to do. I think she'll want to go and just not really thinking about the heat situation at all, just surfing with the wave. This is how it's all going to run from quarters to final today in order to crown our champion. So it's head-to-head. 2 rights and 2 lefts. We'll just count one. So you get to go down and back up the basin. It's a little bit more rhythm to the surfing, and if you were to make an error, you get a chance to kind of wash that off immediately. And then the flip of that, of course, if you drop something really good, you get to keep that good juju going and surf again almost immediately. A couple of minutes later, here goes Rachel Tilley doing exactly that. The American on the backhand, on the left footwork for a quick touch of the 5. And she'll use the rails to put herself back in a steep, critical section. Cruise through here and set up as things get steep.
Yeah, driving through this one. She needs to get busy. If we think of Tully, she was nose riding through this section as well. Nice little swooping turn. Just at the start, she did a little turn and lost a little control. Put it behind for a little while, but again, nice little inside, getting a little high and unfortunately coming undone. So, going to be interesting there. The score, we saw Tully on her first left get a completion. She got some beautiful nose work through that midsection. There wasn't a lot of pumping and down the line work. Rachel on her one, just thinking of it at the start, she did a great nose ride and then got a little sticky on the turn. So you make those little mistakes and it kind of throws you behind the 8 ball, but this is it just here, just a little loss of control, didn't it? Sort of sent her up high and she got stuck. So here she started having to chase it down the line. She did well. She recovered and regrouped, but there's a lot of downtime just here. That's really committed in the pocket. That was a nice nose ride. So judges have their hands full today.
We're underway here on finals day. Our first quarter for the women, pretty evenly poised at the moment between Tully White of Australia and Rachel Tilley, the world champ from the USA. More live action from finals day from Abu Dhabi right after this.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane!
Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
Stars have been dancing along at the pace around us. Plans made on the floor, sipping things where the salty and sweet taste like water. All of this and just because. Is it all just too good to be? Baby, it's just you and me.
Abu Dhabi surprised me. With its culture, vast deserts, stunning architecture, it really makes every moment feel unforgettable. The desert is just magical. All you see is golden dunes and endless horizons. Walking through the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque strikes you with its beauty. And just when I thought I'd seen it all, I found the perfect wave. One place, countless experiences.
Straight back into the action here. Tully White, a crucial wave for the Aussie. And here she goes with poise on the nose, drops down, gliding with speed, being patient at the bottom and then driving up to the top, the high line, the low line, and then footwork to the nose, Josh.
Yeah, beautiful surfing there, and we love seeing Tully using that whole height of the wave. Nice little smooth swoop there. Needs to finish here, needs to build on that first score. It's looking good so far. Come on, Tully, nice drop knee finish. And just hangs on to it. Gets so steep and small there. It's so hard to fit these 9-foot boards in those little pockets, but great surfing there. I'm kind of looking at this. There's so much riding on this heat, isn't there, Paul, for both these women? And
Whoever
feel
makes
like
this clinches for El Salvador.
Yeah, they do, and I feel like they're a little tentative, where on day one, both these ladies put on great performances, so there's that little added pressure of obviously advancing. There's so much riding on this heat, and it's early. It's still early in the morning, but this was really well surfed. Beautiful footwork. It's so smooth. Really keeping those feet inside that inside rail, just holding on right there off through the bottom turn. So great surfing.
Tali White, this will count for her. She's going to improve for sure. On her first right-hander, this will be a keeper score, but a couple of moments where it didn't quite go according to plan, and that will be reflected by the scoreline. You think compared to Rachel, the 6.83 that she got on the right. I'm sure she's going to get past that number. We'll see soon.
It's really close. It's going to be, I feel like Tully was kind of quite, some of those nose rides were sort of deep and tight in the pocket. Didn't see as much flowing of the bigger calves, and also Rachel got that beautiful hang 10. So it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this. But it's huge. Like, whoever makes it, obviously all these surfers are good enough to win a world title, but unless you're there, unless you're there, you can't win it. So there's a lot of pressure on both these, and Rachel Tilley, current world champ, you kind of expect her to be there, and she hasn't kind of had the year that she wanted to really solidify that spot. And then Tully is like year after year, she's knocking on the door, and just kind of hasn't been able to make it happen. She missed out last year, and again this year she's just right on that bubble. So hopefully we can see him really knuckle down right now. She's got that 5, 6, 7, so that gives her a bit of confidence. She can open up a little bit more on this next left and get into that flow state.
Well, this will be her fourth final wave of the first quarter-final for the women. Will it be her last participation in the event? We'll find out. We're still waiting on the number to come through for her right. Will be a keeper score for sure. Right now, it's the 5, 6, 7 really that she's trying to improve on. She had the advantage in the first lefts over Rachel. We've got the 4, 5. So let's see how Tully can go here. She'll look to try and just free up her surfing a little bit. I thought she looked 2 days ago in the round so smooth and controlled, and just maybe feeling a little bit of pressure, but a good number in 6.9 for her. Not sure how much you'll know about that as she takes off on her backhand, commits to a driving bottom turn, and then she'll hang up on a high line. And so she'll keep her 5, 6, 7. That's the good news, but she would have wanted a lot more.
Yeah, she definitely would have wanted to be able to just bump that up and kind of match that 6, 6.5, 7 range, and really kind of get that jump on Rachel. So unfortunate for her, that's surfing, and that's especially surfing here at Surf Abu Dhabi in the basin. You don't have a lot of opportunities. You've got to be switched on. You've got to be, but the first left was a 5, 6, 7. So what happened here, Paul? Just
stranded in the high line, didn't she? And there's a couple of ways a ride can end here. If you fall, you're usually falling pretty hard, and you're going down, you get kind of slapped down. But almost worse than that is when the wave kind of slips underneath you and you get stranded. And in a way, it felt like you felt that was coming for a little while before it actually does, and it's not a great feeling. Obviously, she'll be really disappointed with herself, but do you know, she's got a reasonable number on the board.
Yeah, and you can talk to us about that feeling of drifting off the back of a wave, because I saw this morning you were like...
I set you up for a gimme now.
Yeah.
Mate. Yeah, that was an open goal.
Sorry,
well
sorry.
done.
Had to take advantage of that one. But
yeah,
one thing I noticed then with Tully when she did that bottom turn, she was kind of, her face and all her eyes were looking down at her feet, where the other ones she was looking and projecting down the line, and it might have thrown a little bit of her timing, but here we are, quarterfinal, heat one.
Bit of a nervy quarterfinal performance, but nevertheless, with the quality that she's got, she has posted a total 12.57, so it is Rachel Tilley with work to do at the moment. Tali White will be back in for the debrief, and I think, well, let's listen in.
Not really what I wanted to do, but...
It was good. Your right was sick.
Thanks.
And now, out of your hands.
Now we just go not watch.
Yeah. Go hard.
It'll be what it'll be.
It is hard like that, isn't it, Paul, when it's out of her hands now.
Is it possible to not watch? Are you watching between your fingers? Are you sort of hiding behind one of the couches here in the Surfers Lounge?
And the hardest thing is we're all friends. We've travelled together for years and years and years. So you want your friends to do well and put on a performance. At the same time, you're like praying for them to fall off, you know? It's a really weird situation.
Rachel Tilley's quite a hard person to kind of wish ill against, isn't
Totally.
she? She's such a popular person. She's the world champ.
Yeah, bubbly, great personality. And she's that too. She wants we want to see the best longboarding in the world, so it's a really hard situation. But there's a bit of pressure here. Obviously, 683, we know there's more in the tank for Rachel, but so she'll want to up that a little bit just to take a little pressure off the left. Obviously, surfing backside for a lot of these surfers, it's not their preferred way to go.
Yeah, also, if you just think the numbers are right now quite matched on the right, 7 for a 5 is actually sort of one of the hardest things to do here, because what does that actually look like? Is that a wave all the way to the end that you made mistakes on, or is it something amazing that ended prematurely? Anyway, we'll go right first of all, and it will be Rachel Tilley. And she'll look to try and improve on 683. She'll keep whichever score is better on the right. Now, numbers really close to Tully's. Tully's got marginal nod currently. Here we go. Here's your defending and 2-time world champion. Steps up to the nose, real quick touch of the 10 and then a carve down and then driving up, back up.
She's looking energetic. She looks excited on this one. Pushing it through that hollow section. And here we go, a little bit more composure here. Really deep, holding on the nose ride. This is a really, really solid nose ride, Paul.
Yeah. She's really engaged here. She's in full flow. She's putting together a great ride. She'll tuck for cover. She won't need to get drained to get a good score. She's done really good work through the outside and the middle and a big committed down carve as well. Very well done from Rachel Tilley. She'll get another, and you'd be thinking where her first score came in, and even that 6.9 for Tully, a great chance of improvement.
Yeah. Let's still go back to her first wave. She got that hang 10 through the midsection. This one, there was like a little tap on the outside on the first part. Obviously, there's more pressure on the outside, so you got to like reward that sort of nose ride out the back first. But here it is, 5.10, really quick. Nice little turn there. Back up. And it was, she looked activated. She was really energetic, ready to go. A little downtime. That one, I felt like she probably forced it a little bit, but recovered well. But this was
committed.
Really nice. You can see that tail engaged, locked in on the pocket. Nice little soul arch there.
Felt like that was the moment on the wave, the quick 10 before that, but that moment, and then the finish as well. And we've seen how important it is to put that bow on things with some turns at the end, or a turn. She's got a couple in here as well.
Yeah, interesting.
It's with the judges right now that are award a number to that surfing by Rachel Tilley, and she'll have another chance here.
So anything she improves on that 683 is a bonus. It just reduces what she needs on the left-hander. You want to take the pressure off on your left and final wave, I feel. So great surfing there from Rachel under pressure.
But the other thing as well, we talk about the momentum again, just getting away from scores. If you know when you're performing well, you know, and the board feels good and you got that flow with a wave, and then to come out to exit, couple of turns, you kind of kick out, you're feeling good, and then you got another chance again at just, even wherever the score goes, it'll just give you a little kick into this left. It is a decent number, it's a useful number. She'll get the improvement, a 7.5 for Rachel Tilley. And right now that number on the left, the 5.07, I mean, it's almost kind of an impossible score to try and surf towards. I don't think that'll be in her mind when they're trying to find 5 here.
It's hard to, you can't safety it. We think of, so the benchmark is now Tully's first wave. She completed it. She got some great nose work through that midsection. Kind of drove through the inside bowl, not barreled, but just in the pocket, and then came out with that turn. So that's the benchmark, and that was a pretty solid, well-surfed wave. Going to be interesting. Countdown's on.
Just a reminder, of course, whichever of these two makes this heat will be confirmed for El Salvador and for finals and to dispute a world title. Rachel Tilley's got 2 of those already.
And Paul, feeling like you get through this heat where both of them haven't probably put on performances that they expected or we expected. Maybe that's like, oh, they dodged a bullet and they're ready to roll. It could be a real momentum jump.
How many times have we seen that at surf events? The ultimate winner built their platform throughout the day, throughout the rounds. Here goes Rachel Tilley on the backhand, on her left, up to the tip through the initial section. And then she will kind of cruise through and then get back up to the nose. And a really critical section. Look where that board is, just locked in. She'll just hold that poise with control. Now things will get hollow. What will the approach be through here?
Yeah, just hanging on and completing. For me, as I was watching that wave after about the third nose ride, I was like, oh, that's already surpassed her first left, which was a 4-5. So she didn't need much more. She didn't complete the first wave, so definitely gets a score with ease. Great surfing, like world champ performance, under pressure, delivering, stepping up to the occasion. Very, very, very cool.
It's looking good at the moment for Rachel Tilley.
Real shame for Tully. Real shame for Tully.
Yeah.
So our first quarter final is locked in. You can see how stoked Rachel is. We're still waiting for a number to come through. She's still looking for a requirement of 507, but just from what we've seen and where the scoring's going, from her impression and just what we watched there, we feel that really we know how this is going to go. Let's have another look and admire this left from Rachel.
Yeah, great opening wave. When we think of that first wave, she got a little sticky and stuck on the first bottom turn, top turn. She didn't have that on this wave. It was flawless the whole way through. Great extended long nose ride through that section, which actually got her nice and in front here, so she didn't have any pressure of trying to muscle her way through and then getting the completion. Only chasing that 5.07, so it's a mid-range, but like you said, Paul, it is a tough score to get. You can't baby it and nurse your way through it.
It's like the tricky 4-foot putt.
Yep. You think, oh, it's a kind of a gimme, but it's not. Got to stay focused right now. Talking about golf, some of the most amazing golf courses in the world here at Abu Dhabi. And we might get to experience that over the next couple of days after the event finishes. Rachel Tilley. So, you think she's happy with the board swap and the board choice?
Feels like a bit of a masterstroke at the moment, doesn't it, with the way that heat seems to have played out for her. We still don't have the number here, so we're not getting ahead of ourselves at all.
And this is what our sport's all about. Both the ladies coming down to congratulate. We're a big travelling family, and it's really cool to see that sort of sportsmanship. Yeah, and for those younger surfers out there watching it, this is what it's about. Obviously, when you're in the water, you're rivals and you want to take each other down, and then leave it in the water and back on the beach. We're all friends and cheering, and we just want to see the sport grow and good surfing. But there's that score dropping in there, Paul.
6-5 for Rachel Tilley. Confirmed what we were suspecting. She's through to semi-finals. She's qualified for finals in El Salvador and a chance to dispute another world title, and where exactly she goes in the seeding will depend on exactly what happens today here in the basin. Meanwhile, let's get straight back into the action. Our second quarter and our defending champ, Elise Lemoine of Reunion Island. She is on the nose for 10, and she'll just hang out there and enjoy the view. Her relationship with this wave was incredible to get that win, and she'll love this tip time. She'll just control things. And once again, for more, throwing in the soul arch, footwork back. Now, what she got through this part of the wave, let's see what she does, Josh.
Yeah, it needs a big rail carve here because we saw a lot of down the line nose riding. So just to finish off, another swoop here. The judges are going to love this wave, and it's funny to see. That's what we were expecting in round one, in heat one. And then this quarterfinal two, just straight out of the blocks. Elise just throwing down. She knows, like, Avalon's been the form surfer all year, so she can't give her any edge. But that was a fantastic start. Really, really good wave. Some critical nose rides, great style.
So we're underway with our second quarter featuring the American Avalon Gaul taking on our defending event champ Alice Lemoine. Which one of these two is going to semi-finals? Well, we'll find out as this one plays out. We'll have a look at the experience Abu Dhabi replay here and admire the nose riding of Alice.
Yeah, great little hang 10 there, and just really connected with this wave. Obviously, she's got good feelings from last year winning the event. She was a standout all event last year, and again putting on this performance. Great nose ride, so large. It's unbelievable surfing. It's great to see, and then just here, just nice to mix it up, give the judges a different view. Great little carve down there. She's going to be happy with that one. Where are you going with that score, Paul?
She's confirmed.
Well, the judges will deliberate on that. In the meantime, let's go and hear from Rachel Tilley, who's with AJ.
To start out finals day, congratulations. How did you manage the nerves?
I felt actually a lot less nervous today than I did day one. I think day one we didn't know how the scale was going to come through, how the way that I was reading the wave was going to reflect in the judging scale. So I felt like I had more of a handle on that today. But it's difficult to keep the nerves down here. I went on the party wave. That really helped. It helped like at least stand up and just smile and have fun, because when I'm in that mode, I'm surfing better.
Well, speaking of smiling and having fun, some news for you. You're officially confirmed to get a chance to defend your title in El Salvador. How big of a relief is that?
Oh my gosh, that is a huge relief. I didn't know that would happen right after this heat. So, but actually I did think about it right before I took off on the left, which is not what I should have been thinking about. But I was like, man, this left could be make or break right now for El Salvador. And I was like, okay, don't think about that. But I'm so happy that came together, and what a relief. El Salvador, El Sunzal is my favorite wave, and so I'm excited to compete on that again.
And before we let you go quickly, you like the board change after the switch yesterday?
I think so. I think I'll go and talk to my brother and call my dad and kind of make some game time decisions if we need to. But yeah, this board has a few slight changes that I think is complementing this wave.
Awesome. Congratulations. See you in the semis.
Thank you.
Love it. Thanks, AJ. Let's pick up the action here on the left. Alice Lemoine. Cash on the nose, extended 5, and then she'll adjust the feet. And then footwork once again, a couple of steps up. The nose riding got the bulk of her score, you'd feel, on her right. What will it be like on the left? There's a wobble. She'll just about hang on to that. She well to recover.
Wow, she did really well to recover there. I thought she was going down, so staying composed through this inside, grabbing the rail, just in front of it. Needs to finish with a nice turn here. Great wave. Good start, really good start. Finishing 2 waves, right and the left. Really putting the pressure on. That first right coming in at a 6.67. So great score, great opener.
Yeah, she's kind of sticking to her themes as well. I feel like everything she does, she kind of commits quite a lot to what she's doing. So it always has that element. You never exactly know what's going to happen next. There is risk and commitment to the maneuvers, and then the flip side of that is things can unravel. The recovery was impressive, but it will affect the score that moment.
Yeah, it will. There's just that little loss of control. Just really committed. It's really hollow right there. Board drifting up the face. Looked like the tail wanted to slip a little bit, but recovered well, Paul, and got a completion. So job done for the run number 1. For the right and the left, takes the pressure off. We might see a little bit more pushing the envelope.
Kept that Luffy surfboard loose. Alice Lemoine, our defending champ here in the basin at Abu Dhabi. She's got her opening run on the way. Next up, can't wait to see what Avalon Gaul can do in our second quarter. More live action real soon.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
The Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam gives us an avian perspective over the most state-of-the-art surf facility on the planet. We'll pick up action. Second quarter, the American, the goofy Avalon Gaul in action here. On the backhand, on her right, tip time, composure, style, it's all there. She goes her first nose ride and then just kind of patient cruising from mid-face, back up again real quick, steps up and out, and then more time on the tip for the extended Type 5 for Avalon. This is looking good so far, Josh.
Yeah, sensational. As I was watching it, I was just, nothing's forced, not rushing anything, driving through, really relaxed style. Obviously, having a breakthrough season this year. We know how good she is, but it's great to see she's believing in her performances, in her surfing, and you love to see it.
Nothing rushed or forced there. Surfing the wave with natural flow throughout. Judges will deliberate on scores really that have gone down so far in our quarters. And they'll assign a number. We'll have another look.
Just those bottom turns projecting down the line with plenty of speed. Great nose ride there. And this one, just patient, waiting, knowing that it's really hollow, but straight back up. Nice tip ride. And this one was really committed, holding on. Sometimes we see some surfers get these nose rides, they're a little bit further out on the shoulder, and then they try and sort of manufacture the score and to look really, it's a bit forced in the style, where Avalon's just letting herself go and it's just really connected and flowing. And it's kind of some of the best surfing is that kind of slower, more simple, and just letting her body and arms just do their thing. And yeah, that was a really nice wave. I think the judges are going to love that one. It's going to be a really high score.
Replay angle gave us a great perspective on exactly where the board was in relation to the steepest part of the wave, the curl. It was right there, locked in. And it looked like she had that beautiful weightless feeling, and the judges will reward that with the biggest number of finals day so far. It is an excellent number, an 8-point ride for Avalon. How good is it kicking off with an 8?
Yeah, excellent surfing, straight off the bat. Wave number one. It's going to settle the nerves a little bit. Going to the left right now, which is possibly her preferred way to go. So, going to be really interesting. This for me, out of all the quarterfinals, this was one of the hottest heats to watch. I was excited, and when I got to call this one, I'm like, oh, right on.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of a theme with goofies on the left as well. With that tube section on the end, it's almost like that honey trap, isn't it? Kind of lures you in, and the temptation there, particularly that one towards the end of the wave. And we've seen quite a lot of people get that one wrong, and they'll try and get deep. Let's see how she approaches it, but contrast, just comparing the rights in the score, almost a 1.5 of difference. Obviously, the different stances, but on your backhand you're thinking already you're going excellent. On your forehand you'll be feeling really, really good. Let's see how this plays out. The left-hander for Avalon, imminent. She'll just patiently watch that and start to paddle, keeping an eye on things. You come a little bit away from the fence and then back straight up, quick touch, and then walking all the way back, and then making room, putting herself behind a steep section, which allows her to lock in a nice nose ride in a critical part of the wave. Now it'll hollow out here.
Yeah, nice mid-board trim, just drop climbing, great nose ride. I love that start with the nose ride, the big swooping turn. And just through here, just not forcing it, Paul, just looks so effortless, stylish, beautiful flow coming into this hollow section. Driving through, not quite barreled, but really, and then just jamming on the tail and swooping that one back. Like, we look at the ride, and we're like, man, that was excellent surfing. And then that one is maybe cleaner with the big carve on the outside, super committed, and there's a lot of risk. You fall on the outside, it's a low score.
Yeah, it's very well done, isn't it? I mean, you look at some rides here, and you see people kind of managing sections almost, and you just contrast that with surfers that are really in that natural flow with the wave, and it definitely felt like the latter of those two. And she's got a chance of having quite a significant lead in the second quarter when this number comes in. But the control and the polish and the poise throughout.
Yeah, that just nose ride driving through this section here, and just the patience, not rushing, great nose ride, tight 5, and then back up again. Just really well surfed. I was lucky yesterday afternoon, Paul, to share the pool after the event. Avalon was out there getting some practice waves, and I got to surf with her. And just seeing her, she was really hunting the barrel, like working on that out there. So now the pressure's off, like we could see her go that way on these next runs.
Just the flip to that, when you've seen someone doing really nice work with the nose riding out the back, and then you see that tube section come, there's almost like an element of like, oh, don't try and get too deep and go down here, because you've set yourself up so well. I think she got that line pretty much spot on. Judges, they like it. They like it even more than the right. We had a feeling that the number would be significant. It's really good. It's excellent. Again, she gets an 8.5. And after the first run, definitely will be advantage with the American. And she's not giving a lot away so far in terms of her expression, but she's got a big lead right here, Josh.
Yeah, she's having the time of her life. Extra waves yesterday afternoon. Last night she went to the UFC. Super late night, so good preparation for today. She's relaxed, she's feeling it, and look at that after the run one. Avalon out in front with a 16.5 over Alice Namon with the 11.84, the French surfer.
Definitely the advantage with Avalon with those numbers, and it'll be interesting to see. Well, it's going to be exactly the response for Alice. We know she's got the quality here. Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam will swoop over the aquamarine waters in the basin here, and we'll pick up a defending event champ, surfer out of Reunion Island, with a little bit to do here, a bit to think about. She'll need a couple of scores. They both need to count, and you got to go for excellence, and that generally tends us to think, well, that's what we want, because she's gonna have to bring her best.
She is. We've seen her go excellent in the basin before, so she's gonna put it all out there right now. I'm really excited for this one.
You know, she can surf under pressure, particularly the final, the semis as well last year. Meanwhile, in the present moment, here she goes, straight up, walks in, hangs there, steps out. She'll want more time on the tip here, gets the 10 in that outside section. Another 5, one more. That's a bit of soul arch vibes into things again. The tight 5 from her. Look where that board is, almost disappearing in that high part of the wave, and she'll hang there forever and then walk out. And then here's the hollow section. What's she going to do?
She's got a lane to a big carve. You saw in her first wave, she actually went to a little cover up there and then back into one more swooping turn right here. So well surfed, great wave. She really liked that one, Paul. Like you said, it was an extended long nose ride. We couldn't see the tail of the board. It was committed. It was in that hollow tube section.
Clear contrast in styles. Obviously, they got opposing stances, but just getting away from that. Contrast in styles as well, and particularly in longboarding, it really is a chance for that expression of how you interpret the sort of art of wave riding that comes across, and there is a clear difference there. Let's see what the judges make of that. Meanwhile,
it's kind of, we can compare. So obviously they both stand different, but Alice here Really nice nose ride. She got a little 10 on the outside section as well. Back up again. There's another little tap. As I was watching, I was thinking of Avalon's, her left, which is her front side wave. She got that nice nose ride and then the big swooping carve on the outside section. Alice kind of held back on the carve to focus on this down the line projection and getting these great long nose rides. So different reads, different lines, which is very cool to see. But she was happy with this wave. She's got to get a decent score, doesn't she? She definitely has to improve on that first right to get her out of that sort of combination sort of situation.
Yeah, well, she needed a big number just to stay in contention here. Crucially, she needed to make mistake-free surfing. Obviously needed to get the completion as well. She enjoyed it, the finish. Judges will deliberate and assign a number, and then they'll all know what she's surfing towards in terms of her left on the backhand for her here. But she will need a big number. Even if this is an excellent score, she'll need another one of them. Obviously, Avalon's got the 8 and the 8.5, so whatever happened on that wave, she's always going to need something really big on this, and that is a challenge for her. We'll see how she approaches it.
How do you think she feels coming from Reunion Island, obviously growing up on left-handers? You've been there yourself, travelled the world. Do you think she feels pretty comfortable compared to some of the other regular foot surfers having to surf backside?
Definitely, but at the same time, there's no one really that's familiar in this basin. Or they feel like it's really leveled the playing field in terms of how different this experience is. She's in contention with numbers they're in. It's 7, 6, 7 for Alice. So she's up there, but she'll need a big 8 right now. To be honest, when you're surfing for 8s, that's not actually going to make much of a difference. Whether you need a flat 8 or a high 8, you just need to bring excellent surf, and it will be those tiny details that really assign the score. But she's going to need a ride that's pretty special right now. We know she's brought that before. She's going to have to go excellent on the backhand. Our surfer, defending champ, up to the nose, wasting no time. Type 5 held. Looking very composed and casual. Quick adjust from her. And she'll walk out of that, step out, and then a couple of mini pumps for speed. Back up to the nose once again.
So far, so good, isn't it? Nice 5, tight 5, 10 on the outside section. Still a lot of down the line. The board staying in that same horizontal going across. Love to see a little dropping, climbing, adding into some few turns, but coming on the inside, she's really got to put it together. Big carve here. Nice surfing, really, like under pressure. Defending champ. Really, really beautiful surfing and a great wave right there.
Well, just by virtue of the fact that she surfed first, if she doesn't get the number here, it will be over, and we've still got another run to come, even if she were to, for Avalon. So let's see a well-surfed waves, a lot of elements of it to unpick. Let's have a look here at this nose riding.
Yeah, that hang 10 on the outside right there, hanging on the nose. Another little tap of the 10, little swing in the body, a little body language there. And then back up. This was a really nice one. This was really fast through that midsection. You can see the wave starts to grow and gets a little taller in height. And if we think of her first one, she got a little like loss of control, where this wave it was flawless. There was no wobbles, there was no bobbling around. She was in super control. It was a great surfing.
Just maybe the one part which didn't completely maximize that end section. Just waited a little while before she went to that turn. It's tricky, that backhand carving turn. The wave goes from steep to pretty slopey quite quickly, and where exactly you do that is really significant. Just maybe thinking that end bit, there's potentially just a little bit more there.
Maybe a 0.5, like.
I mean, it's going to come down to those kind of increments. She's already, well, she's up against it here.
And there it is, Paul, dropping in. Unfortunate for the French surfer, coming in at a 6.9, so it's not enough. Avalon looks like she's got 2 waves now to surf with no pressure. How does she approach this now? Does she try and keep the momentum, complete 2 waves to keep that good energy and juju you talked about earlier into the semi-finals, or does she go out and try and push it and see how far she can push her surfing leading into the semi-finals?
She's got a semi-final against Rachel Tilley. It's interesting that you look at some servers, you think that's I'm looking at competitor, and then obviously you can be both, and others are just kind of surfers. You definitely feel Avalon is the sort of latter of those two, just a real kind of natural. And I think she'll just be enjoying the fact I'm surfing one of the most perfect waves on the entire planet. I'm through to semi-finals. This is already a great day for me, and now I've got a wave with no real pressure in terms of the scoreboard. Just go out and enjoy myself and build that momentum.
Mais bon, après, c'était pas le 8,83. C'était au mieux, c'était un 8,50, je pense.
La droite.
La droite, c'est toujours pareil, c'est la fin qui te pénalise.
J'étais dans la pocket, hein.
Ah non, tout au début était incroyable. C'est la fin, à chaque fois, t'es sur un break.
So great moment here for Avalon Gaul is through to semis, and she'll have a whole run of the basin here without needing anything in terms of numbers to send her. She's already locked in for semis, but she'll enjoy herself here. Straight up to the nose, off the bottom with composure, style, speed, grace, and then enjoying this steeper section of the wave. Once again, up there for a quick 5 and out, and then down.
Yeah, really pushing there, like through that steep, fast, bowly section. So good to see. She didn't need a score. She didn't have to complete the wave. Good to see her sort of pushing to see how deep she can really nose ride on the backside. It's really hard, isn't it, Paul, on the backside to be out there nose riding and trying to engage that inside rail, which is your heel side. Trying to push the heels down without sort of leaning too far back so the board slides down underneath you. It's a really difficult thing to do.
Yeah, the vision particularly as well, just the angle that you're looking at the wave and just the particular nature of the wave, dynamics of it on the backhand, definitely a different challenge. But so far so good for Avalon Gaul. She's through to semis. She's still got another left to come. It'll be just a Perso wave, more live action from finals day real soon.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out with priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Shall we?
Sun and the moon and the stars have been dancing along at the pace around us. Plans made on the floor, sipping things where the salty and sweet taste like water. All of this and just because. Is it all just too good to be? Baby, it's just you and me.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Wave, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Welcome back to the action, longboard fans, as we continue finals day of the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, as Avalon Gaul has already booked herself a spot in that first semi-final to surf against Rachel Tilley, our defending WSL World Longboard Champion. Both of these women now guaranteed a spot to go for that world title in Surf City, El Salvador at the Longboard Championships between the 5th and the 9th of November, as Avalon now up on her final left. She's already got an excellent 8 and 8.5 and she's just putting that board on rail once again. A new Michael Takayama. She's got a new model coming out. She just comes off the back of already getting excellent waves on her opening right and opening left. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth with Carla Rowland Zamora, Avalon, just putting on a masterclass. And when we were discussing some of the finer details then, Carla, whilst watching this, it was that sense of ease, of the naturalness of the way she's surfing at the moment.
It feels so organic and so just natural to her. You can tell she's just really in a great rhythm. And I think what's really been special is just that combining of the maneuvers, the critical nose rides, but then also the sweeping turns and the rail work that the judges are rewarding.
And also, you know, coming in with like a fresh board, you know, a little bit of tweaking from your shaper. You know, some surfers, they really know their designs, and other surfers, they like their shaper to kind of dictate. And I think the relationship Avalon has with Michael is that she just lets him create these beautiful pieces of art that are also functional. And this seems to be a special board that she's got under her feet.
It looks really good under her feet. It seems like it's matching this wave quite well. So yeah, she seems on fire right now to really take it all the way. And if she does, she can get that top seed and going into the finals.
And you know, if we were to have a nose riding contest, this second quarterfinal that we just seen between Elise and Avalon, it was a real incredible display of the art of nose riding.
Absolutely, as we see the replay here of Avalon getting just that critical 5 there, but really it's that rail work and just that ease and that calm kind of patience that she had. Nothing felt forced or overdone. She just let the board and let the surfing kind of do all the talking, and you just see that there. Beautiful style, really calm. I feel like she's worked a lot on her upper body movement, just keeping it a lot more calm and in tune with the rest of the wave.
So here, traveling with her dad, Ray, of course. He's on site watching the action, and she's booked herself a spot in that first semi-final against Rachel Tilley, who defeated Tully White. Now Tully just about hanging in the mix as a possibility for the top 8. There are now 2 surfers outside of the top 8, Natsumi Teayoka and Honolulu Bloomfield, who are still in the event. As we see the statistics there, it's an 8 and an 8.5 for Gaul, and a 7.67 and a 6.9 for Lemoine. Of course, Elise, our defending champion, now eliminated, and as it stands, she's not going to earn a spot in El Salvador.
Yeah, unfortunate for Lemoine, but that's the way the game goes here, and she's just going to have to give it a go next time around. But really fabulous surfing, as you mentioned. If it was a nose ride clinic, that would be it.
Let's set the tone for the next heat. It's Brazil, it's Japan, it's the goofy footer Chloe Calmon, it's the regular footer Natsumi Teayoka. The lower seed will go first in blue. It'll be Natsumi Teayoka, as you can just see the facility here, developed by Modon in partnership with the Kelly Slater Wave Company technology, that patented hydrofoil system that moves 690 meters down the basin to create the Surf Abu Dhabi facility. As Natsumi from Chiba, Japan, on the Pacific coast, the east side there, close to Tokyo. She just gets ready, keeps it cool. She's one of your favorites, isn't she, Carla?
She is one of my favorites. I've been following Natsumi for quite some time and gotten to know her a little bit. She's a sweet, sweet girl, really taken this whole tour and the journey of the tour quite seriously. She's very hard on herself. She's worked really hard on her English skills, and her surfing is really just phenomenal. It's exciting, it's critical, and here she goes.
Here we go, Natsumi, a mid-line, now a high line. Drops that 5 into a quick 10. Holds that 5 all nice. Good start for Natsumi, and then just engages that rail, driving off the mid part of the wave. She's got high here for the second nose ride. Now Carla dropping into the steep section where there's options. You can go on the nose, but it's steep and fast here, so you take risk on the nose.
Yeah, I'm loving actually what she's putting down here, getting that critical nose ride, bit mid-face, but just right there in the curl. Really surfing, you know, critically, but carefully and calculated as she opens up for this little shade room there. It gets a little bit low, I think, on the bottom of the wave there, not able to kind of harness that speed, but that final turn there on the final end of the wave, not quite able to connect out of it, but definitely a good start for Natsumi.
And that final section, when the surfers do go on rail, as you can just see the single fin that Natsumi is riding, you really recognize you just got to do a lot to keep that nose out from the nosedive, because the wave kind of slabs and drops away from underneath you.
Yeah, you've got this bottoming out, so to speak, but then at the same time, a lot of water still rushing up the face. So there's just a fine line between keeping that nose out, but maintaining the speed.
Just see on the replay there, Natsumi just icy smooth and cool. She's going to drop a good score. She locks in and out of those nose rides, and as she attacks this final bowl section out of the nose ride. She's waiting for that score to come through, and somebody bringing the Laguna Beach culture and vibes to Surf Abu Dhabi in the first semi-final. Avalon Gaul is with AJ McCord.
Avalon, just a few beautiful waves. We got to watch you surf this morning. How did you want to approach each of your waves in this first quarterfinal?
I just wanted to make the waves and get a couple nose rides and some turns, and that was pretty much it.
Well, mission accomplished. You did all of those things. Now you've locked in a spot in the semifinals. What is the process for you to reset and get ready for the next round?
Just gonna relax, watch some heats, and yeah, I can't wait to see everybody surf today.
It's gonna be fun. We'll see you then.
Thanks, AJ.
Wow, that is the sound of a calm, cool, collected Laguna Beach styler, and she is putting on an incredible performance so far, and she'll be coming up against regular footer, reigning World Longboard champion, 2 times World Longboard champion, Rachel Tilley. But Carla, let's reflect on the scores for Natsumi. What are the numbers that have been dropped by the judges?
Yeah, judges dropping a 6.5. I think that's a fairly fair score. There was some critical maneuvers, but definitely them kind of letting her know that they want to see more. They want to see a bit more dynamics, probably a bit more pushing. She had some really good nose rides, but I think there could have been a couple more driving turns in there.
On her signature boards with 3 weather in Japan. She got a second at the BioGlam Bells Beach Longboard Classic last year in 2024. And then she saw her Japanese compatriot teammate Hiroki Yoshikawa get a second in 2025. Hiroki losing in that final to the winner Soleil Eriko. And throughout her career, Natsumi has been somebody who absolutely centered and charges in sucky waves. You know, the number of times I've seen her pulling into the barrel section of the shore break at El Sunzal, I mean, I could count at least 10 moments where I've just seen her going for it. She never holds back. She's a very committed, wholehearted surfer, and that's really impressive to see.
I think that's a perfect, she's wholehearted in every sense of the word. She really gives her all. There's 110% going into everything she does as we see her take off on her first left.
Here we go, Natsumi, high line again, 4 clean cross steps up to a 5. Really nice and tight on that nose right there, holding that line on the nose. And now she gets to the bottom of the wave, she just widens those arms and uses that rail to set up a higher line, a second nose ride, and now she's going to climb and drop and back up to the tip, Carla.
Yeah, again, really critical nose ride happening here right in front of the curl there. She's just choosing to kind of stick with the nose riding. Now she hopefully will engage the rail a bit more into this inside section as it opens up a bit for her. She grabs the rail, stretches the foot out, trying a little bit of hand drag, not quite in the pocket there, but just making sure she maintains her stability, maintains control, and finishes the wave.
Yeah, and a stronger finish than her opening right. Yes, you know, comes unstuck in the very last ounce of salt water there, but I like the carving finish turn, and we didn't see that on her opening right-hander, so obviously that was on her backside. I think that's going to certainly rival the 6.5. Maybe it's going to go higher. We'll have to see, Carla.
It may go higher. I think it's going to be right in that kind of same range. I think they were very similar rides. She got some great nose rides, that high line there where she gets that quick tip time, looks like 10 there, and then holds it back with the 5, sets up again for that open face, and then just nice clean steps up to the nose. You notice she's also maintaining cross steps as she goes back. There's a few of these surfers that have been doing like a second shuffle step back, so really maintaining nice footwork.
And I'm liking the climbing and dropping in the mid face on the steep section. And as far as style points go, yes, it may well not affect the score, but look at the cool posture here as she grabs that round, just brings that front foot forward and follows. That was cool.
The turn of the shoulders, that way she can really face that opening wave and what's coming, and if the keyhole was open, she could get through it.
Absolutely, she's got the keys to unlock the Japanese style, and it's Natsumi Teayoka waiting to get that second score. So nothing in the excellent range on that opening right, but a solid 6.5, and now she'll lay the bar, she'll set the framework for the higher seed coming in, and Chloe, being the higher seed, gets the opportunity to go afterwards, so she just gets a bit of awareness, a little bit of an advantage to know what to work with.
Right, but Chloe surfed in one of the first heats of the first day of the event, so she has been out for a while, just kind of, you know, relaxing, probably chilling, watching the event. So we've talked a lot about that energy or momentum, you know, whether you've been surfing kind of more frequently or had more time off, then we'll see how that maybe that rest has kind of sparked some new energy for this upcoming wave.
Absolutely, and if we get a bit of a benchmark, in that opening round, Chloe's right, her high score was a 7.17, and her left, obviously her favoured front side, the high score of that was an 8.5 as we get that split screen moment there, because we're going to hear a score announced very soon, so we might get a reaction from Natsumi. And will that affect Chloe? Will she be blanking out that score, and will she just be focusing on the moment?
I think she's focusing on the moment right now, focusing on her surfing. I mean, that is the unique thing about having a contest in a pool where you're not jockeying or vying for waves. You know exactly what wave you're going to get, when it's going to come. It's just up to you to perform.
And we saw that wonderful sportsmanship between Rachel and Tully. Tully coming down and congratulating Rachel as her final score was dropped. And there's a smile on Natsumi's face. That smile for me is a great sign. She's feeling good. She's got something to build on now. She made no mistakes on those first 2 waves.
No, it really was solid surfing. Definitely a great way to kind of, like you said, lay the foundation, lay the framework to start things off, and now she'll have 2 waves to follow up with. But right now, at the moment, we're checking out Chloe Calmon.
She comes in at seed number 4 from Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro. Chloe Calmon on her new advanced board. Nice high line. I love the way she stalled that takeoff and get locked into a really good quick 10. An amazing footwork, and then a really good direction change, down carve using the drop knee setup with the bottom turn, and then getting in a steep section, critical high degree of difficulty nose ride right in the hook there, just hangs on in time, walking out and back up for a very risky nose ride. And you can just see her on that heel side as she really engages that rail once more. And so far for me, the difference we have seen is a lot more use of the rail compared to Natsumi.
Agree 100%. I think there's been some really critical nose rides, and while Natsumi may have had longer ones, Chloe has really been engaging that whole length of the board from tail to nose, as we see in these last few bits of the wave there. She just really locks it down in and gives us some nice tail work.
Brilliant stuff. Talked about some new boards she's designed with Neko Carboni. There's a 9.1 and a 9.3. This looks to be her 9.3. These fresh boards here ready for action, specifically made for the basin here at Surf Abu Dhabi. And a 6 comes in for Natsumi's opening left-hander, so 6.5 and a 6. Chloe now on the replay. Let's talk about the point of difference with the rail work, Carla, we're seeing.
Well, right here, it's the drop knee, and it's the opportunity to show a bit more variety that we are known to seeing from Chloe. Also, too, both ladies are making sure they're getting a little bit of tip time, not just the tip time, but the 10 time, and that earlier on, Chloe got it a bit better. But this is really where I think it's setting her apart from Natsumi's first wave, is just really utilizing the entire board and really getting tucked in there, grabbing that rail, bringing the knee down, dragging the hand, and then the turn in here, that's going to also set it apart. And then the coming back out of it and that down carve to reset into the next section.
Yeah, using that, face on the wave, really kind of staying engaged with that whole scoring potential from that high lip to that lower part, as we can really appreciate a great performance from the silky surfing South American. We'll wait for that score. But in the meantime, let's get down to the glass, because Manly Beach surfer, Australian styler Tully White is with AJ.
Tully, I know it's always a pressure cooker coming in to surf at the basin. You have a quarterfinal matchup against Rachel Tilley, defending champ. I know it didn't go the way you wanted to. However, you've surfed well enough here at Surf Abu Dhabi that we can confirm your spot in El Salvador. You're going to have a chance to compete for a world title. What is going through your head?
Ah, that's crazy. I'm so stoked. And yeah, it was a stressful heat this morning. Didn't go the way I wanted to, but stoked for Rach. And to hear this news is like the best thing ever. It's been a big goal of mine, and yeah, beyond stoked, so thank you.
I know you've put in so much work, so many hours to make this moment possible. How does this moment justify and validate all of that work that you've put in?
Well, luckily surfing is super fun, so it doesn't feel as bad, but yeah, definitely been putting a lot of work in and have a really awesome team around me. We've got Harley and Deck here, but also all the crew at home, the Northern Beaches program, and Sammy getting us ready in the gym, and just everything, Jared on the beach, and yeah, stoked.
Congratulations, we'll see you in El Salvador.
Thank you.
Oh, Tully, that put a tear in my eye. I mean, it really did. It's a special moment.
Really
She's worked hard. Yeah, because
You
I'm emotional, because I believe in these surfers. I want the best for them. And this is a great ride now on the front side for Chloe Calmon.
Yeah.
Already on rail, already into her second nose ride, Carla, and already looking silky and smooth as she just climbs and drops through the fast section.
And then the score dropping for the right, just at the beginning of that last interview, a 7.60 on that opening right. But here she is on her favored side, that left. In my opinion, I don't know if she can really have a favorite side. I know she prefers the left, but man, she looks good on the right as she sets up for this little barrel. Tucks in just right. Will she come out not able to squeeze through the keyhole there, but beautiful start so far for Chloe Calmon.
She has been doing some training in Indonesia lately, and I thought she was going to put her Padang kind of line in practice there. So that was a really nice setup for the inside bowl, but she drops a 7.60 for her opening right-hander, and now on her favorite front side, a very strong start. Doesn't come out at the end, but do you think she's done enough so far to get a significant carrying score?
Yeah, I think it's going to rival the left that came out from Natsumi, perhaps a little bit higher. It is unfortunate that she didn't make it through that little barrel section here, as we see just that tip time there, really utilizing the nose and the critical part of the curl. Just kind of keeps going for it. So there's definitely a lot of work that's been done before she sets up for this here, which I really like the way she set up for that.
Too.
It was subtle, it was organic, it was authentic. She just wasn't able to kind of, it started to narrow down and kind of clip on her. She needed to be like one section ahead of it.
Yeah. That was such a cool line that she took. I like the way she really relaxed before it and then started to stand tall and climb and drop, and then she got low, moved forward and followed that leading arm. But
letting the board really do a lot of that work, letting the rail kind of set up the line for her. So I think that, it was unfortunate that she didn't make it through, but everything up before that was really wonderfully set up.
Nice looking board there. You can just see a little bit of that wide point back, a slightly kind of development of design work with Neko Kabone. Let's see if we get any body language from Chloe there. Is she looking happy to you, Carla?
Yeah, I think she's feeling good right now, feeling relaxed. The score comes in. First left, Sam.
7.17, and that's putting the pressure now on Natsumi, chasing on a single score in 8.77 to advance. But now when Natsumi can reset, she's got potentially 2 counting scores to include.
Yeah, this is the moment. The moment's now for her. She's got to put it down. She's got to make these scores count. She's going to want to improve on the 6.5 and the 6.0. Natsumi and Chloe have been spending a lot of time over the last year or so traveling, and they've done some contests together. So, yeah, I'm sure it's the pressure's on.
Well, 7 of the women are confirmed for our Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships between the 5th and the 9th of November to go for the 2025 WSL World Longboard title. 1 spot, and that spot will be battled out between Sophia Colhane, who's currently eliminated from the event, Honolulu Bloomfield, and Natsumi Teayoka, obviously on your screen right now. So it's all to play for. You couldn't ask for a better situation. Massive pressure cooker situation, but let's now channel our energy towards the regular foot. And Natsumi is one of the great stalwarts, and her speedy footwork is something we've learned to love over the last decade.
Yeah, she's got that kind of little tiny powerhouse posture and body, movement and stuff, but is so graceful at the same time. So I'm excited to see what she's able to put down on this upcoming right here as it powers towards her. She's going to take off right there near the red flag.
Here we go, Chiba tuning in. All of Team Japan will be cheering from their sofa seats on the Pacific Coast, watching their lady Natsumi Teayoka in and out of a nose ride, and a really nice rail turn to set up for that second nose ride. Little climb and drop from the front part of the board as she just keeps that toe really close to that tight inside rail, Carla. This is looking good so far.
This is looking great so far. Definitely looking to better that 6.5 there. She's gotten some tail work and rail work done, but just really keeping that really cool and calm nose riding as she sets up here for that. She tends to set up a little bit low, it seems like. She's got to kind of draw maybe a little higher line going into that tube ride, but holding on to control, getting that finishing turn there, and then the last bits of that fading ride.
Stronger finish than her opening 6.5. For me, on instinct, I think a stronger ride throughout. On a single score, she needs an 8.77, but if she improves on her 6.5 and goes perhaps up into the 7 range, she'll have a much more attainable score to chase now on her left.
Yeah, definitely the show is not over yet as you watch Chloe cooling down, kind of waiting for her
sport.
next run to go.
Wow, Carla. I mean, I could not be in their feet right now. I mean, you know, I've had the experience as you have of being a competitor, but, you know, to be in this situation, in this pressure cooker environment here, in this incredible facility, it is so much pressure on the surfers. But now let's think about, is this going to be higher than 6.5? I don't think an 8.77, but could help her situation.
That first turn that she did at the beginning of the wave really had a lot of speed and projection to it. I really enjoyed that. So I definitely think the work that she's done on this wave should garner higher than a 6.5. We'll see what the judges decide. Gives the little tuck in there and then just kind of wraps it around. You could see her being just a little bit kind of careful, making sure that she doesn't lose that finish.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You know, by the time she had done a lot of good work, you could sense that last, you know, two tenths of the ride, you know, she was like, okay, I'm going to be really safe.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make a mistake.
Yeah.
But it may well pay off if something goes into the kind of 7s or mid-7s. She's going to have an attainable score. But if it stays similar, wow, an 8.77 on your backside to achieve, she may well get that, but it's a lot of pressure.
You know, I finally got a wave this morning. It was only the P5 setting, but even on that, I found it harder to ride on my backside than my front side, and found it more easy to kind of keep yourself in the face when you're on your toes. So I think that's why on that, for the backside, you know, rides, it's been a little bit more challenging just because it's hard to keep yourself and your body and your board in the face.
You say P5, that's the point break setting. That was a setting that the competitors worked at last year for the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Now they're on one of the advanced level Kelly's Wave settings. You can also use a beach break or a Cocoa Beach setting for first-time surfers and beginners. There's a full plethora of opportunities to get tailored coaching, whether you're a pro, whether you're a competitor, or whether you're a complete first-timer here at Surf Abu Dhabi.
And speaking to that, the staff and the crew here is next level.
Yeah.
And they're not just, you know, they haven't just been trained and gotten the info. They're really passionate about it, and they really care about each rider's experience, whether you're a competitor or if you're just a patron here, and you can really feel that it matters to them. So, you know, kudos to the Surf Abu Dhabi crew that's really just been so hospitable and taken care of us so well.
So we haven't dropped the score yet for that last right, but this is the left. She's going to have to go for broke. Natsumi Teayoka may be chasing a very significant score. Comes in a 7.4, so now she needs a 7.38. She locks on a 5, holds that nice 5. She's in contention here, needing to do something dynamic. Back up for a second 5, walks out of that. A little bit of shuffling to get her readjustment of her line, but now she really needs to deliver a really high-level end to this ride, Carla.
Right, as you see the wave, the top of the lip there just starting to feather over as the bottom starts to drop up ever so slightly, and it gets a bit steeper here. Here she's just kind of negotiating it carefully as she stretches over there, tries to twist her body just right to contort into that open tube, not able to really get inside of it, but just staying nice and safe and staying in control. She's going to want to finish this wave as best she can. She's trying to better a 6.0.
I think that was great surfing, but I think Chloe's booked herself a spot in the semis. I don't think it's going to be enough for a 7.38. I think it just needed a little bit more electricity.
Pizzazz.
Yeah,
we needed a little bit more pizzazz.
It was
perhaps.
great. It was great, but don't get me wrong. I'm not putting any kind of negativity on the performance there. But I just think for it to go up to a 7.38 relative to the 7.4 she dropped for her right, the 7.6 for Chloe's opening right, Chloe's last left at a 7.17. I just think it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, it might just be just shy there of, it definitely is a really great ride as we see her get the 4 steps up to the nose, into the 5, holds the 5, as she brings it back, nice 4 steps back, bottom turns off again to just reset again. I don't think I saw any shuffle steps in there, Sam. I think those were clean steps.
Ready?
So we get the 5 here. There you go. Okay, a little reset. Oh, it's like kind of almost a half step. It didn't deserve a full cross step perhaps. But really just like maintaining that control, and I think you can see like this laser focus in her that's just like, I'm gonna make this, I can't fall, I gotta stay going.
Yeah, and she does end clean here, so chasing a 7.38 to stay in contention. It could be close, comes in low at a 6.67, great score, but not enough. So Chloe Calmon has booked herself a spot in that second semi-final, and Natsumi Teayoka now opens up the opportunity for Honolulu Bloomfield to potentially, if she progresses, book herself a spot in the top 8 for the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships.
Yeah, unfortunate. Definitely a huge fan of Natsumi. She's one of my favorite surfers. One of my favorite people, too. She's just a really good human. So I know this is going to be disappointing for her, and she might beat herself up a bit, but it's part of the journey. You just got to keep your head held high and keep on it.
Absolutely. She's been a fantastic surfer all season, and she's put on a really good performance this year. She got a 9th in Huntington, a 17th in Bells, and she gets herself a 5th here in the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. And now Chloe Calmon just looking for the opportunity to potentially take some risks or improve on her scores for her own experience, knowing she's going to be going into a semi-final against the winner of Kaleopaa and Hudayriyat Bloomfield. As it stands right now, Calmon will take the lead because Teayoka has had all her 4 rides, and now Calmon gets the opportunity to go right and go left and maybe just take some risks or maybe just build confidence.
I think if it were me right now, I would go ahead and take some risks and see what I'm capable of. You might as well. These are basically 2 free waves. She's already booked her spot in the semifinals, so I want her to lay it down. Let's see it, Chloe.
Well, you know what we're going to lay down? We're going to experience Abu Dhabi style surf, Abu Dhabi flight cam the whole wave as we see her locked on the tip, holds that 5, cross steps back, and now we really get to appreciate the scale and the shape of the board and where it fits in the pocket, Carla.
Oh, well, she went for it there. You can see how much water is rushing up the face and how it's easy to get caught when you get too high.
And I think, like you said, she put some risk in that.
Yeah.
She knew that she didn't need a significant score, so she thought, I'll take a bit of risk, I'll see how deep I can get in that early section, and I'll pick up on that information, so as I move into the semis, I have some knowledge, some experience. We're going to have a short break just now, and we'll be back real soon to watch Chloe Calmon book herself a spot in that 2nd semi-final.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
I've been out in the sun and the moon and the stars have been dancing along at the pace around us. Plans made on the floor, sipping things where the salty and sweet taste like water. All of this and just because. Is it all just too good to be? Baby, it's just you and me.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane.
Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Wave, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Welcome back to this desert gold, this Arabian paradise, the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, an unmissable location that's now on your bucket list for every hungry surfer, beginner or pro, as we can now see Chloe Calmon having booked herself a spot in this 2nd semi-final to surf against either Hawaiian Kaleopaa or fellow Hawaiian Hudayriyat Bloomfield. Chloe's already got a 7.6 and a 7.17. This is her final ride. She's beaten Natsumi Teayoka, who got her scores on her last 2 rides of a 7.4 and a 6.7, as we can see Hudayriyat coming up next in the blue singlet. She's going to be surfing up against her good friend, Kaylees. Of course, Honolulu had that fantastic 9.8 ride on the right-hander in that round 2 on our opening day of action. I'm Sam Bleakley, still here in the broadcast commentary booth with my sister from Malibu, Carla Rowland Zamora. Carla, over to you for a little bit of a joyous entertainment factor watching one of the great silky goofy footers.
Yeah, Chloe Calmon taking a hiatus last year. We missed her deeply, but here she is back right now, just kind of taking a victory lap, if you will, for this quarterfinal as she moves in to the semifinal, just keeping it nice and easy, getting that tip time, a little bit of tight 5, possibly 10 there, right in the smoking part of the curl. She brings it around nice and easy, nothing too dramatic. I think right now she just wants to finish it off and get it all the way to the inside. It makes it easier.
Here
Tucks
we go,
in.
the Padang stance all the way. She's got a little bit of shade there, looking cool and smooth. I love the way she just elegantly was climbing and dropping throughout that ride, you know, using that middle steep curving, curling part of the wave. I like that a lot. Yes, we've already got a 717 benchmark as a reference, and she wasn't chasing a score, but for me there was a sense of ease and naturalness about that that really made me think that could be a very high score.
Because you're not chasing a score, you can maybe get the score because you're just not, it's not harboring on you, it's not weighted down on you, and so it just comes naturally.
As we get to see the replay, locks in that 5, Carla, but you know what for me is a really special element here is driving off that bottom turn, but then it's the subtle work, engaging those rails, climbing and dropping and accelerating. But she's just got that beautiful posture, you know, that knee forward, that flex in her lower part, but that back arm just comes up when it needs to help with her balance.
No, really, and I think that, as you mentioned, her time in Bali, kind of getting used to some of these more steeper hollow waves has definitely paid off.
Brilliant work for Chloe Calmon, who's booked herself a spot in the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships. But seeding is yet to be determined. Let's take a look at that format, Carla, because what's so interesting is the opportunity to be #1 seed this year means that you can win your world title if you win that first heat. And the priority surfer per match will be the #1 seed in that match. So of course seed 6 will start with priority in match 1. Winner of match 1 meets the surfers in match 2, etc., etc., until that title match. And #1 seed is going to have a massive advantage because they can take the world title if they win the first heat.
Yeah, I mean, that really like puts the pressure for anybody coming in at a lower seed, or a higher seed rather.
And let's remember about the stamina required for El Sunzal. A long paddle, sometimes between 5 and 6 minutes from shore break to takeoff spot as Chloe Calmon comes in, waiting for that score to drop to just see if she improves her situation as we move into the next quarterfinal. Heat number 4, Kaleopaa, another goofy footer, comes in at 5th seed against Honolulu Bloomfield, of course, a 3-times Women's World Longboard champion, coming in at 13th seed and looking to book her spot in the top 8. 1 spot still free, so big opportunity for our Hawaiian here in blue, waiting for the opening right-hander, as Chloe does improve her situation with a 737 for that last left-hander.
So I think we were right on the money there, just that relaxation that she had and the lack of need just really helped her lighten up and just pull out a really nice score.
Haleiwa, North Shore, Oahu, represented here. 3-times World Longboard champ from 2017, 2019, 2021. Of course, those amazing performances in Taiwan to win those early World Longboard titles. And here she is on the front side. She'll get the chance to start on the right. And she's straight to the tip there on her Carson Myers board. Locks in that 5. Walks out of that nose, and then a good direction change. Snappy off the tail on rail, coming off the mid part of the wave. High again for a lock nose ride, Carla.
Yeah, nice and steep there. She brings it back into the mid part of the board to walk 2 more steps up to the 5. Keeps bringing it back up to the 5 in that nice feathery part of the curl, and then using the rail there. I like that down carve to set back up again. Just really great surfing coming from Honolulu. It's interesting that the 13th seed still has the highest scoring wave for the women so far. So really fantastic surfing as she brings it back around, not able to keep that nose out. So not quite the finish she had wanted, but lots of work done beforehand.
In her opening round in day one, she had an 8.33 for her right and 8.69 for her left. She actually lost that heat to Avalon Gaul. She went into the cutthroat round 2 and got an incredible 9.8 on our top scoring right. As we get to appreciate this, where's it going to go on our benchmark on the scale, Carla?
Well, so we've seen in the last heat Chloe dropping some high 7s. I think we're definitely going to get into that range here. Might go a little bit higher. Unfortunately, she didn't complete that final turn at the end there, so, you know, it's yet to be seen.
Really nice surfing from Honolulu. We'll wait to see what score comes through for the Hawaiian. She'll be getting herself in position to get her left-hander. And while we wait for that score to come through, we're going to go down to the glass because we've got a very happy Chloe Calmon who's booked herself a spot in the second semi-final. She's with AJ.
Very happy, Chloe Calmon. Indeed, congratulations on to the semis here at Surf Abu Dhabi. You got it done early in that heat. How did you really identify what you wanted to accomplish on those first few waves?
I think visualizing to me has been working really well. Just visualize what I want to do on a wave and trust on myself. And yeah, feeling really calm today and really happy with the opportunity to be on another finals day representing Brazil. And yeah, just enjoying the ride.
Representing Brazil here on finals day, also going to have a chance to represent Brazil in El Salvador, competing for a world title. I know this last year has been so emotional for you, coming back to competing in longboarding. How does a moment like this sink in?
I feel like I'm a lot more grateful now with all the opportunities I have on my journey, and just letting the pressure aside and really enjoying the chance to be here doing my best, doing what I love amongst the best in the world. These girls inspire me so much to be better every day. So yeah, I'm really stoked with to be in El Salvador, but I'm focusing on wave by wave, day by day, and now looking forward to the semis.
We'll see you then. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Chloe. Thanks so much, AJ, bringing all that great energy on the basin side there as Honolulu Bloomfield drops an 8.0. Great start for the Hawaiian, Carla. Solid, committed, dynamic, and excellent range.
Yeah, and setting the bar high right off the bat for Khalees. Both these gals, I feel like Hano's actually more like the auntie for Khalees because Khalees is the younger one. But Khalees being the auntie now for Little Rain. So it's an interesting kind of dynamic here. Love that interview right then with Chloe. You really can see the growth that she's had. And I think taking that time off was really special for her.
Here we go on the first left-hander. 3 times Women's World Longboard Champion, a 2 times ISA World Longboard Champion in juniors and open. Up on the nose, locks on that tip, holds that 5. Comes carving off the top turn and a mid-face set up for another critical nose ride, holding that long 5, arms up. And then as the wave speeds and gets steep, she goes to the switch stance, Carla.
Well, I think the switch stance is super important here. And she doesn't just switch stance, but she cross-steps, switch stance to the nose, and now she returns it back to her regular stance, bringing it back around to the switch. Can she pull through the keyhole? Not able to, but wow, really putting out all the stops there.
Love
and
it.
I think showing like, hey, I got some versatility here.
I love it. You know, I saw the switch and then handed over to you, and I just was so stoked when she then engaged the footwork in the switch. That's not an easy thing to do. So, you know, longboard fans tuning in, during your next surf, first of all, try switch, one thing. Second of all, try to cross-step switch. Let's look at the replay.
Yeah, really nice setup right off the bat here. Gets the 5, holds it for quite a bit of time, and then I like how she uses the tail and the rail work here to reset again, so it's just not that monotonous ride. And then we're going to see her, I think, cross-step back a couple and then switch it. Switch it right there, and see how she actually moved her front foot behind and then goes 2 steps up, does do a little stretch up to the nose, but she's doing this all switch foot. So
yeah, and with the leash on, and it never got caught around her foot.
And what's actually really hard is turning switch, or I should say switching in the turn for the cutback. Those are all really high difficulty maneuvers.
Well, we'll talk more switch after this break, Carla, because you are a maestro of the switch stance style. We're going to have a short break. We'll be right back as we're going to get to see Khalees Kaleopaa, the goofy foot styler from Hawaii, up next.
Where the desert meets the sea. we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that may not happen.
Stars have been dancing along at the pace around us. Plans made on the floor, sipping things where the salty and sweet taste like water. All of this and just because. Is it all just too good to be? Baby, it's just you and me.
Welcome back to the capital of the United Arab Emirates. We're in Abu Dhabi for the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, a master-crafted, iconic area of sustainability in surfing. As we can see, the goofy footer Kaleopaa up on her first wave here, coming in at seed number 5. She's straight up to the tip there, locked on a 5 into a beautiful 10 on her Kai Salas Longboard Company Waikiki model, also available in Thunderbolt, as well as her custom PUs as she goes into a switch stance, knees close together, comes out nicely out of that switch, right in the pocket, back up to a second high. Critical nose ride, really put that all on the line.
I think she knows right off the bat that she's got to get everything that she's got for all 4 of these waves, because Hanu is one of the best, and she's one of the most consistent, and she's able to put in a lot of variety.
Universal I'm okay, kind of tap on the head there just to tell the team she is good. And Abu Dhabi, what an incredible place here in United Arab Emirates. There's a lot of bridges that interconnect the city. There's one bridge, it has 27 lanes. It can take 25,000 cars. And I was doing a bit of research, and did you know that the world's largest hand-woven carpet is in Sheikh Zayed's Grand Mosque? It's 5,627 meters squared.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive,
That's
Carla.
super impressive, yeah. I think I actually did hear that the biggest, yeah, I did know that.
And there's also the world's oldest pearl here in Abu Dhabi.
Really?
There's a long history of pearl diving in the region. Let's look at this beautiful switch stance and why she came unstuck from this nose ride. Let's analyze now, Carla.
Right, she gets to the tip, she's a bit mid-face, but you notice how it just starts climbing her up the face, and she's not able to keep that weight and keep pushing it down, so it just throws her right out the back of the wave. What we didn't see in that replay was the really incredible fade that she started out with. It was really quite nice.
And we've seen switch stance now featured in both Hawaiians, of course a big part of the Hawaiian repertoire. Let's think of Rusty Keilana, one of the great users of the switch stance. Now, talk of the quick difference. You use the switch stance, you notice something on Hono's wave, comes in at an 807. A technique that made it a little bit more tricky to do when you do switch stance.
Well, she was in the switch riding, and then as she started to go into her turn, she switched back to her regular stance, so that put her facing the wave again, so she was constantly facing the wave. And that's not an easy thing to do. It would be really easy to kind of misstep there, because you're turning and shifting your foot into a part of the rail. If you don't get the right part of the rail, then you're all over the place.
Khalees drops a 4.5 for that opening score. Pretty impressive considering, you know, that came unstuck so early. The judges really recognizing the degree of difficulty of the nose work that she'd done up to that point and the rail work.
And I think that initial fade that she did going into the wave, I think they recognized. So yeah, not bad to having kind of lost out earlier in that wave, but she's going to run on her first left here, which I think she's going to feel a bit more comfortable on. So that'll kind of help her set the pace for herself, get that rhythm, and just kind of feel that confidence going into the final 2 waves.
And behind this science, it's Modon, who've partnered with Kelly Slater Wave Company, KSWC, who are the world experts in man-made wave technology to construct this masterwork at Surf Abu Derby as we're on Hudayriyat Island, the southern tip. We're close to the Arabian Sea there, and that's where the water here comes from because it's salt water, and that's a great feeling on your skin because you really feel like you're in the ocean.
Right, and with that movement of the foil after a wave goes by, there is currents and there's these, ripples and whatnot. So there is despite the fence and the crane and whatnot, there is still an ocean-like feel.
Khalees, one of the many competitors who visited the Louvre Abu Dhabi, designed by Jean Nouvel, a famous architect, as we can now see her up on the tip, locks in a smooth 5 on the front side, comes out of that nice opening nose ride, cross steps back for another critical touch of the 5, and then quickly cross steps back. Now gets low and will cool with that front foot forward and climbing and dropping off the middle of the board, and then standing a bit taller to get another nose ride, Carla.
Yeah, unfortunately, something's happening there with whether it's something in the board or otherwise, that she's climbing up the face as she's getting onto the nose ride and not able to hold that line back down.
I also think that Hono, having dropped an 8 and an 8.07, Khalees is just thinking, this has got to be big. It's got to be important. I want to go for very critical nose rides early on. Is she going to be okay there? Do you think she's looking all good? Thumbs up.
Yeah, I mean,
I think so.
She's been putting it all out there. She bashed her nose in the practice session, so she's definitely been putting everything on the line in the practices and whatnot. And so I think she's definitely just putting it all out there, as you said, knowing that Hano is a formidable competitor and somebody that's already dropped 2 8s, so she's got to go all out.
Bigly passionate about the Hawaiian language and culture, of course, a regular local at Queens, where Queen Louis Kalani built her home many decades, many years ago, as we get to see the replay of, again, just a very critical nose ride, right in the pocket, steep section, and it just rises up and takes her.
Yeah, and that's kind of the interesting part about the wave here is that, yes, you want to get deep, but there's a certain depth that it's a point of no return.
And that's the universal hand signal, just that tap on the head to say to the water safety team, I'm okay, I'm all good. So she's going to drop a 3.0 for her opening left-hander, and now her Hawaiian good friend, who's a 3-time Women's World Longboard champion, will go out there with the opportunity to improve on 2 excellent range scores.
Definitely. I mean, and already having those 2 8s is definitely going to feel good for Hano. Hano just has a really calm, always a calm kind of demeanor about her. Reminds me a lot. Her and Avalon both kind of have that same way. I just kind of go out there and surf. I just do my thing.
Full mum power, here with baby Rain, born in April this year, 2025, and here, of course, with her partner from Oceanside, Clay Craner, professional skateboarder, the legend of the skateboard culture and scene, one of the world's greatest, as we can now see the scores. An 8 and an 8.07 for Bloomfield. Kaleopaa 4.5 and a 3. So a reset for the goofy footer, but an opportunity to just improve on excellent range scores for the regular footer.
Yeah, I definitely she can try to put the pressure on even more, up those 8s, something that we've already seen her do, as we mentioned earlier during that round 2. She was that final seed to come in and just kind of blow minds with that tube riding.
One of the cool things about her career is early as an ISA competitor in 2013, when they had a junior longboard division, she beat all the boys and won the juniors there. She beat Martin Corret from France in the junior final, and then backed up that ISA world title in 2024, but in the meantime amassed 3 WSL world longboard titles.
She's one of those athletes, just it kind of comes naturally to her. Everything I think she kind of puts her mind to, she's able to succeed at, and that's a unique quality, and that's what makes world title holders.
That's Malia in the middle there, the mum of Khalees, of course. Malia, an amazing longboarder, one of the greats, and Moses is here as well, JP's brother. Of course, Connie is a cousin of Khalees. Connie himself has recently had a baby, and so up and riding right now. An allure to the tip of the 5, controls that, walks out, and then again a really nice snap turn off the top on her Carson Myers that looks lively as she gets a much more critical nose ride there, and great controlled footwork and right in the pocket, riding high, soul arching.
And you can see how she's a little high on that face, but she's able to maintain that control, where Khalees was kind of getting flown up the face here. So this is definitely a super strong ride, getting that nice cut back into down carve, and now she's going to set up for the opener. Dragging the hand just barely under the shade there. Right now, she's probably just keeping it nice and easy. Let's just have a nice solid ride.
The rail work was just sensational. Yes, she didn't come behind the curtain on that first turn, but that last turn to match that you know, slightly earlier in the ride turn. Both beautiful kind of transitions, you know, using all of the wave, but done with that grace and power, but also really good control.
Yeah, they're definitely going to probably be checking her first ride and making comparisons here to make sure they can nail the right score. I'm kind of leaning that it's going to go higher.
Yep.
I'm feeling higher.
Well, I'd say get your abacus out at home, get your pen, write down your score. What's it going to be? We're going to find out soon after this short break. Stay with us.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam as we get to feast on the longest wave pool, the world's first saltwater wave pool, 80 million litres of seawater from the warm Arabian Gulf, 690 metres long, 50-second to 1 minute long ride, 75,000 metres squared, as Honolulu Bloomfield has just heard from the announcers that she has improved her situation with a 9.0 for that second right-hander. Carla Rowland-Zamora, you called it. You were right on the money with that one.
She's going to be really hard to beat. She's really setting herself up. I feel like she just keeps kind of staying consistent and exciting in all the same moments. So it's really awesome.
You know why she's hard to beat? Because she's got mum power.
She
cannot
does.
beat mum power. Straight into the switch stance from takeoff. Already switched, facing the wave. This is a regular footer, cross-stepping from the get-go, in and out of an opening nose ride. Now back to a natural stance as a regular footer on the left, holding a 5, soul arching. This is absolutely mind-blowing, Carla, what we're seeing.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I know I'm known for switch foot, but she's blowing me out of the water right now. Cross-stepping switch foot is really hard to do, and she's just done it masterfully. But then also using her regular stance just as well as she grabs the rail here and gets the little tuck.
Wow.
Looking for some shade time, not going to really find it, but just holding it and looking to better an 8.07.
Yes, at marine green on the inside. That was a really nice display. From the very start, went straight into the switch, walked into the nose ride, held that nose ride, walked out switch, and then readjusted and reintroduced the switch throughout the ride.
I mean,
I'm switched up now. I need to get my abacus back out for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see the replay because if you weren't I wasn't looking right away, and all of a sudden I looked up and I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
Here it is.
So here we go.
Check
She
it
gets
out,
up.
Carla.
She gets up on her regular stance and then just takes one step forward, and there's a pivot in that back foot, which is currently the back foot, in order to switch around. And then she even cross steps back, and then that's that moment there where she switches back into her regular stance, faces the wave, cuts back, and then returns to the 5.
Kevin Scavana, also a user of the switch. He'll be inspired by this.
Absolutely. I mean, really, really good use. Having to get a chance to tap into even just a part of the wave, like being on your backside is challenging, so having that in your tool belt is really advantageous.
This is some of the best surfing I've seen from the 3-time Women's World Longboard Champion. We've already seen her at the top of the game throughout her career, but for me, she's come back as a mum, stronger and better than ever.
Absolutely. I mean, she's definitely setting herself up in a really great position for El Salvador, potentially. So you know, I think she's just feeling it. And I think, like you said, that mom power, I think your perspective changes quite a bit, right? When you start having kids and life changes and things become more important for different reasons.
Hot off the press from the team, just got confirmation that if she wins this heat, she is in for Surf City, El Salvador, to go for her 4th World Longboard title.
That's big news. I mean, what a great venue for her to be able to do that. This wave seems to complement her very well. So awesome for Honolulu, definitely putting the pressure on for Khalees. Khalees is good in this wave. I think she fits this wave as well, so hopefully she can put it together in these next 2 rides.
Let's see if there's any body language here. Quieten down.
On the left, 9 on the right. Okay. And then that last one.
Them just like the subtle sound of the leash Velcro unwrapping and the urethane just knocking the wet bottom of your board.
Well, you can almost feel the tension there as they're waiting for the score to come in. The score does drop, comes in at a 7.4, not going to factor into her 2 high-scoring waves. But she's got an 8, 0, 7, and a 9, so that's really setting herself up in an incredible position.
Khalees already in the top 8 for Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships. So if she does get eliminated right now, she's already got a chance to go for a world title, but she's up and riding right now, looking to stay in the mix to book a spot in the 2nd semi-final. A high line, walks out of that, and now again high up, loose off the middle of the wave, climbing and dropping, keeping those knees poised, pointing forward, and then into another 5. Holds that 5, got through the section that she came unstuck on that opening right-hander. What about the style, Carla? I mean, this is just such a beautiful way to ride a surfboard.
Well, she definitely is in the top 3, in my opinion, of best goofy foot styles.
Oh, yes!
But she also has an element of charge to her, which is pretty cool. Definitely went for it there, got pretty deep. I mean, as you said, she's already booked her spot into the finals in El Salvador, so she's kind of in the same position where she just needs to maybe go have fun and just enjoy the experience. Of course, you want to make it into the semifinals, but, you know, nonetheless, she's moving on to El Salvador.
Mum was stoked with that, you know. They saw that charge, you know. I think in her words, Mum said that was a good entry, you know. She pulled in nicely to that bowl.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go down, you want to go down at least pulling something off and going down strong.
But seeding will make a difference to the format in El Salvador. But let's look at the replay here as she pulls in, Carla.
Yeah, she sets up just nice, grabs the rail just in time, but she's not really able to fight that water up the face as you see them kind of get excited there.
Moses, of course, her brother on the left side in the red T-shirt, and Mum in the middle. She's stoked. She's clapping. She's going to be, you know, on board. So now we're waiting for that score to come through. We're expecting it to mean that she still needs a combination of scores from one last ride. So it looks pretty certain now, as we wait for that score to drop, that Honolulu Bloomfield has booked herself a spot for Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships.
Yeah, exciting, and I'm sure she's really stoked. It's been, you know, not like her ideal year, Honolulu. She didn't do as well as some of the previous events.
Wow, she's had a baby, man.
And she's
as
had
a family
baby.
Man, I'd say that's the top of the list in life achievement. She's had a great year.
Yeah, well, as far as her competitive year, it's not probably what she's, you know, hoped for, or what she's experienced in the past, but by having a baby, that brings a new element into things.
And she's built, hasn't she, Carla? She's like, each year she's kind of built on her, each event she's gone from a 17th in Huntington, a 9th in Bells, and now she's really peaking. I mean, that says a lot about determination, doesn't it? And drive.
And drive, and just, I guess, kind of having faith in the process, not really getting yourself too over emotional or over excited about it. Wave drops for Khalees. She does get rid of the 4.5, dropping a 5.17 on that second right.
Wow, so that's big news for Bloomfield, Carla. What does that mean for the Hawaiian?
Now she's going to El Salvador.
There it is. A happy mum. She has booked herself a spot for the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships. She's got an opportunity to go for her 4th World Longboard title. Khalees now just a chance to enjoy this last frontside ride, but she'll already be in El Salvador. I think that's really special because we want to see Khalees in El Salvador, don't we, Carla?
Oh, 100%. I think the lineup is looking really, really exciting and spectacular. And we're going to see a lot of different variety and ranges of surfers. We've got some goofy foots in there. We've got some regular foots. It's going to be nice.
And if one person can sell surfboards, it's this fine surfer. Every time she stands up on that Waikiki model, I bet you thousands of people just want to get their hands on one because she makes it look so velvety smooth. And she's just such a natural as she gets herself lined up here. A couple of strokes, a little look over the shoulder. Here it is. There's the wave. She's going to get a high line here, mid-face, and now up to the tip. Locked straight in there with a really nice nose ride to kick things off, Carla. And now on rail and smoothly coming off the middle of the wave.
Yeah, and then she's setting up again for that next open section there. She kind of drags her hand. She's in that middle part, kind of upper third of the board there. That's the sweet spot, the fast spot there. Doesn't really get that shade time, but just kind of negotiating it with style and grace and staying in control. Gets to the tip, little midline drive there. As you said, just kind of those really nice and easy little pump ups and down the wave.
Yes.
She tucks in there. She's getting splashed in the face, but she manages to hold her ground.
Nice work.
Comes out, does a nice, easy turn there, just keeping the flow. Gets a little bit hung up at the very end there, but a really nice ride for
Yeah, beautiful
Khalees.
surfing from Khalees. One of our favorites, comes off this season with a 5th in Huntington, losing out to Avalon Gaul, a 3rd in Bells, losing to Eriko, and now she gets a 5th here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, being beaten by a very in-form Honolulu Bloomfield, who's booked herself a spot in the 2nd semi-final against Chloe Calmon from Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be fantastic. The pairings, Rachel Avalon, Chloe Honolulu, has got me like already getting a little goosey here. And yeah, I'm getting excited.
Me too. Well, let's find out what the vibes are like, because AJ is down there with Honolulu, who's got herself a spot in the semifinals and El Salvador. And AJ, how's she feeling?
Oh, well, let's just ask her. Honolulu, you locked in a spot in the semifinals here, as well as a spot in El Salvador. We want to know, how are you feeling?
Well, it feels pretty amazing, obviously. I did pretty bad this year, so it was kind of devastating to me, you know. But to come out here and like show that I really want it still and like get to show what I'm made of, I guess, is really special. And especially with my family, you know, my new little baby and my boyfriend. So yeah.
We were talking about that yesterday, just how special it is for you to come out here and compete as a mom with Rain watching you on. And he's not going to remember these moments, but certainly how special is it for you to have added him to the team this year?
Honestly, it feels like a great distraction. I don't even have to worry about my heats because he's the first priority.
And that priority has worked out. We'll see you in the semis. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's neat.
Yeah, and she talks about it being a great distraction, that full focus and that drive. You said it. She was disappointed with her performances, but Carla, what's she done right now? Look at those scores.
I just love what she said, you know, showing that I still want it and that I still got it. And then just giving that acknowledgement of, you know, moving on to this different period in her life and that it's actually been a benefit and been an advantage to her.
Well, that concludes the women's quarterfinals, as we will now shift gears to the men's quarterfinals, as we can now see that top 8: Eriko, Avalon Gaul, Hiroki Yoshikara, Chloe Calmon, Khalees, Kaleopaa, Rachel Tilly, Tully White, Honolulu Bloomfield, seeding to be confirmed based on the coming results of the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Yeah, special hugs there from the fellow Hawaiians. Both of them going to El Salvador.
Yeah, I think that matters, as we can now see on your screen. For many, this guy is going to be a new favorite surfer, because he has been absolutely styling as South Africa's Oliver Ollie Packham, and he's going to be up and riding on this first right-hander, surfing against Edward Delpero on his self-shaped olive surfboards to the tip, holds the 5, gets tied on the 5, walks out all cool and clean, and then into a nice down carve off the bottom, using all of the wave in behind the section. Little coverage, tube chime deep in that section there, just comes out clean or smooth. So not as deep as the potential to get in if you get more of a carve, but certainly clean in and out of that pocket, back up to the tip, and now again on rail. Carla, what a good start for Ollie.
Really great start. As you mentioned, somebody to watch. I have not been caught the eye of Oliver yet, but boy, he has caught my eye during this event. I tend to be a bit of a critic, a bit of a snooty critic here, and this guy, he's just got some really smooth maneuvers, the way he transitions from his nose rides into those nice, powerful turns, maintaining that energy and that flow. It's really nice to see.
That rounded pintail single fin really looking lively under his feet. I love that last turn, the way he hooked it back and quickly drove back out of the bottom of the wave. Again, displaying some of the charisma and finesse and style that we saw on the opening round.
Yeah, as we see him get that tip time right off the bat. And then it's that rail work. Kind of gets a little caught up there, but manages to get tucked in there without any problem, nice and clean. He's got that backhand dragged, brings the arms in front of him, and then like the little power strokes there to get up to the next section there as he gets it to the tip again. And then I love that turn there, and then he brings it back around with a wonderful down carve. Just really, really put together. It doesn't have anything that's like too over the top, but it's just well placed and just nice style. Love that quick last turn right there at
really
the end.
nice.
So I think this is going to be a great opening ride for Oliver.
And he came out guns blazing in heat number 3. He beat Kai Ellis-Flint, Taka Nui, and Kai McPhillips, dropping an 8.5 for his right and a 7.4 for his left. So deservedly here in this first quarterfinal against Edward Delpero, now looking to get his opening left. As we can see the lineup, red Delpero for France, blue Packham for South Africa.
Yeah, going to be an exciting set of waves coming up here as we see Oliver. He'll be getting his left, but Edward was super exciting yesterday, really took advantage of the tube time, and I think we're going to be seeing that again.
Okay, 7.17 for Ollie's first ride, so really strong score for the South African who started shaping in 2018. Grew up in Durban, now based in Cape Town. He moved there in 2023 where he launched Olive Surf Company, traveling here with his father, now dropping a good score of 7.17, looking to get his first left. Comes off the back of 2 9s for the first 2 events of the 2025 World Longboard Tour. He lost to John Michael van Hoyenstein in Huntington and Declan Whiten in Bells, but 2 9s, what a great season, what a great start it has been. And, you know, he could well be in the mix with a big result here to get in the top 8 for the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships, Carla.
Well, if he keeps doing the surfing that he's been doing thus far, he definitely has that shot available to him. But he is up against one of the best competitors that we've had on tour for some of the longest amount of time, Edward, and he really likes what's happening with this form of wave and that open tube ride. And we heard in an interview yesterday, like, hey, the tube is there and I'm gonna go for it.
There's 4 surfers already confirmed spots for El Salvador: Ellis Flint, Weston, Jensen, Skavana, but there's opportunities for the remaining surfers, including Ollie Packham, as he's up and riding, goes low and comes off the bottom, and then poised and precise into a nice 5. Great measured, controlled cross steps, and then goes deep on that turn. High degree of difficulty, very risky. He's not going to make it out of that one, Carla.
That was a little hairy right there. There was a moment there. The first moment was like, nope, he's out. The second moment was like, oh, he's pulled it off. And then finally not able to really stay into that. But really, as you mentioned, just that flow and the style, the patience that you're kind of seeing from him. I love that, kind of taking his time in the initial bottom turn there where he didn't really rush it too much. And we're not seeing a lot of big bottom turns off the beginning of the wave, so I really like that. I really can appreciate that.
Yeah, the first one worked, the second one didn't. He got really deep on this second one here.
And you see that little slide that kind of happened there? I think that kind of affected the trajectory of that tube ride there and wasn't able to stay with it.
Well, we're going to go for a break. We got Paul Evans and 2006 World Longboard champion Josh Constable from Australia coming in to call the action. Stay with us. It's finals day at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Shall we?
Longboard lords and legends vie for glory in the desert at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic Finals Day. Evans alongside Constable, we're loving the show, mate.
Yeah, we're having a great finals day, aren't we? We're frothing, and the surfing level has gone to another step today, and the women were phenomenal, and these quarterfinals of the men's, it's really... Edward yesterday put on those performances,
Dominant.
those tube rides. I'm really excited to see what he can bring today on finals day.
He looks very much on, doesn't he? Just locked in with his surfing, the game face as well, the concentration. Looks kind of bulletproof in his overall demeanour. Looking really good. I love the style from Ollie Packham that we saw as well, and how smooth an operator he is. What a great matchup this is. And talking about the tube timer has been the theme with the new setting. We're expecting plenty of it in this matchup. Goes Edouard. First wave for him. Nimble footwork on the tip. Cruising casual. He'll step back and then slice. How far down the wave will he go to set up? Pretty far back. He's deep. He's really deep. And he's in the tube. Throaty barrel. And he's out straight with the footwork back to the tip. And already on his way to a huge number here. Delpero will drop down the wave and then drive again. Another huge rail turn puts him in the perfect spot to get drained.
He's just got this run down so perfect, like proper tubes. Big drop knee swoop, staying low. That's a fantastic wave. Paul, straight away, we're going excellent.
Huge.
And how excellent. Like that first barrel, the carve, like you called it, how low and below underneath it is he going to come from? And then just pull straight up to seamless.
A lot of the time we see people commit to that rail turn, we're like, uh-oh, have they done too much? Have they overcooked it? Not at all. He put himself in that risky spot on edge. The drive that he had, this was so impressive.
Yeah, beautiful nose ride here, just hanging. He's just got this run down perfect. But this carve, it's still deep and low, and then just swoops straight up, no hand drag. Looks like he grabbed his rail for a second, but that was really deep. That was on the foam ball, that one. I feel like that was deeper than the barrel we saw yesterday. Straight into this beautiful nose ride. 4 steps back. And then another swoop. Got it on rail. That one I thought, oh, has he overcooked it? But read it so well. Threads it through this inside. Like, that's clean. That's a really... The inside barrel is kind of a novelty, but that one was super deep. Read it perfect. Another little head dip. Great wave.
It's been really hard to impose your surfing on this wave. I think that's what we just saw there. Definitely one of the, if not the deepest tube ride we've seen all event. It disappears from view. And when you get that low, just the shape of this wave makes it really hard to generate the speed, yet no problem. Commits to that turn as well. Long time on the rail.
Yeah, grabbing it too. Just giving the judges a different variation.
Oof.
Like, he is pumped. And like you said, the focus, like, it's deadly. He's got the headphones on. He's got the sarong over his head. He's like, it's almost like a boxer coming out, like maybe inspired by the UFC last night. Like, he is on.
Sometimes you can just sort of tell. People have a riz about them, a vibe. It definitely feels like that so far this event for Edouard. He's looked amazing. And it's a huge number that's going to come in for him. It's going to put him in a great position in the heat. Frenchman, a 9.1 locks in for him. Absolutely monstrous score to open up your quarterfinal. The best bring it for finals day. He was great in the opening round, actually. Feels like a while ago that happened. That was yesterday morning.
Yeah, he was first heat of the morning, and he was actually disappointed with his runs yesterday. He said there was a lot more that he could give, so straight away, quarterfinal one, finals day, brings the heat with a 9.1. And the backside tube riding this, you know, it's a hard thing to do, and you need great form and technique, and Edouard has that. So I don't think he has a favoured side right now in the pool like some surfers do, where his backside tube riding is really solid. So
it's definitely a different entry into the barrel. Spending all that time living in the southwest of France, he knows all about putting into heavy barrels of different sizes. Here we'll go on his left. He'll push and swoop, put himself back for this nose ride, make sure the board is super critical. It is. He's up there, extended 5, and then he'll step out towards the tail of the board, and then here's the setup, and he'll drag bum, knee, thigh, arm, everything. He is slotted really deep. Wow, what? Cannot believe he came out from that position. He was so deep. This is incredible.
And this nose ride too, super tight, back foot really up there. Again, dragging, getting a nice little vision. That's pretty deep also.
Sick.
And then finishing with a nice sweeping carve. Insane surfing.
Ridiculous. Wow.
Yeah, wow. I'm kind of like, I'm not speechless because we expect this.
Well,
we know what he's going to do, but
yeah, we've been talking about whether people preparing rides, and generally we're seeing straight up to the nose, but there it was something different. He actually put himself back, and this is not accidentally. This is all planned ahead to get that entry. We speculated on the backhand entry. Let's watch it again on the Experience Abu Dhabi replay. He got so deep here backhand.
yeah, carved to a drop knee bottom turn straight up to the nose, coming back, and this is hard to do, especially on a longboard. It's a small little grinding tube. And like he said, so deep. Perfect form and technique. A fair few years ago, I was pulled up with the family. We were in Indo, spending time over there, and I got to Bingen, paddle out at Bingen, see this guy get the most insane tube. And as I'm looking in, as I'm paddling out, it was Edward. So I got to surf with him for a few days in Bingen, and he was just doing that over and over and over.
Shallow in there as well, wasn't it?
He was on a shortboard and he was absolutely dominating. But you can see, look how deep he is, Paul. Hand just feeling that wall, eyes looking down the line, trying to project out of that tube. But no downtime either when he came out of the tube, just straight into a beautiful 4 steps to the nose. He is fired it up. Right or left better?
I mean, this is going to be another huge number for him. We're only the midway point in this first men's quarter-final, but he has got huge scores on the board. Number will drop in for his left, committed. Backhand tube riding with beautiful nose rides, committed. Powerful carving turns, 8-6-7 for Edouard, and he's built a huge number here. Let's get down to AJ McCord.
Thanks, Paul. I am in one of the best seats in the house to watch today's finals days. As you can see, crowd filling in. We have Brazil represented and a lot of locals coming down to check out the finals day here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. And if you're heading down, there's so many things to do. Not only do you get fantastic seats here where you can see both the right and the left, but we have food trucks. There's a skate park where I know Rain, Honolua's baby, has been taking a few laps. There's also a concert later today, so this is the vibe. This is the place to be.
Love it, AJ. That looks super fun down there. Everyone enjoying the action and get a real appreciation just how fast and radical some of this surfing is. Best seat in the house there, that midway point along the wave, and you get a great look at these sections from both ways. All right. Bit of a hill to climb for Ollie Packham. Will back him though. He's been outstanding so far in this event. 717 in for the right, so looking to improve on that. He'll want to go excellent. He'll need to actually numerically. What's he got for us? He just kind of eases through sections and now slips into something more comfortable. Forehand tube, dragging the back arm and just controlling that. He'll disappear behind the curtain. And when you're that deep, well, there's always a risk of catching that nose.
Yeah, he was doing pretty well. It's such a different entry into the tube than what we saw from Edouard. And really nice, real like solely kind of soul arch bottom turn and then gets low and compressed, and super cool style. Unfortunate for him, that nose grabbing. It's so hard on these sort of longer boards. That's more of a traditional sort of rocker. It's a little flatter in the nose, so you got to have the perfect line in there. Unfortunately going down, and that's just the pressure, you know. Edouard just icing those couple of rides.
You expect to see the very best of finals. That's exactly what we're watching here. Oliver Packham's got a little bit of work to do against an Edouard Delpero who's on fire. More live action from Abu Dhabi right after this.
Where the desert meets the sea. We meet the Murphys at Surf Abu Dhabi. Could this be the most epic layover of their lives? Find your way at Surf Abu Dhabi. sights to see, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi. The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Wave, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Welcome back to the action here on finals day at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. We're watching a dominant Edouard Delpero at the moment. Huge number, 17.77. He's only surfed half of his allocation in the quarter. And a good start from Ollie Packham of South Africa, but unfortunately for him, he's out of this one here. He needs more than a 10, and even by my mathematics, I don't reckon he can do that with one wave. So this will just be a bit of fun for him.
I know you struggled with that in high school, but I think that's correct.
I got sent out to do most of my maths from outside the classroom. Naughty. Never think so, would you? Things have really cleaned up my act right now. Here we go, we're watching Ollie Packham backhands on the nose. Type 5, he'll just cruise his way back. The style is just impeccable from him. He'll collapse the body down into a crouch, he'll drag the arm behind him, and he'll deal with some wobble. Got a parallel stance and some cool driving through the inside on the nose. Join himself, expressing himself. He'll go down. He's been brilliant out here. He's a stylish performer, and he's been a good match for this wave.
You could tell he was just on that one. He was just enjoying it, knowing that it was his last ride here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Still a great result. It's a quarterfinal for him. He was looking for a big result to maybe try and clinch a little spot there for El Salvador. It's not probably going to happen for him, but great surfing. Good to see him find his feet on the tour and have a breakthrough performance. So hopefully we see him back next year, bigger, stronger, ready to go again. And cool to see guys self-shaping their own boards and then bringing them to the world stage and putting them against the best surfers in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious to see he's very much at home in this company as well. He's definitely this class of elite surfer. He looks really, really good in all aspects, really, of the game. The fact that he's making his own boards as well just adds a little extra to it too. But he's been brilliant out here. Just come up against someone on an absolute tear so far. We'll still get 2 more waves from Edouard. Chance for him to hone in. Just thinking about his approach. What's he going to do here, Delpero? He's through to semis. The worst he could do here will be 3rd. But right now, with a huge total on the board, he's already gone 9s. How do you improve on that?
Yeah, it's going to be a fun run to watch for sure. We know the performance. We've seen it at Lemoore over the years. He looks so comfortable in this setting.
And why is that? Before we came into this event, we're talking a fan. Everyone's talking about him as one of the names. Let's get it. What is it about his approach that particularly translates well to the basin?
Yeah, obviously the variety of surf crafts that he rides, the waves that he surfs back home. Obviously, it's beach breaks, it's barrels, but he's comfortable in the barrel. He's comfortable on all sort of crafts. His board is a little more, we could call it performance-based. It's a little more curve and rocker, a little narrower, riding 2+1 setups to just get a little bit more acceleration and projection out of the turns. So you can see him carving down on that outside tube and then projecting straight into the barrel. Smart board choice, and obviously just has a really good read on the wave right now. It's super cool to see, and a fantastic surfer. So great to see him. He found a bit of rhythm and momentum at Bells this year and put on some really, really good performances. One day at Bells, it was really big and it was wild, and he went back onto a board similar to this and really laid into some big carves, and I feel like it just gave him a little confidence boost, the belief that he still is one of the top guys. Not that he believes that he's on tour, but like, we know he deserves to be here, but just really put himself back in that position.
Absolutely thriving here in the desert. The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, and through to semis with only half of his run complete in quarters. And it'll be a Perso wave for Edouard Delpero. I hope people pay not inconsiderable sums of money for these waves when they come here to surf this amazing facility. He'll just enjoy the view on this one. We'll enjoy it too. Guess what? He's going to get deeply slotted. He'll come out and then footwork. Just dealt with the leash a little bit there. Up for the 5. Tight 5. He'll hang there. Critical section. Then a big turn. Drop knee, jam. Big amplitude to that carve. He's in the tube again.
Yeah, really deep on this one. That was a different run to the first one, because in the first one he would go straight to the nose, then the big carve, where this one he went carve to nose ride and then had to set up the tube differently, and it didn't quite get as deep and down to the bottom, and then that projecting bottom turn, so didn't get as deep on the tube. Probably just trying a different run and seeing what it looked like and what it felt, but got super deep on that last inside section. So here it is, yeah, starting with the carve and then the nose ride. You can see that leash getting caught up, when now he's sort of coming down and stalling rather than driving out of that bottom turn. Still a really nice tube, but just not as deep. Look at that leash just tangled up. And that's one thing why you'll notice a lot of time longboarders don't wear the leash, because of the cross-stepping, walking up and down the board. It's just tangling and getting caught up. That turn was sick. That was a really nice driving, and then set him up deep for that tube.
Let's get down to AJ McCord, who's with Kaleopaa.
So, Khalees, we were just talking about, while your run here in Surf Abu Dhabi is over, you are going to compete in El Salvador. I know it's been a bit of a rough few days for you between getting sick, having the fall. Just how are you leaving this competition?
Just stoked. I mean, obviously we all compete to make it to the end, compete for a world title. Yeah, I've had a very rough time here in Abu Dhabi, but it's been so fun. I have my family and my friends, and coming up against what we were talking about, the GOAT, Honolulu, you know, a new mama, and she was ripping, she's on, and I'm just very excited to make it into El Salvador.
And we know that you have it. When you're ripping, when you're locked in, it's so fun to watch you compete. What are you most excited to showcase in El Sal?
Just my surfing. I think it's very hard to be connected to Mother Nature in a pool, so I'm very excited to hop back into the ocean and just really get to be one with the ocean and surf.
Looking forward to seeing you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Khalees, not the event she would have hoped for here, but as she said herself, she is confirmed for El Salvador and to dispute a world title over there. El Sunzal kicks off November 5th, runs through to the 9th. That finals format was really exciting to be over there last year and watch all of that go down at El Sunzal. The Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships coming up real soon, and we know our lineup for the women, that's locked in. The seeding still up for grabs, though, and that'll be crucial, Josh.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, such a perfect wave over there. Very long. It's hot. The further you can get up those rankings with less surfs and less pressure, definitely what it's all about. But focusing here on the guys, there's still spots up for grab, but here we go. Edward. Great start to this one. Nice nose ride. Carving back. So again, a different look to this run than what we saw on his first one, but getting really deep here. Paul, take it away.
Just locking in for the Vish on the backhand again. And he'll just style counsel through the midsection. He'll step up, he'll tighten up the 5, and he'll just hang there, cruising, enjoying the view. Life looks pretty good right now when you're Edward Delpero. He'll extend that, and then once again just drove past the tube section, and he'll get a jam on the rail here, just feeling out that surfboard and really already starting to think about semis and his run and what he's going to do, and then ultimately glory when he gets the semis. He's thinking about going the whole way for the win here. What a win that would be. But he is into semi-finals, and he was already there after just 2 waves. The way he approached this, everything looks very, very good so far. And the score will be inconsequential for him, but just a little bit more experience. I thought quite interesting as well. You think about what the judges see from you, particularly on a wave. They're not identical, but they're pretty similar throughout. You don't want to show too much. He's already dropped his big numbers here and just maybe holding a little something back. Don't do the same thing again and then bring it again in the semis. I think that's real smart.
Yeah, really smart approach, and we could see he just took his foot off the pedal. He's done what he needed to do. He's got the great scores on wave 1 and 2, and then just saving it. Also, you don't want to tire yourself out. He's potentially going to ride.
So from the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam, we'll watch this wave again. You don't get many opportunities here to get a wave without pressure in the basin. Everyone watching, you're looking for a score, but on this particular occasion, just gets to enjoy the view.
Yeah, that view's insane right there. So, yeah, potentially going to ride 12 waves today, so you don't want to put too much into it. You don't want to gas the legs. But that's a pretty steezy, cruisy, nice nose ride. Looks so good from above, doesn't it? That Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. Big carve.
Yeah, almost going all the way to the fence there as he jams his way back. And he's through to quarterfinals. Who's he going to be up against? Well, it'll be one of Taylor Jensen, Tony Silvagni. They're coming up next, but Delpero, he's locked in. He's going to semis. Oliver Packham will bow out a quarter-final stage. And when you do ultimately lose out to someone with those kind of huge numbers, just have to doff the cap and say, well done. But already that blistering form from Delpero on display now will bring in the world champ. Big man coming in here, rated 3rd against Tony Silvagni, who was also the UFC last night after dropping a great number in that second round, and looking like he's really enjoying himself here. A character on tour. Just really loves surfing, competing. Let's see what he can do here. He's got a tough heat.
He does have a tough heat, but these guys had a little showdown yesterday afternoon, and Tony put on a great performance under pressure to get himself into the quarterfinals. So looking forward to this run right now.
All right, second quarter underway with the right-hander for surfer out of North Carolina, Tony Silvagni. Up for the 5, and then jams back and sweeps a long way back because he wants to get deep, and he'll commit the rail, and he'll do really well just to control that and adjust the line mid-tube. And then from a mid-stance, up again, more time on the tip. He'll step out, more work back, and then here comes the drop knee jam. Didn't give it too much because he didn't want to put himself contention to set up a nice tube ride. Want to get deep here. How can he control this? This one's throaty. Just dropped his line down a touch.
Yeah, it just looked like he stalled too much for that end barrel. You've got to be driving through that one. Unfortunately for Tony, not a completed ride, and I feel like when you're surfing against 4-time world champ Taylor Jensen, it's hard to rattle the guy. He's so sound in his own performances, but you want to just anything you can kind of just poke him and niggle him and put him under pressure if you can. You've got to complete those rides. So looks like he might have got a little whack from his board, got deep in that tube, but a little bit of padding on there at the moment for Tony, so he should be fine. Look forward to seeing his left coming up.
Yeah, he'll just gather himself. He did good work prior to that. Speaking of good work, no, let's speak about excellent work. We'll get down to Edouard Delpero with AJ.
Excellent indeed, Edouard. Congratulations on a fantastic quarterfinals. Just how did you figure out the ways to get those excellent scores?
I think it's all about timing on this wave. You cannot really do your own surfing. You need to actually respect the wave and fit, and your surfing has to fit the wave instead of the other thing. So, no, definitely worked a lot on that timing, and it's working well, so I'm stoked.
It's working well here at Surf Abu Dhabi. We'll see you in the semifinals a little bit later, but we'll also see you in El Salvador with a chance to compete for the world title.
Yeah, we'll see about that, but yeah, sure. Stoked to make it. Definitely re-qualified and being the top 8 for sure. This was definitely a goal this year, and yeah, hopefully it keeps going. We'll see how it goes.
Goal accomplished already. We'll see you in semifinals.
Cheers.
Really interesting to see just that dialed back, internalizing with the emotions as well. He's not celebrating, doing cartwheels right now. It's a big number. He's like, I've got work to do. It's in front of me and I'm focused on that. He's laser focused.
Yeah, he's laser focused. His wife back home in France with their newborn little baby, which is really cool. So he's got that dad power and, you know, chasing that title. But first, he's not thinking about El Salvador. He's here for a win. His surfing fits a pool so perfect, so really excited to see the day unfold. But Tony's got some work to do right now. He needs to really post a score. That right with an incompletion still comes in at a 617, and I feel like it wasn't, there was a little wobble. So the judges, if I was Tony, I'm taking a lot of like confidence from that.
Yeah, definitely. Some of those incomplete ride scores do tell a story, don't they, as we watch TJ getting ready as well. He'll be prepped and dialed in. He'll be watching what Tony's able to do. And obviously being the higher seed, you get to surf second, so you will do the final run and you'll know what you need if you still indeed need a score. And it'll be Silvagni here on the left with a chance to try and lock something in, just put a little bit of scoreboard pressure on the world champ. Here he'll go. And he'll walk, step up into the 5. And he'll hang there for a while and make the adjustment, just tighten things up. He'll commit and remain there.
No.
And it went wrong, and it went wrong pretty quickly.
Didn't it? He was looking a little extra time on the nose there. It was looking good, and just had a little wobble walking back, lost his balance, and unfortunately going down right there. We actually saw that in his first run yesterday on the left, didn't he? He fell off, wasn't able to capitalise on the left. So unfortunate there for Tony, but he has another run on both the right and the left. But big Taylor Jensen coming down the staircase. He's going to be paddling out soon.
Time for a quick break now. More live action from finals day, quarterfinal to the world champ, about to enter the water. We'll be right back.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
I've been out in the sun and the moon and the stars have been dancing along at the pace around us. Plans made on the floor, sipping things where the salty and sweet taste like water. All of this and just because. Is it all just too good to be? Baby, it's just you and me.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane!
Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
Abu Dhabi surprised me. With its culture, vast deserts, stunning architecture, it really makes every moment feel unforgettable. The desert is just magical. All you see is golden dunes and endless horizons. Walking through the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque strikes you with its beauty. And just when I thought I'd seen it all, I found the perfect wave. One place, countless experiences.
Hudayriyat Island, a sporting paradise for all sorts of enthusiasts. The peloton will whip around and all sorts going on here. It really is a hub of activity, whatever your sport. If you like riding waves, if you like it when it looks artful but athletic at the same time, timeless, you'll enjoy watching finals day here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Right now we'll look at 4-time reigning world champ Taylor Jensen. Here he'll go to open up his campaign. He's going to come up against Edward Delpero. He'll walk straight up to a tight 5. He's out of that 5 and then jamming back. Position himself deep on the section for more time on the tip. Just control that one and extend it for a while. He's looking very composed indeed. Nifty, nimble footwork to set himself up. Now, are we going to see a tube right here? This looks like the setup.
Wow, what a great opening wave here for Taylor. I think he'll avoid the tube. He's a big guy. This inside section's really small and tight, but big gouge right there. That is a great opening wave advantage to Taylor Jensen in the red singlet.
All right, got a couple of questions here. Do you think that was already decided not to go for that tube? Is that maybe a reflection on where the scoreboard is at the moment, or was this going in whatever he was going to do when he was having his breakfast this morning, already thinking about that?
Bit of both. I feel like his first run that we've seen from him over the last couple of days is this, where he avoids the barrel and just goes the beautiful footwork, carving and utilising the whole face of the wave. We might see a tube on the next one, but he might not need to go there. He's put a lot of pressure on Tony right now. And then obviously the inside, it is small. He's a big guy, 6'4". But like just dropping, climbing this turn here, Paul, like laying it on a rail, but not, he's pushing really hard, but he just looks like he's in total control. Gliding through that one, and again here, just really great surfing. The cool thing about Taylor is 4-time world champ. We've seen him do it on rights, lefts, high performance longboards, classic single fin longboards. He's so versatile, well-rounded, and excellent surfing there from the champ.
Absolutely excellent. Our judging panel very much in accordance with you. The number, it's really, really big for TJ, 833 for him. Doesn't even need the tube to get into that range. That's why that approach for him has paid dividends throughout the event. And you think about a couple of moments, aside from really nice extended tip time, that driving turn where he maintains the down the line momentum, really key out here. Just staying in the right position on the wave. That's exactly what he did, and already loads of pressure on Silvagni. And we'll get a left as well. And he'll be way out in front with a big combo at the midway stage after this wave. He won't be thinking about that at the moment. We caught up with him for some insights. Let's get that soundbite from the champ.
Oh, it's pretty insane. I mean, this isn't a surf culture. We're basically introducing surfing to them. So it's just an amazing experience. I mean, we've got perfection out here, top of the line, cutting edge wave pools, perfect waves all day long. It doesn't get much better. Oh, it's so special. I mean, it's going to be amazing to see surf culture's development as all these wave pools get set up and people learn to just surf in wave pools. It's going to build a cool culture, I think. It's diversifying our culture a little bit, bringing in some new blood and new thoughts and new approaches to waves, and I just think that's exciting.
So Taylor Jensen already enjoying his time out here in the Middle East. And right now on finals day, he's got a job of work on his hands with all of his accomplishments and experience. Really is a clutch performer when it matters most. Let's see what he brings us now on the left. And it'll bring us towards the midway point in this, but already a big point advantage with him. And here we'll go. He'll walk up to the tip. Just a quick touch of the 5, footwork back, drops the knee for the bottom turn, and then I'll swing. And another quick touch up on the nose for Taylor. Is there again, a critical section. Controls that real well. Now through to the inside.
Yeah, that nose ride, Paul, that was gnarly. That was so committed. That was hollow, steep, really deep on the... And then just here, getting some nice rail work done. Inside little tubey section, needs to complete. Come out of it with a nice carve right now. Really digging into that roundhouse. Small, it's hard to fit that 9-foot longboard into such a small little cupped out section. So great wave there. Big pressure now on Tony Silvagni. Taylor's done his job and went excellent on the first one on the right-hander. There was a really committed nose ride through this one that the judges are really going to appreciate. Didn't see as much rail work as what we saw on the right. He's sort of projecting down the line. But I I think it was this nose right here where it just got really steep there, just tight in the pocket. Pretty cool to see.
Think about trying to eke any kind of advantage that you possibly can to go all the way for a win. And when maybe your opponent doesn't put a lot of pressure at the beginning of the run, it allows you just to hold a little bit back and still be in a strong position, which means in later heats, it's easy for the judges to reward stuff because they're not the third or the fourth time they're seeing it that day.
Yeah, it's kind of like what you alluded to with Edouard, just holding back on his runs earlier. And I feel like Taylor, he's just sort of feeling it, surfing at maybe 70%. Or
it's what we see across all formats in surfing, the very, very best. That's why they win so many titles and events, is because they know all of these intricacies, and particularly on finals, they see a lot of people come and blow up the early rounds, highlight real stuff, and then kind of go out quite quickly and quite suddenly, and then it's all about today and managing today, particularly with the heat, particularly just with the unique nature of the format. Midway point there, he's going to have a huge lead over Tony Silvagni, but he's got a chance for 2 brand new waves, and he can completely turn this quarter on its head.
He can, and we saw him go excellent yesterday on the right-hander, so Tony will refocus. He's going to go deep on that tube ride. I think that's where, for him, the scores are going to come from the tube, and 2 big rail carves. Needs to be one before the big tube, come out of the tube, some nose work, and then another big carve in that midsection, and I think that's how Tony's going to get into that excellent range. Nava right there. They're an awesome duo, great team, travel together. They've got their daughters here, which is really cool to see, and great surfing there from Taylor.
The hydration in the desert heat.
No. Second one's a 7 for sure.
Yeah.
So our attentions will now turn over to Tony and his second run. And he's challenged here. We'll wait for this number to drop in. We'll get it shortly, and it will be not really something he's got to think about particularly, actually. Tony, the combo, it's 14 odd. It's a couple of 7s. He's really got to think about 8s, hasn't he? It's excellent stuff. And exactly as you said, Josh, we want to try and commit to that tube and do great classic footwork as well with nose riding. He'll go up to the nose just real quick. There's that driving turn down. Here's the tube set up, back arm grabs the face, he's crouched low, he's behind the curtain, he's pretty deep, and he's out with speed. A completion from a mid stance back up to the tip again, critical. As the board drifts out a little bit more in front, he'll get a little busier here. Back foot goes back, drops the knee, swings, opens up, and then a bit more footwork again for the 5, and he'll crouch for the tube. Can he get cover? Not crazy deep, but he'll get a nice opportunity for a big turn here. He'll open up and use that rail.
Yeah, interesting wave there, and interesting board choice. So he's changed boards, opting from that 2+1, more performance-based board, to a more classic style single fin, wider square tail. So it's crazy to adjust midway through a heat, as well as even in a contest, because you don't get to warm up on this. So he hasn't ridden this board for a fair few days. So big carve there, comes from behind, not as deep as what we saw yesterday. Still a nice tube, great vision, but I feel like he needed to get really deep and behind that one. Great 5. He's got to really push it. That was a nice little turn. If we think of Taylor's, it was held the rail a little bit more and really drove out of it. But nice little nose right here. Little cover. Great wave. It's got to go big though, doesn't it, Paul? He needs to go well into the excellent range to give him, take a bit of pressure off his next left.
Yeah, I mean, if you think it was for the left for Taylor, but the 7-3-3, if you can keep in contention with roundabout with that number and try and get something really special now on the left, and then who knows what could happen. We'll see where we are with this score from the judges. What he needed to do was get something decent to keep in contention. He's done that. The number's in for him. It will be a really useful one. For sure be a keeper. 7-1-7. So he improves on his score on the right by exactly a point, which now gives him a requirement. He'll need at least, well, 8-5, essentially 8-4-9. So a mid-range 8. We'll need that excellent score on the left. And what does that look like?
Knowing Tony surfing, it's going to come from a it has to come from nose riding. It has to come from some backside hang tens on that critical outside section where you're really putting it all on the line. I don't think it comes from tube riding for him on this one. It's going to be really good. He can do it. He can get the score. We'd love for him to get the score. Just as surf fans, we'd love to see Taylor have to come back out and really push hard. We just want to see the best surfing in the world. But yeah, I think Tony for right now it comes from some nose work for sure. It's going to be fun to see. How good is finals day? The pressure. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. Got the little nervous sweats going. It's pretty cool.
Watching on with half of his quarter-final run complete and some good scores on the board. There's your world champ, Taylor Jensen, meanwhile out in the water with a little bit to do, but certainly by no means out of this, and an opportunity here to really grab it. So after the equipment change onto the single, is Tony Silvagni close to the fence, paddling, breathing, focusing, and he's up. He'll walk up, get the 5, and he'll step all the way back and swing back and go deep, and he'll look to try and get cover here or get that low line, and he'll pull the rail up, and from that position on the wave, you're pretty vulnerable. Any kind of sudden quick change to that board, and he just gets bucked off.
Yeah, unfortunate. Again, you won't see Tony again this year in the basin, but great performance. Quarterfinal finish, you'll be happy with that. Unfortunately, you want to go all the way, Paul, but still quarterfinal, great result. Some great surfing and some clutch surfing yesterday under pressure. Good to see.
So that's some really nice moments here, but you're up against Taylor Jensen, this guy. You need to really bring the best. We've already got our first semi locked in. And it will be Taylor taking on Edward Delpero, and an immovable object, an unstoppable force. That's going to be a clash.
That is going to be a cracking semi-final, isn't it? And that's a showdown of yesterday, round 1 heat, where Edward and Taylor went at it for a little while, but just those tube rides from Edward.
Both surfers have been on tour for a while, and you know, you get these rivalries, these sporting rivalries, even with your very best mates.
Yep. A couple of showdowns over there at Taiwan for some world title showdowns, so there's definitely history between those surfers, but they're going to bring their best surfing in the quarterfinals.
For a quick break here, when we come back, it'll be Taylor Jensen on a bit of a victory lap in his quarter. More live action from finals day real soon.
Where the desert meets the sea. We meet the Murphys at Surf Abu Dhabi. Could this be the most epic layover of their lives? Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave,
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
All sorts happening for the fans here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Great place to have a delicious bite to eat, chill out, find a bit of shade, and watch surfers doing that as well out in the basin, as we'll see elite performances go down throughout finals day. None more so than from our 4-time reigning world champ, Taylor Jensen. He's already through to a semi, which looks like an amazing matchup to Edward Delpero right now. He'll get a free hit on a right, and he'll just enjoy it. He'll park it, and he'll get cover.
Yeah, nice tube here. I love to see that. Beautiful little entry into that one. Great nose ride here. It's going to be interesting to see. This is actually a really good run. Again, that carve through that midsection, Paul. It's insane. He's really deep here. He's got to get moving. Yeah, just a little deep on that one, unfortunately. But that nose ride to the nice tube on the outside and that mid-face carve. It's just, he's got that on the lock right now, so really good to see. For a second, I thought he was just going to soul arch and style through that tube and avoid it. And then he, like, as any surfer, when the opportunity to get barreled there, you're going to take it. So here's a replay. Great, nice 5 there into a tight one. Nice little carve. And here he's just cruising, and then, no, I've got to take advantage of it. Really deep, nice tube ride. Great stance, great technique. Back up for a nose ride. Just getting that little bit of speed. Just laying it on a reg. And unfortunately here, just getting stuck. You got it. This is a section where you've got to just race forward. He's just a couple of feet too deep.
We would have enjoyed the Vish. It was a pressure-free wave in lots of ways, but I find it hard to believe at any stage he wouldn't be just gathering intel and just checking out parts of the wave and different lines, and he'll use that in his armory when he comes back in a tough semi.
We did see it was a good tube on the outside and the nose ride and turn. Like the score, he didn't finish the wave, but coming in at a 6, it'd be interesting if he came out of that tube, if it does improve on the 833.
Yeah, huh. We were
But,
like,
I woke up this morning like, oh god.
Yeah.
I'm not doing well.
Yeah. I know, you gotta hit the roller, dude.
I know, I did a little bit of stretching, but I think we're on.
Yeah.
I need to slam it on.
Chase leader getting ready in a great looking matchup against Kevin Skvarna. Third men's quarter. Right now attention still on the second quarter, which is over as a contest. Only Silvagni out of competition at this stage for the equal 5th. Taylor Jensen very much still in this, and one of the, that makes a favourite every event really, but one of the big outstanding performers. You mentioned the big size that he's got as well, just the particular geometry and the shape of this wave. Getting that big frame in a tight tube, it's not easy to do, but when you do it, it looks really impressive.
Yeah, it does look impressive, and he's got impeccable, insane technique and style. So I like to see that on the last wave. It was really cool. And we've actually seen Taylor like lock in to a couple of the lefts, like really nice form and technique, like Edward, like a really good stance on the backside tube riding. So looks like big Kevin Skvarna just relaxing, getting in the zone right there. This next heat, Paul, is going to be a real cracker. 2 goofy footers, they're going to go at it.
Can't wait to see that one go down, see their approaches. They have been really entertaining, both of them in different ways. Meanwhile, conclude the run right now with the left. Jensen will step up to the nose, tighten up the 5, step back out, and then he'll swoop down. All right, let's see if he'll go for the Vish here. He'll try and get it tunneled, and he'll do so. Good cover as he tucks and holds pretty much a textbook line. That's real tricky. Multiple sections. He'll get drained on that tube section. And he'll step forward. He'll get to the nose. Once again for the 5, we'll just extend that and control it. Super critical slabby section. You see that board completely barreled behind him, and then nimble work to go and open up with it carved down, and a nice finish with flow and style.
Yeah, that was a sick tube, like really tidy. Like he didn't have to drag too much and be waiting for it. It was like real clean and like you said, a beautiful line.
Yeah, we haven't seen many adjustments as well. He did actually make that adjustment. Well, we've seen a few adjustments, and usually they end one way, which is over the falls, but he did really, really well there. So just showing how he can compress that big 6'4" frame really, really low. Something you can do on the backhand.
I like that wave. I really like the entry on on the nose ride and the turn on the outside to set up for the tube. He's got a nice little walk back now, waiting for that score. And there it is. Paul, that's a really
Solid.
good score for him.
Yeah, but surfing without the pressure, that just goes to show what it can do. The 7.83, so a big total for him. It was over as a contest before it even hit in the water again for the second time. But you think about fatigue, and we talked about the heat and all of that, but even some of the kind of emotional fatigue of competing in heats, didn't really have any of it there. Was never really under massive amounts of pressure. So he'll just take a nice leisurely stroll back, take on some water, and start to focus up for semis. That's how it went down in our second men's quarter-final between the Americans, Jensen and Silvagni. Pretty much one-way traffic, really. Did actually have a bit of equipment damage for Tony. Busted a fin box, hence the board change. And it just wasn't his day.
Yeah, it wasn't his day, but I think, well done, Tony. Great result. And look at this next one. Kevin Scavana. We've seen a lot of different approaches from him, some switch foot and some really nice tube rides. And then the steez of young Chase Leader just bringing it to the sort of older generation, isn't he?
Different ways to prepare for finals day. The traditional one is a glass of water and an early night, but not necessarily. I think these guys got up to something a little different last night. AJ has more.
Yeah, you might call this heat in the water a heavyweight battle, and that is what these two both went and watched last night. UFC was in town here in Abu Dhabi, and a whole group of the longboarders got a chance to see it in person, including both Kevin and Chase. So we'll see how that plays a role. I touched base with them this morning. Everyone says they're feeling fresh, feeling ready to go, but certainly excited to see them duke it out.
Love it, AJ. So everyone enjoying themselves, all sorts of elite sporting events going on here in Abu Dhabi. The UFC last night, and a big show that was. There's a lot of buzz in town around that. You're sort of spoiled for choice out here in terms of those big headline activities going on, but I think that was the pick of what went down last night. Well, that was then, this is now, this is finals day, and this is the business of trying to get yourself into semis. That's the next step. In order to do that, performing the quarter is the young American out of Montauk, New York, Chase Leader, his right. And he's been casual. He's had that levity in his overall approach. And here goes up to the nose, quick touch on his backhand. Goofy's in this one now. He'll go for some tube time. It's creative entry into the tube. He looks super composed in a really critical section. He wasn't drained completely behind the curtain, but he was in a really critical spot with that big board fully engaged, and this is a great nose ride from him. The tight five in a really steep section. You want another tube here. A really dynamic adjustment goes wrong.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. He kind of had a stumble on the nose ride. And I was thinking of his first wave yesterday. Remember, he stumbled and went off the back of the wave. He had that same stumble in the entry into the wave, which kind of just threw him off. He didn't really get drained. He had nice form, but couldn't slow down enough. But we know what this kid's like, you know. He just, whatever, give me another wave. And you could see there he kind of slipped over the front of the tip and then not quite bringing it back and getting deep enough here. Still a super fun ride. We'd take it, wouldn't we, Paul, if we had the opportunity, but love the little drag.
Tell me he's not enjoying himself right there. He's got the whole torso completely perpendicular to the wave, just square. He's on a surf trip. He's getting barreled. He's loving it.
Yeah, that was a great nose ride. Great 10 there. And just here, just setting it up and just slipping and barrel roll.
Almost looked like the knee. You use that leg to stall on the backhand. It almost looked like the knee slapped pretty hard and bit into the face. It actually knocked him off more than anything else on that replay. Amazing the angles you get in a basin that kind of don't always have, other than just using a drone in the ocean. You can't always see inside the tube as well, but that was really interesting to see him there. So it'll just be a pretty modest number of the 417, but already just showing how creative and artistic he is, and there's quite a lot of joy to his surfing, I think, that comes across with the moments that he shows us, and we'll expect plenty more of that. A Goofy going left.
Yeah.
Pretty good combo.
This is going to be a good wave. I'm excited for this one. He'll bounce back. It's funny how these young guys, they don't really have too much baggage. They don't hold on to anything. It's like water off a duck's back. Give me another opportunity. Let's go. So countdown's on right now.
There are worse ways to make a living, to eke out an existence, and surfing beautiful longboards in a state-of-the-art basin in turquoise waters under sunshine.
We can see how much further up. He's going for length of ride here. He's crept further up the pool. Wants to give himself a couple of manoeuvres possibly before the barrel section.
Yeah, thinking of Eduard Delpero and his different line to the entry from most of what we've seen, where he put that turn to set up a more critical nose ride early on. That first section of the wave is kind of like the least steep, and generally surfers getting to the nose there, but Eduard made that more critical by jamming back on his left, on his backhand. This will be forehand for Chase. Let's see what he does for the entry. Amazing to see, more than any other wave, really, just how much what you do at a certain section really sets up what's going to happen on the rest of it. It's really quite hard to reset mid-wave in the basin. I think it's been a theme throughout. And he'll have an idea of where he wants to go, what he wants to do, but you feel like one of those surfers that just surfs as well with emotion, with kind of artfulness, and just very much in the moment, which makes for great viewing. Here goes Chase on the forehands, 2 steps up. He'll tighten it. He's pretty happy up there.
Yeah, he's so calm and casual. Big carve. Got himself really deep on this one. Dragging, holding on, getting deep. Comes out of it a little earlier. And now straight back up to the nose with his tight 5 soul arch. Looking great on this wave, Paul. He needs to finish strong. He needs to get really deep here. Needs to put a little bit of pressure on Kevin. And nice little carve to finish it off.
Just casual and stylish throughout. Thinking goofies going left in places like Indonesia. There's definitely those vibes about that. He's setting up for the tubes pretty early and being patient and composed, which always looks cool in terms of like content, how busy you are on a wave, opportunities for scoring. Let's see how the judges score that when we come back from a quick break. We're loving the action here. Third men's quarter out on the water. More live from Abu Dhabi right after this.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
Stars have been dancing along at the pace around us. Plans made on the floor, sipping things where the salty and sweet taste like water. All of this and just because. Is it all just too good to be? Baby, it's just you and me.
Welcome back to the sultry salt waters of Surf Abu Dhabi as Chase Leader from Montauk drops a 6.33 on his left to add to his 4.17. I'm Sam Bleakley back in the commentary booth with Carla Rowland-Zamora. Nice score for Chase. I love the line he took. Kevin Skavana next.
Ooh, I've been excited to see this matchup since we saw it planned out yesterday. We were seeing some really great surfing from both of these guys, but Kevin just had some extra flair, I think, yesterday that I'm hoping he'll be able to bring today.
Two goofy footers battling it out. Chase, of course, from Montauk. Kevin from Orange County, Southern California, kind of regular at the likes of North Jetty, Oceanside, Sano, Salt Creek, of course, based in San Juan Capistrano, and he's going to be up and riding on his opening right-hander. He had a really nice campaign with a 907 for his right in round 1 and a 797 for his left. Straight to the tip. He's got that new artwork on his Steve Bainey Infinity surfboard that he did at Pale Horses in Victoria with Matty Shea, and he's up and riding, still charging a high line, back up to the tip, holds that 5, strong leg strength, locking in a critical nose ride there. And now things are going to get spicy through the last section as he comes off the bottom, off the top, Carla.
Yeah, I like the way he's moving this wave through with the board, the way it was just kind of nice and easy, but still feeling really lively as he tucks in there a little bit, grab rail. Going to bring it back around. Hopefully it completes this final turn. Great opening ride for Skvarna.
What a showcase of two great goofy footers. You know, these are crowd pleasers as well. Chase and Kevin, you know, embody the, you know, the flair and the flamboyance of longboarding, but also the minimalism. You know, they're the types of people who have all of those kind of 60s aesthetics that a lot of the longboard fans appreciate.
Yeah, I agree 100%. That traditional aesthetic that, you know, is synonymous with longboarding, and that the beginning of our journey with long. We'll see the replay here.
A lot of rail work, very interesting, covers a lot of ground high and low in the wave, Carla.
Yeah, it's great to see this vantage point with the Experience Abu Dhabi replay here as he tucks in there just barely and then sets it up for more nose time, gets a nice 5. It's in a nice critical part of the wave. And then he's just really patient about it. I like this moment here. I just like the way he used that roller coaster kind of up and down the face, maintaining that speed. That way he could just get into this final opening section there.
Charges through the inside. We'll wait to see what score is dropped for Skvarna's first ride. But in the meantime, let's get the word on the street, because the big man in the red jersey is Taylor Jensen, and he's there with AJ McCord.
Taylor, we were talking yesterday about the rhythm that this wave has, and you found it immediately with that 833. How were you able to identify that so quick?
Yeah, I just kind of stick to my surfing. I kind of have the same plan, and then whether the barrel comes or not, it's kind of depending on what the other guy's done. So, yeah, just stoked to put it together again.
You did get a little bit of tube time in there as you head into the semifinals. What kind of confidence are you carrying?
Yeah, look, I'm comfortable here. I'm used to this. Me and Edward have had a ton of matchups, so it's going to be a good matchup again. We had the first round. Yeah, it's good. He's surfing amazing, but I know I got to step up with the barrel thing coming into the next one. So, yeah, that's the goal.
In a situation like this where you are against somebody else but you're not in the water at the same time, how do you strategize, or can you, when you know someone else's strengths as well?
Well, I just think that we're at the pointy end. Like, put it all on the line and go for broke, and let's just see what happens.
Let's see what happens, then.
Thanks, JD.
Great questions, AJ. Really nice to feel that insight. Recognizing he's matched up against Edward in form already, and recognizing that unlocking the keys to the barrel is potentially the place to go into the higher echelons of the excellent range.
Definitely, and Edward has been the premier example of that throughout the entire event, just really finding the moments of getting in and getting out really cleanly and keeping it lively with a lot of speed and a lot of dynamics.
That's where the golden abacus lives, is inside that barrel on the right-hander.
I was watching it as I was describing it. You're fiddling your fingers there already, trying to count the abacus.
Kevin Skvarna, waiting for that first score to come through. I think it's going to be high.
I think so too, yeah. I think he's definitely going to set himself kind of apart from Chase's first opening ride, and I think it's going to help him go into his first left, which is his, you know, more of his favorite side.
617. I was Googling the roots of the surname Skvarna. Often from Eastern Europe means to scorch, the burner. So Skvarna, can he burn a big score onto the front side left-hander as he comes off the bottom, a high line all involved, up to the tip. Little stretch out of the 5, and then nice drop knee redirect. Now just in the mid part of the wave, Carla, looking like he's going to lock in for a sucky section here.
Yeah, he's definitely keeping that really nice traditional aesthetic. I don't know why the name Kevin Misk kind of came up with that drop knee, you know, and just that power. He keeps that center of gravity nice and low, but then you see the power that he's able to draw out of those turns, that the water sprays out, and then he's going to tuck into that last bit
raiser there
of curtain time with another followed up really strong turn there. Really sets it back into the foam, but then completes it
really jammed it down, didn't he? It came low and then just smoothly exited. There's a lot of varieties of ways to do that finishing turn, and that finishing turn so important in putting the icing on the cake to the score out of 10.
I feel like it's been one of the most important elements that maybe has been somewhat overlooked in some ways. It's that being able to expel that speed at the end and then finish it with something radical, as we see him get that 5 to even a little tighter 5, and then that drop knee, a little bit shorter one. He doesn't want to get too far behind it, so he can set up for this open little curtain section there. Doesn't quite get as deep as we've seen him get in previous heats, but definitely gets a little bit of time. And then just working the tail, working the nose, getting that tip time there, and all the right moments. And it's that turn right there that I really think just set him up for this next section here.
Be interesting to see where this falls relative to the 6.33 of Chase. Chase's wave was incredible on the nose, and then he did get that barrel through the middle and the end. Kevin using that rail more dynamically in contrast to Chase. You know, do you think that it could give him the edge on the score? Do you think it's going to come out lower as we see a beautiful slow-mo of that down carve?
That's a really good question. I have to say I like what Kevin just laid down. I feel like as far as if we were counting maneuvers, I feel like there was a lot more done in that wave. But Chase, as you mentioned, had that barrel ride that was really quite clean. So
Chase was one trim line. It was really dynamic. It was in and out of barrels, in and out of critical nose rides. The difference was maybe Kevin engaging the rail a little bit more, breaking that trim line, using more of the wave, but perhaps not as deep on the tubes or as critical on the nose ride. So it may well just about favor Kevin, or it may well favor Chase's opening score of a 6.33 on his first lap.
I'm feeling like it's got to be at least comparable to the 6.33, because comparing it to Kevin's first right, I actually liked it more than his right. So I don't know. I think it's going to come in pretty good.
Let's hear.
On the barrel section, so bad. Still hasn't come through yet. Still will be something. We'll get a score. First one is 6.17. Good little pace to hold up and put the pressure on him on the try.
Yeah.
So you got a 4 points for the try too. Huh. He'll be feeling like he's got to push it kind of hard now. 6.5, yeah. That's up.
Cool.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's all right.
He's already sitting on 12 points.
Yeah.
Right, he's got it.
Wow, a 6.5, a game of chess is in play. That is a move from Kevin to just get the edge on the front side, and I think rare engagement, just winning over Chase's 6.33. But recognizing, Kevin, you heard him talking about not maximizing that barrel section. That would have got higher on the score, as we now see our surfer from Montauk up on the tip, holding that 5 on his Michael Takayama on the single fin. His mum Lourdes and his dad Craig watching as he pulls into the barrel, but too deep, so he's not going to improve, Carla, on his opening right of a 4.17. This could well open the door for Scavano.
Yeah, I mean, he needed to go big. He needed to go big or go home, and Chase definitely went for it, but just got stuck behind there, not able to complete that wave, and that's going to definitely hurt his chances moving on.
So he's going to really now have a lot of pressure to go much higher on that 6.33, because he's chasing on this single score now, his last ride, an 8.5. Chase leader who kicked off the tour this year in Huntington with a really good performance, unable to attend the next event of the BioGlam Bells Beach Longboard Classic. But what happens here, Carla?
Well, that great bottom turn or cutback that he did there, but it set him so far back behind the barrel, there was just no way he was going to be able to garner enough speed to get through that keyhole.
So this is going to be a big moment for Chase. That goes in as a 2.33, of course, not bettering his 4.17. So now on his favorite front side, he's got the opportunity to go for an 8.50. Will he get it? It's all or nothing for Chase leader from Montauk. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this short break.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane. Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Cooling off in the pool. We can see some of our stylers, Natalia Wonderlick there, watching the action. Declan Whiten, as he's having a little look there, he's going to be coming up pretty soon in that last quarterfinal against Stevie Sawyer as we move to a chase leader, chasing a lead by Kevin Skavana of a heat total of 12.67. So Chase will carry that highest scoring right of a 4.17, meaning on this last left, he needs an 8.5, Carla, and here comes the foil.
Right, needing that pretty excellent score, something Chase is definitely capable of doing, and he's going to be on his front hand here, so I think he'll feel extra confident. You see him kick the leash kind of off. He's a bit hesitant to get to the nose at the beginning there, but does get some tip time. Seems like it might be a little bit far out on the shoulder there. That's why he redirects it back into the curl as he sets up for this first opening curtain call.
Oh, deep for Chase, but unable to come out of that opening barrel. So Kevin Skavana will book himself a spot in that second semi-final to surf against Declan Whiten or Steven Sawyer, and Kevin now has 2 more rides, and Chase's opportunities dented there, but this guy has been an absolute styler. If we reflect on the quality of his surfing in round 1, a 7.10 for his highest right and 8.5 for his highest left, and if we think back even to his opening left of a 6.33, this guy is such a joy to watch. His tube riding, his lines, his soul arches, and his good energy.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. It's not just his fabulous surfing and his different approach that, you know, he's added to the tour here, but he's a great character to have in the community here. He brings a lot of love and fun and youth to the group.
Let's hear from him. Good vibes from Chase there, smiling his way through that situation.
That was fun. Morning. Fuck, let's go as deep as possible on this thing. And then I got caught, and I had my foot on my head back on my thing.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I might make this man.
Yeah, not for a second. I was like, he needs like an 8.5. You have to go huge.
Oh, that was tricky.
Oh, good.
Try.
Almost, man, almost. You gotta push it to get it out.
That's it, right? If you play it safe, then what? You know?
No, you'll get overtaken.
Yeah.
Oh, we love you, Chase. What a character. And that's what it's all about, putting it all on the line. Look how deep he is in this barrel, Carla.
I mean, he sets it up pretty nicely. Unfortunately, just gets so stuck in behind there, gets a bit clipped by the curtain, not able to kind of hold his line with the parallel part of the wave. But really, just such a joy to have him here, and I really like his attitude after. You know, if you don't go for it, I mean, what are you here for?
Yeah, and he deserves to be in the upper echelons. He got a 3rd in the US Open in 2024. He beat the big names like Connie and Declan and Kai Hamasi from Japan that year. Traveling here with his mum Lourdes and his dad Craig, of course. A big shout out to the movement they've generated running the Sunset Surf Shack and of course the Sunwear Surf Shop, pioneers of the surf and skate culture up there in Montauk.
Yeah, super great to have that East Coast representation from North America as we see the scores dropped so far this quarterfinal heat 3. Skavana with a 6.17 and a 6.5. And leader, he's finished out now. He's going to take home just that 4.17.633. It means Kevin books his spot in the semifinal, but he's now got 2 waves that he just gets to kind of go have fun on.
Come on, Kevin, bring it on. Put on a show for us. We want to see what you got. Maybe will it be switch stances? He'll paint his canvas here on a right, and then he'll be able to back it up with a left, and he'll want to improve on those 6s. He may want to take some risks, but I want to see the Kevin Skavana we've learned to love over the last 15 years. This is one of the great longboarders.
We know that there's excellent scores being dropped, and that's what he's going to need in order to take this event.
Here he is, sets himself mid-high now to the tip, right in the hook, holds that 5, back in for another nose ride. Very critical footwork to get in and out of those first 2 nose rides. Now stalls it backside, he's going to get high, but then flexes up tall for another nose ride, holds that nose ride card, looking good so far.
I like how he recognized he was going for the barrel there, got slippy slidey there, and he recognized to switch it up as he switches it right there to get the tip time on the switch. That's actually a really fun, fun way to do that. You've already walked up there as he ducks into the barrel there, gets clipped, but it's no harm, no foul, because he's already in.
So interesting, that inside bowl barrel, super hard to come out of when you come into it and stall. It seems to be that you have to already be accelerating. You've always creased his board, and that could be a magic board. Big moment, busted stick for Skavana. So he does have, of course, a backup. Now, how much is that going to impact him?
Wow, we've been talking about the great artwork that was on this board. That thing is done.
So that artwork was done at Matty Shea Surfboard Factory, Pale Horses Surfboards in Victoria at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, the second event of the World Longboard Tour. They went in and did artwork on both of his boards. That's Infinity, Steve Bainey, Capistrano model, rounded pintail with his flying diamond signature fin. It's been a magic board for Kevin. It got him to the final at Bells. But this is the backup, and he was also ripping on that. And you know what? This is so cool. Chase bringing out the backup. Yes, Chase, bring it on.
This is what it's about, This is kind of what the longboard crew really kind of brings to professional surfing. It's a community. They're friends. They're buddies. He just got beaten by Kevin, but he's going to paddle his board out.
You know what I love about Chase is the fact that he wears the early kind of 2000s long board shorts. The kind of Andy Irons Parko period. Almost cut back malfunction where they just go over the knee, and you just got to keep it just above the knee.
Yeah. I mean, before there were girls' board shorts, that's what I was wearing, the long to the knee, men's board short.
Not much time for this. He doesn't need the score, but he'll want to use this opportunity on the front side to just readjust. Look at the body language here. A broken board to the boneyard. I wonder where that will go, because there's good artwork on that. Maybe it will become a permanent display here.
I would love
Surf
to see
Abu
that.
Dhabi.
Yeah, they should start maybe a board graveyard here of the boards that get taken down by the wave here in Abu Dhabi.
Quick need for the leash, so getting that Velcro on the leash string already in. Nothing worse than when the leash string isn't ready to go, but luckily it is. Skavana is going to paddle into position. He won't have much time to gain his composure here, but this score won't matter, so this is important as we look at the replay of the break.
Well, he ends up scoring a 6.83 actually on this wave, but we see how as he goes, he just gets pinched into that, but it's interesting. It's hard to see exactly where the moment of impact actually happened.
Wow, that is just like seeing a tree falling down, hit by a lightning strike. The sadness of a board created with so much craftsmanship and skill, and it's brought so much joy to Kevin, but I think he's going to have no problem on his backup board that is equally magic.
Yeah, well, and this is actually, since this has happened, not in his last wave. He has one more wave to get his feelers out so he can be kind of ready for the semi.
Kevin always brings cool drama to the broadcast. something brilliant always happens, whether it's like running aground on a dry bit of reef, doing some crazy switch stance heels to 10 combination. Right now on the backup, as the foil moves, he's going to be up and riding on the front side. He sets himself up. There's the cross stepping. You can see also he's got artwork on this board out of that first nose ride into a really cool drop knee, and then low as he sets himself up on the bottom turn, and then compresses, goes compact, and gets a little bit of coverage there as he comes out cleanly and now accelerating.
Can't really see much difference in the change of boards here. He could just as well be on the same board as he does another awesome drop knee. Keeps the nose high as the bottom of the waves dropped out on him, brings it back up to the nose for the 5 as he's going to set up for that next little curtain call on the inside.
Yes, Kevin, all the way through. and that looks really nice. How is he going to finish here, Carla, with that lovely rail work? That was absolutely fantastic. I think that's in the top 2.
Definitely. Yeah, I think he's going to better his 6.5. And great way to just kind of like bounce back from having a broken board.
Yeah.
Really advantageous that he was able to have that ride to get the flow back on, because he's moving on to the semifinal and he wants to make sure he's, you know, got everything tuned in.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to hear a little bit about the difference between the 2 boards as well, and to find out how he now feels knowing he's forced to use this. But it looked like it had no negative impacts. This guy absolutely on fire, as you'd expect. All surfers here with boards they love.
Yeah, no difference really whatsoever. Almost gets a little caught up there, but just keeps that line nice and high and straight. And then I love that little like cool stall right there into a nice drop knee, and then reacts quite quickly, knowing that steepness of the wave to keep the nose out as he brings it back to the nose, and then just sets up ever so nicely, just not too dramatically, but just right. Gets that little bit of coverage.
I love these finishing turns,
Love it.
Carla.
Love them.
And I like what you see from Kevin, variety. We saw in Bell's use of that really gouging down carve where he just comes right down the wave face and off the bottom. What we see here when he goes into the drop knee is the way he pivots away from it in time to not get too low on a fast, steep wave, and then using variety on the rail work to get a different type of cutback to end things.
Yeah, the ending for me with him in particular has been some of my favorites.
They call this organic artwork in the world of spray it on after the board's been built, because yes, there's a little lack of top coat, but because it's just can spray, it's breaking down, so it's changing every day. You'll notice the white peeling parts of the artwork. I like the organic nature of it, and he will like the fact that he's just dropped an 8.
That's great. That's going to feel great going into his, yeah, man, you did it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great way to go into the next, you know, round. Especially having broken the board, he knows he's going to feel just as good, if not maybe better, on this board.
Is. Here,
there,
everywhere. Scavana with an excellent range score, an 8 for his last ride. He's coming out of the basin. He's happy, he's good vibes, and one of my favorite things about that little moment was the fact that Chase was the first person to run down and bring the backuppers. It's confirmed Scavana booked himself in that second semi-final to meet either Declan Whiten or Stephen Sawyer. Chase leader eliminated, a great 5th place finish for Chase, hoping that he stays in the mix for requalification for the World Longboard Tour for 2026 as we shift gears to Australia versus South Africa. Declan Whiten in form, 6th seed coming in against our reigning defending Surf Abu Dhabi longboard champion. It's Stephen Sawyer from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, and he's going to kick things off, Carla, with a right-hander.
Yeah, it's going to definitely. I'm hoping we might see a little switchy switch from the Stevie boy. He's definitely capable of doing it on the, as he's on his backside here on his first right. Gets the 5 to the tight 5, possible 10.
Oh, nice work already, Carla.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of that tight 5s or nose riding, so that's good as he really drags it and stuffs himself in the barrel there.
Yes, J-Bay technique all the way from Steezy there, coming clean out of that, looking really composed. A 10, a tube ride, and now back on the tip.
Yeah, getting it back on the tip in the nice critical part of the wave as he's just holding it, really just putting it all out there. No hold bar. I love how he drops his knee down, but then he'll bring his knee back up, that back one. So he's not always relying on laying down on it.
Nice footwork into that rail turn as he finishes cleanly with another little redirect, and that is a really strong start for the South African. I absolutely love that. To kick off with the 10 and the technique, he's one of the best backside tube riders in the world, and that is born and bred from growing up at one of the great point breaks in the world, Jeffreys Bay.
Yeah, and those surfers that have that point break experience, I think, have really had a little bit of advantage of being able to like understand how to not just generate the speed, but maintain speed, and having that idea of like thinking about the sections ahead. That's something that in Rincon, JPay, Malibu, you're really having to think about the sections ahead. Look at that, just really critical nose ride, gets both toes up there, adds a drop knee in there in order to set up, kind of does a bit more, takes a bit more time to stall into it, but definitely gets covered.
Yeah, and we have to look at the inspiration. Of course, Kelly's influence, Kelly Slater, in developing this technology with all the elite scientists was, based on so many great point breaks of the world. Jeffreys Bay being one of them, and that's the technique that Steezy has learned surfing that incredible right-hander.
I mean, he just has had the perfect practice ground really for this kind of wave, so it's no wonder that he is a defending champion and is possibly going to make his way into the semifinal.
Well, from the basin to the boneyard, let's go down to a defeated board but a happy Kevin Scavana, because he's booked himself a spot in that second semifinal, and he's with AJ McCord.
Sometimes it's fun to bring a prop to a post-heat interview, but this is not the kind of prop that you're trying to bring after winning a heat. No. Talk me through what happened.
I'm not sure. I'll have to watch it back. Damn, gutted. I loved this board. This was a special board for me, and it's done now. It's time to go, so off to the next.
When did you realize that it had broken?
I didn't know it was broken until Lou was on the skis. Like, you want us to bring your backup board? I was like, I know I fell on that one, but like the board still feels pretty good. And then I turned around and it was in half, and I was like, no, well, that sucks. Like, I didn't expect that to happen. And yeah, it's okay. I got the 8 on the board that I haven't ridden at all in the pool. And that's very similar to this board, but just a pintail. The guys at Infinity were making me boards for El Salvador already, and so I have this board waiting, and one of these waiting for me at home, and it was for this exact reason. So prepping, planning, logistics of this whole thing worked out great, I guess. It was time for this one to go, but I'm sad it's gone.
So it's great that you got a chance to ride the one that you're going to ride in the semifinals. What did you think really quick of Chase coming out and bringing them back up to you?
Yeah, Chase is a legend. I mean, like, him and Harley, I guess, were both looking for a backup board for me, or my backup board, and Chase is like, I got it. So he's a legend. I mean, like, I love Chase. He's the man. Like, he's so high energy and fun, and like, he's just a great guy, and to surf with him, we were sitting next to each other at the UFC last night, just talking so much smack. He was doing most of the smack talking, and I was just sitting there. I was like, you're gonna get it, kid. You're gonna get it. I'm gonna give it to you. It would have been nice for both of us, I think, to surf a little better through that heat, but I'm super happy with winning and making it to the semis, and just trying to improve that placing going into El Salvador.
That's right, knockout punch delivered. We'll see you in the semis.
All right, thanks.
Great stuff, AJ. Obviously upset, disappointed, but he has a new one being crafted by the team at Infinity Surfboards. Of course, Steve Bainey, absolute legend, his kids as well, carrying the torch for that fantastic culture of board building across the board, all types of equipment that they've pioneered down there.
Yeah, there's been a lot of different kinds of equipment. We see a replay here during that interview of Sawyer on his first left. It really started off pretty spectacular, gets some tip time right away, really firing cut back there, and he sets up for the tube here really beautifully. Looks like he's just gonna come right out into the keyhole. It does the first time here. Sets up some more nose time. And this is where it kind of starts to get, I think, a little unglued there.
I like what he's done so far. He falls just there. But I felt like there's already a lot of score delivered. A 7-1-7 for his opening right. Great start. I think that's still going to be strong, and it is, Carla. It's a 6-1-7, so that's still a keeper potentially. He's going to be happy with that, because yes, he did fall, but he still proved up to that point that he was getting close to excellent range. Had he got through that last section, that's going 8s or 9s all the way in my eyes.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely agree with that. I think it was just unfortunate that he wasn't able to kind of keep that rail, continuing through on the line there. And it opens the door, though, for Declan to come in strong and make that, put the pressure on Stevie when he brings it back for his second 2 rides.
So now Declan, of course, chasing that combination of scores of a 13.35 or higher. That's a 7-1-7 and a 6-1-7 for Steven Sawyer. But this is Declan's first wave. So he's going to have 4 rides. It's your top right and your top left. Declan comes off the back of a 3rd at Bells, losing in the semifinals to eventual comp winner Max Weston. He got a 5th in Huntington, losing in the quarterfinals to Taylor Jensen. So he's had an amazing season so far, one of his best seasons, and he's really looking hungry and lively. And he's also, you know, progressed from his work as a lifeguard to now work as a firefighter. And a big shout out to the community who supported him to get him here, and he's got that support of Harley Ingleby as well, being here, 2 times world longboard champion, just in his corner, keeping him cool and focused.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a great crew behind them. I love the energy that they have. It seems, you know, it's positive, but it's kind of calm and calculated. As you mentioned, he's been on the scene for some time now and had some great showings, but kind of been like the underdog, if you will, and I think this is the moment for him to shine.
Love the parents, Paul and Margaret, both teachers. You know, shout out to all you teachers in the world. We need more of you. The most important person you'll have in your life is a good teacher. And he's got great parents behind him, and they'll be cheering on Declan, and he's up and riding on his first right-hander on a Steve O'Donnell surfboards there. He's got it locked. There's the 5. He's on the Delta model. He's got a round and a square with him. He's probably on his round tail. That's what he's been using as he comes in behind the section now, locks low, follows the leading arm clean out of that tube, and then opens back onto the face here, but it's tight pocket work again, locked into a high 5, Carla. Really strong start.
Just feeling so in control, throwing in that really powerful drop knee. He's got 2 of them down there now, plenty of tip time happening as well. He's already gotten the first barrel ride, which was really pretty nice and deep. And he's setting up again. We get another one of those classic, powerful drop knees as he brings it all the way back into the foam, and he'll end it there.
Brilliant stuff. So reminiscent of the 9s he was getting on his right-handers in the opening round. He got a 9.27 and a 9.07 for his first and second right-hander in the opening round. Backed it up with an 8.17 for his left. It was the same repertoire as the opening 9.07. Maybe that had a slightly deeper barrel and a slightly more little bit more kind of higher scoring potential, but I really feel like this could well be excellent range.
I think it is. I definitely agree there, because we've got that nice big drop knee cut back there, and he sets it up really nicely here. There isn't really any pause or like force into getting into that pocket. Definitely gets some time in there and shade, and he just sets it up really perfectly here, keeping it really critical in the section there. Brings the step down. We're going to get another big drop knee, a bit quicker so he can stay in front of the wave.
I'm liking this. It's growing on me, as they have grown on me every single ride. I think this is going to go way up there in the scale.
Boom. Yeah, I agree. And he really brings that last cut back way into the foam there.
So clean as well, you know, there was no sense of anything feeling like it was too forced or rushed. It was extremely radical, but for me, my favorite moment in the middle was that off the bottom, off the top with the drop knee turn, and the way that he really covered a lot of ground.
Definitely, yeah, I like that kind of driving that he's doing, that also incorporating the drop knee adds that variation too that we don't always see.
Would have been very inspired to know that Tully just about squeaked into the top 8, so she will be surfing in Surf City, El Salvador for the Longboard Championships between the 5th and 9th, and that Declan would also like to be joining her there.
Well, he's off to a good start, opening up with an 8.33 on that first ride, so definitely putting a stamp in it, making that run go, and just keeping that confidence going, that momentum driving through. And he's going to be on the left now, and I think we're going to see some more excellent rides.
So that's an interesting exchange between those counting rides so far of a 7.17 for Stephen Sawyer and an 8.33 for Declan White. And of course, Stephen fell on his left at the end, or well, not really the end, it was kind of like a fair ways before, but still garnered a 6.17. So Declan's still chasing a score of a 5.01 to move into first, but all surfers have the cycle to go again, a right and a left. This is the first left for Declan, Carla.
Right, and so he's going to definitely want to keep into that excellent range and keep that separation to make it even more difficult for Stevie to earn that excellent scores and get beyond him. Declan will be matched up with Kevin, or it'll be Steven matched up with Kevin. So it's going to be interesting to see Stevie, the defending champ, but Declan really, you know, in his prime, I think, right now, and just in the moment. And I think we're going to see some good stuff from him.
Originally from Annandale, Inner West Sydney. Of course, now based in Manly, up and riding on his first left. dropping into a nice pig dog stance, leading arm, following that knee, gets some shade, comes cleanly out, and now he's going to stand tall, comes off the bottom, sets himself up with 2 steps, now fawn, touches that 5, walks back to the tail, and again comes off the mid part of the wave with a driving high line for another touch of the nose, and now he goes back into the pig dog stance through the inside. What do you think, Carla?
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Seeing as he gets through this last little barrel ride. And you notice he used the knee there to kind of like stall himself in the wave so he could really get in there deeper, because he knows he's up against the defending champion, Stevie. And Stevie last year showed us how to do the tube ride here. Declan is showing he's got it too.
Well, Harley liked it, Tully liked it, we liked it. That was excellent, and really appreciated the way he used that very inside bold. Still got the turn out of it, but he stalled and stalled, but it didn't look like he was having to overwork the stall. There was an element of kind of reasoning to that inside stall.
I love that he incorporates his drop knees on both waves, on both sides, and he understands exactly where to put it as he brings himself into this one here, gets that curtain call.
Good technical work there. Great stance, drives out of that nicely.
Yeah, keeping that rail, that outside rail up and high, and then getting the tip time as he comes out of it. And then I like the way he sets up again. He doesn't worry too hard about cutting back too hard, but he sets it up just enough. And this is where he kind of throws his knee and his body kind of into this little booty drag even to get himself kind of tucked into that little narrow one right at the end.
Well, longboard fans, get your pen and paper out, get your abacus out, make a score. What's it going to be? We'll find out pretty soon, because we're going to have a short break and we're going to see where Declan Whiten sits and what scores Stephen Sawyer will need. It's finals day here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Shall we?
I've been out in the sun and the moon and the stars have been dancing along at the pace around us. Plans made on the floor, sipping things where the salty and sweet taste like water. All of this and just because. Is it all just too good to be? Baby, it's just you and me.
Welcome back. It's Stephen Sawyer, defending champion of Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, locked on the tip with a 5 and a 10 and driving cleanly. Great footwork as he gets now off the bottom and goes into that pig dog tube stance. Perfected at Jeffreys Bay, super deep, locked in that barrel. Comes out cool and clean. He's got a 717 for his opening ride. Nev finds that nose ride and manages to have the composure to just sweep a bit of water off his forehead there, and now sets himself up again, Carla, through the inside.
Yeah, this was incredible. He got really deep on that first tube. He gets some shade time on the second tube, brings it back around for a nice, exciting cutback and down carve to finish it off here. He's going to have one more little turn here, probably up, gets sucked over.
Brilliant stuff. I think that's stronger than the 717, and I think that it could well rival Declan's 833.
I am in the same boat with you. I definitely think that initial tube ride was something to definitely claim.
And you can really see that he is a maestro of the backside tube ride technique, the way he can kind of set himself up. Let's look at the way he comes into this barrel after that 10, Carla.
Yeah, and he's one of the few that have been pulling a 10 during the weekend here, during the time here. But yeah, the way he sets up there, just kind of drags his booty kind of almost He's dragging as well as his backhand and just sticks himself really nice and deep in there.
And what about the way he just washed the water off his eyebrows?
Yeah, I don't know if that was a relief of sweat, right, coming through. If it's, oh, excuse me, I just need to fix my hair. But yeah, sets it up again for the next inside. Actually, like this one's even cleaner.
Yep, super nice, great work, good line, variety of 10, 2 barrels off the bottom, off the top, driving, composed, cool. I think that's going to be a massive score.
I think that's really a big score, yeah.
So it's going to really set the playing field because both surfers carrying not such strong scores on their lefts. A 6-3-3 comes in for Declan. Stevens opening left with a 6-1-7. He's carrying a 7-1-7 for his opening right. We're waiting for that to come through, but we think it's going to be a big one.
Yeah.
And that could reduce the requirement on the left, as we can see the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam and this incredible development on Hudayriyat Island by Modon. As you can see now, he's positioned for the left-hander, and the 690 meter long basin has that patented hydrofoil system that just pulls that hydrofoil underneath that pontoon area there, and that creates the soliton wave that doesn't diminish in power or shape. And then the way it breaks and where it breaks, of course, driven by the shape of the bed, the bottom of the basin, the bathymetry, and you can see a big W shape as you get that big aerial view as well, and the shallow sections and deeper sections, and all of that science creates this perfect wave that you definitely want to come and visit, Carl.
Yeah, it's not that shallow, that deep right there. It's only, I don't want to say 5 feet deep, perhaps, right there. I was spinning around, kind of getting a feel of my board, and touched with my feet. I was,
yeah,
it's right there.
Deepest part is 3 meters, and you can just see now the start of that kind of M or W shape bathymetry as we get nice and high there on the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. And then now the moment is important here because I've just seen that score come in. It's at 8.83, so it betters Declan's opening right-hander. Declan, of course, still ready to get his second right-hander. And now the opportunity for Stevie to improve on a 6-1-7. What do you think of this takeoff, Carla?
Oh, I love it how he drops to the bottom first, fades into it, gets up, and then he's doing the 5 to the 10. He's going to reset again, brings it back into the curl.
Here's the steep section. Is he going to get the barrel? He stalls it. He gets himself lined up. He's deep in the barrel. It's going to be a difficult one to come out of, but he comes out super clean and he's still going strong. And now things will start to open out for him, so you might see a chance for another nose ride. And now you can just see as the wave ever so slightly slows, you can get back on the nose, redirect, and he's just managed to hang into that, but has he gone too deep?
That was unfortunate. Had that been a clean cut back and downturn out of it, he would have set himself up perfectly, but it slowed him down just enough to that when he did then pull up into it, he got clipped.
So he's still in first position. Declan will still be chasing a score to advance, a single score of an 8.68, but a chance to reset. As we see the high line, gets the 5, pulls in for a really nice soul arch on the tip, and then does some amazing work here to come in and out of this tube. But what goes wrong when he falls at the end of the ride, Carla?
Well, so this tube comes out great. There's a minute there that looks like he was going to get stuck by, with the nose there, but he comes out of it quite nice. But then as he comes out of this, he gets those steps, mid-face nose ride, some soul arch. I was feeling this super good here. Yep. And then you see him coming, you're like, yes, it's great. But the nose gets clipped just enough that then it doesn't make him all the way clean around into it. And it was almost like a bit of complacency that he didn't, remind himself that he had to keep that nose up and high. So he almost tries to save it by tucking in, but it pinches him through and he's able to go out the back, actually.
But it still comes in at a 6.77, so it improves his situation. Declan has got 2 scores now to bring into the opportunity to chase a heat total of a 15.6. A single score of a 9.27 will put Declan into first, but if he gets a combination of scores to go higher than Stevie's 15.6, he's into that semi-final. But as it stands, Sawyer for South Africa has had his 4 rides, and it's his 6.77 that he adds his 8.83 to make that heat total, with Whiten now for his second right and his second left to come.
You think about that score coming in at a 6.77, having, clipped kind of midway in that wave. If he had been able to get through there, definitely would have gone the excellent range.
Let's have a listen in.
Oh my word, all I can say, it's in the Lord's hands now, bro. Did I? In both scores?
Yeah.
Bro, this nose, it's too long.
I know, how is it even in
It
the
needs
barrel
this
here?
much shorter and I'm...
This barrel here was
Yeah.
going like
I
that.
know.
And you're like,
What?
holding on.
I give up. I can't do this anymore.
Well, I tell you what, that guy's won the J-Bay Trials as a shortboarder.
That's not the truth.
He knows how to ride all boards, and he is put the pressure on Declan. Declan's chasing a score, but of course, if anyone can do it, Declan can. He's got 2 opportunities to reset the scale or go on a single wave 927 or higher.
I mean, he's been on form and on point throughout the entire event. So as you said, he's definitely somebody that can put it together. Whether he can, you know, channel that pressure right now and lay it down on the line. He opened up with that 8.33 on his first right. So he's going to want to go even more excellent. We know he can pull out the 9s. That's what he's going to aim for right here.
And we have seen so far, Carla, that Declan on the right, he has a real routine. He has the early nose ride, he has the whip turn, and he comes in from behind the barrel, and then he has a beautiful drop knee later. And will he go for the barrel at the end? Let's see. There's the opening nose ride we've seen. This is the point where he does that drop knee, and he comes into the barrel. We've got this routine. It's a deep one, Carla. It's looking good. He'll come out of this very strong. And then if it's within his routine, he does this nose ride here, and then there's a big face turn coming up. As he walks down, he'll come off the bottom, he'll use a bit of the drop knee, there it is, and it's now whether he's going to go for the inside barrel or the last section drop knee turn. Here it is, he's going to get tunnel time, tube time, and he's unable to make it.
That was looking pretty excellent as he was going through it, and you had it was all textbook. Exactly.
He's got his routine.
He's got his routine. He's been visualizing what he needs to do on the wave, and he's just kept to the formula, and it's stuck really well to him. Unfortunately, you know, and I think he needed to go for that second tube in order to try to go into the excellent range, just not able to stay within it.
So with that, let's go down to the glass, because Stephen Sawyer, our defending champion, is with AJ McCord.
So Stevie, we heard you after you came in say, I give up, I'm done. However, you're not, because regardless of what happens with Declan's next wave, you have locked in a spot in El Salvador to compete for a world title.
Oh, wow. I mean, I give up on this heat. I'm done with this heat. I'm on to the next. Let's see what happens. But, you know, you say foolish things when you're not even thinking. You're just letting it go. I must say, that being said, it was just because I had my best ride. My best barrel I've had out there since training and competing this run. And last year, I just felt such ease in the tubes. And this year, I've had a little difficulty. But it seems like the building blocks are getting put together, so I'm very stoked. Yeah.
It wasn't a magical run that you needed like it was last year. How much does that give you some confidence going into El Sal that everything has improved and you are finding a rhythm?
Wait, so I qualified? Really? Oh, wow. Babe, I qualified for El Sal. That's a surprise.
Hence the mid-heat interview.
That's why. Okay, I was wondering why you wanted to interview me during the heats, you know. Anyways, that's cool. Thanks for the surprise. Best way to find out.
Trying to keep you on your toes. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Stoked.
Brilliant stuff. Well, the thing was that was the first thing AJ said, was that you've qualified, but he was obviously so into the moment that it was only the second time that he realized.
I love that. Wait, I'm in?
He's there. Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships. He's there between 5th and 9th. One day winner takes all opportunity for Stephen Sawyer to get his second WSL World Longboard title that he won first in 2018, beating Kai Salas in the final on the right-handers of Jinsen Harbour, Taitung Taiwan, and right now Declan Whiten. Looking to hear what that score comes in as. I loved what I saw, but he didn't make that inside barrel. We've been talking about the repertoire he has. Sometimes that right, he'll go for the barrel or just come out clean and avoid the steepest section, but do a really dynamic drop knee. Didn't pay off, but a lot of good work done up to then, so it still could be a decent score, but I don't think it's going to be the 8.33 or better.
I agree, Sam. Yeah, I don't think it's going to hit that, at least not above 8.33.
8.17,
but it comes
so
pretty
close.
darn close.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that was 9+ if he'd come out of that.
Yeah.
Maybe even a perfect 10.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's chasing a very attainable score of a 7.28. Now the business begins. He's a left-hander for Declan Whiten from Manly, multiple Australian champion. He's chasing a score. He knows he can do it. If we think back to some of the scores that he got in his opening lefts in round 1, it was an 8.17 for his top left, He can do it. He's on the tip. There's the 5. Holds it. All cool. What do you think is going to happen next? Carla, over to you.
Well, we know he got the drop knee in there. Now he's going to grab the rail, drag the hand, stick himself into the shade room there. He does. He gets some time in.
Brilliant line.
Going to try to get through the keyhole there as he gets through the open face once again. Does a couple steps as he pauses and waits to make sure he has his line, gets the tip time, resets again with a couple cross steps, but then holds in for the next barrel here, really dragging himself, trying to make it happen. Doesn't quite get any shade time, but manages to get the final turn at the end there as he wraps it all the way around.
Wow.
Roundhouses it into the white
Wow.
water.
Wow, that's going to be so close. A 7.28. Okay, so he got a 6.33 for his first left. The tube ride on that was really dynamic. This is going to be super close.
Yeah, I actually thought that 6.33 would have come in a little bit higher, so I'm really curious to see how the judges play this one out. I liked the dynamics
The dynamics
in it, but he didn't get that second tube ride, so that may or may not affect the score.
There's the 5, so holds that 5, good nose ride. I really like the setup for the tube with the drop knee and then goes high, goes low, and then just now starts to get in the stall position. But this was a deep tube, very technical. He got completely covered. You can just see that he's in control the whole way, comes out cleanly, and then as he comes out, he goes up into the nose ride here as things start to get sparkly on the face, touches it, and then just drives forward here. Doesn't get a tube on the inside, but I love the roundhouse cut back to finish.
Yeah, and that's been very important for these rides anyways, is having that nice dynamic finish, that chef's kiss or that tying of the bow, and he definitely does that there.
Yeah, finished with form. Declan White and feeling it, just now waiting in anticipation to see if he's going to book himself a spot in the second semi-final against his good friend Kevin Skavana, or will it be Stephen Sawyer, who's already got an 8.83 and a 6.77. I think this is going to go right down to the wire. It's going to be really, really close.
Yeah,
Carla.
It's a super nail biter right now. All of us kind of waiting to see how this score drops. As you mentioned, only needing a 7.28, and Declan been putting excellent scores out throughout the entire event. So it's not something that we will be completely surprised by if he gets. But yeah, the moments of anticipation are definitely feeling it.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see who greets him first. Is it going to be Harley, Tully? You know, where are they positioned? Where are they situated? You know, what's the kind of vibe in his camp? Looking at the body language of Declan, I think he knows it's going to be really, really close, Carla.
Yeah, I don't think he has any certainty in his demeanor right now.
He doesn't get powered on that end bit.
I know, I just had a little bit too much of a pump into it.
Seems like he feels a bit defeated, maybe.
Don't know, you know, I mean, he's a modest guy.
He is.
Before the barrel as well.
Yeah.
No, it was
Barrel
like,
felt.
Oh, the barrel
deeper
was,
than what it
the barrel was
looked.
as deep as
Yeah.
anyone's got for sure. But
There it is.
We'll see.
6.83.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What do you need? A
Oh,
7?
someone gave it.
Someone did.
That's all right. Cheers.
Elsa.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Okay.
Well, the positive take on that has to be that he does know he's got his spot in El Salvador.
I mean, that's the number one goal at the end of the day here, is you want to be in the championship, you want to go to El Salvador, and you want to fight for a world title. So he's definitely disappointed that he can't continue his run here in Abu Dhabi, but we will see him in El Salvador shortly.
Well, there are the results. Stephen Sawyer takes the win, booking himself a spot in the second semi-final against Kevin Skavana with an 8.83 and a 6.77, and Declan White and chasing a score in the 7s. Doesn't get it on that last ride, but had an 8.33 and that 6.83 as we really now start to ramp up the action, Carla, because we've moved from the men's quarterfinals. We've got women's coming up a bit later. But with that, let's go down to the glass because AJ McCord is with Declan Whiten.
Declan, I know you were really fighting for a spot in the semifinals here in Abu Dhabi. even without getting that last score, you've still locked in a spot for El Salvador, a chance to compete in the world title. How is that sitting with you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm bummed to lose, obviously, but it was always going to be hard against defending champ. Yeah, I worked out last night. I think as long as I didn't completely bomb out and ruin my heat total, I was all good. But yeah, it's good to get the confirmation and start booking flights.
Start booking the flights, start getting the quiver ready. What is the sort of takeaway that you're going to have from the first 3 competitions that you're going to bring with you into the title run?
I mean, it's good just getting good scores, for sure. And I really like El Sal. I reckon it's pretty similar to Bells, and they seem to do okay there. So, yeah, it's going to be good. Get to go with Tull this year as well, which is sick. Yeah, I'm just stoked to be there, and then it's going to be a lot of surfing to get to the top, but that's cool. Let's do it.
Why not? Congratulations. See you next week.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, congratulations, Declan. You've made it. And let's look at those 8 surfers who have qualified for the men's side of the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championship. Seeding to be determined, but Kai Ellis-Flint, Max Weston, Taylor Jensen, Kevin Scavana, Edward Delpero, Declan Whiten, J.R. Esquivel and Stephen Sawyer. Of course, the likes of Stevie, Edward, Kevin and Taylor. They can improve their seeding because Kai, Max and Declan and JR are now eliminated from this event. Exciting times all to play for, and we'll be shifting gears next to the women's semis as our coverage will resume at 12:35 local time for the continuation of finals day at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Yeah, I'm 101, number one, we the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, we the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. Feeling like $1 million in my tux. Feeling like I got the Midas touch. Ladies falling in love, hello love. Come and join the entourage, rolling with some megastar. Everyone knows who we are. We're just having such a laugh in the club. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Everybody showing us love, we party hard. We proceed to the bar, showing up most respect to the bar staff. Yesterday was yesterday. We don't sip on lemonade, we don't sip on Alizé. We sip on makes us levitate. Make the problems fly away, whatever is whatever, whatever the weather, we pray for the better. Yeah, I'm 101, number one, we the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, we the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. I woke up this morning, that's a W. That's a bonus when you're making revenue. Stepping out in something fresh, something new. Penthouse suite with a better view. I'm fully connected, respected. It's fully perfected, perfection. I'm rolling with angels, protection. The lights too bright, that's attention. Yeah, we looking lows. Yeah, we counting gold. Yeah, we planting seeds and we watching grow. And we flicking those in these envelopes. 10 M's and we adding up another O. Yeah, I'm 101, number one.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Way, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Surf fans, welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. It is the peak of summer here in beautiful Southern California. The lumber is out with beautiful logs. Day one competition, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Global superstar J.R. Esquivel, who just starts things off on the nose.
Look at that 10.
Nice.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper 10 right there.
J.R. coming through as our first winner of the day. I'm thinking 50 deep for Team Philippines on the sand right now. surfer.
Big victory for the local surfer out of Carlsbad. Jack Van Wagoner is straight into the round of 16.
To get to come here in Huntington and have this amphitheater atmosphere and have the fans really engaged, like that's huge for us and getting that exposure out for longboarding.
Speaking of TJ, how was the nose ride there? Straight into the lip line. Defending event champion and defending world champion Taylor Jensen straight into the round of 16 with a big heat win.
In my opinion, is the most therapeutic sport in the whole world. The feeling of riding waves in the ocean, like, there's no better feeling.
All the stars are here. This is day 2 of the Lexus US Open. Really loving what Avalon Gaul is laying down on these perfect little laps. 7.67, near excellent. The shocked reaction from Tully White's buzzer beater finish. Stevie Sawyer got on the nose. It's making it look easy. 7.77. We've got some of the best small wave surfers on the planet. The who's who of modern hot dog logging. Hot dogging. Oh, see, it can be treacherous out there.
Number 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We will be crowning our men's and women's longboard champion.
She's got a total score of 15. That is the highest of the event so far.
Our reigning world champ goes down, Malia Illigan.
Good job.
You can almost hear that turn. That's the sound of a door closing.
Split on to the semifinals.
Oh my God!
Avalon's first final ever. Adelaide County versus Orange County. Our 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion.
He's the man, he's the winner. Big moment, Gote.
Oh, watch this reaction.
We've been watching some really great surf these last lay days, and there's been some really standouts, but really all that matters is today and what's going to happen today. And we have a perfect canvas and a perfect setting here to crown that world longboard champion.
As ever, it's just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far.
I definitely think I surpassed my expectations, so now I have nothing to lose, I guess. So I'm kind of just having a great time cruising.
Ty's approach to every wave, it's put together. He's really good with his hands.
She's just won a heat against Honolulu. Well, this is going to feel great for Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely.
See Kai Salas set himself up to battle for a world title defense. He's going to be coming up against Taylor Jensen.
The title match, best of 3 coming up.
It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024. Wow. Taylor Jensen in the yellow jersey here. He's a 4-time world champion.
Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. Feeling like $1 million in my tux. Feeling like I got the Midas touch. Ladies falling in love, hello love. Come and join the entourage, rolling with some megastars. Everyone knows who we are. We're just having such a laugh in the club. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Everybody showing us love, we party hard. We proceed to the bar, showing up most respect to the bar staff. To the bar staff. Yesterday was yesterday. We don't sip on lemonade. We don't sip on Alizé. We sip on makes us levitate. Make the problems fly away. Whatever is whatever, whatever the weather. We pray for the better. Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. I woke up this morning, that's a W. That's a bonus when you're making revenue. Stepping out in something fresh, something new. Penthouse, sweet world, better view. I'm fully connected, respected. It's fully perfected, perfection. I'm rolling with angels, protection. The lights too bright, that's attention. Yeah, we looking low. Yeah, we counting gold. Yeah, we planting seeds and we watching grow. And we flicking those in these envelopes. 10 M's and we adding up another O. Yeah, I'm 101, number one.
Abu Dhabi surprised me. With its culture, vast deserts, stunning architecture, it really makes every moment feel unforgettable. The desert is just magical. All you see is golden dunes and endless horizons. Walking through the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque strikes you with its beauty. And just when I thought I'd seen it all, I found the perfect wave. One place, countless experiences.
A truly unique part of the surf world, from the charismatic macro fauna like the local osprey checking out the show to the best and most creative wave artists on the planet here to dispute finals day. We're all set up for semis for the women when we reconvene after a short break, and we cannot wait to see the action continue. Champions to be crowned in a couple of hours time. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Carla Zamora. Loving the look of these matchups for the semis for the women.
This is going to be so exciting. Yeah, Rachel has been on fire. Avalon has been just coming in with this very cool and casual grace. Chloe back on tour. She's got the fire under her, and she'll be matched up with Honolulu, who's just been slamming it with the barrels.
Yeah, the different approaches from everyone, a really unique part. We've been talking about the uniformity of the wave, a bit of variation in it, but the different way that everyone approaches it really comes across. Judges have got to turn that into numbers and assign points. But as the fans, we get to watch it all go down, and we love the look of this matchup. Two-time and defending world champion Rachel Tilley, youngest ever world champion, and then backed it up last year in El Salvador. She's headed back there again, taking on Avalon Gaul, who's just been really the style master out here so far.
Yeah, just really cool, calm and collected. Doesn't have necessarily a specific plan usually in her docket, you know, when she approaches a heat. She just kind of goes out there and feels it. And being that this is, you know, a manufactured wave, it's been suiting her quite nicely.
The freewheeling approach of Avalon out of Laguna Beach, Orange County, out here right now in the UAE at Surf Abu Dhabi. She'll be on the backhand to kick things off for her run. A couple of paddles, a couple of looks over each shoulder. Av is up and onto the tip, quick touch, walks and steps back, and then swoops down, uses the rail to set up again, locks the board in critical, quick touch of the 10, shuffles back a touch, and then the crouch in a critical part, and does well to hang on. Actually, she had to grab that, and I thought she was going to lose that. She did really well to stick with more tip time, what she got to finish.
Yeah, she's got some critical tip time. You're right, that tail was sliding out there, but she's able to keep control. That way she can get into this next section here where she's trying to grab rail and tuck in there. Unfortunately, the curtain clips her in the head. That will be the end of that first wave on the right. Good start in the beginning there. Had some good critical nose rides. Not really able to get the shade.
Yeah, it's lacked a little bit of some of the composure that we saw from her opening ride, particularly in quarters. This morning, of course, she will have another chance with the second ride. That tube got hollow on her real quick to conclude. What do we think of the opening, first of all?
Yeah, well, I like the quick nose ride right off the bat, and she uses the rail, engages it, also gets a little quick 10 in there. Doesn't quite set up perfectly for the tube on this one. It gets really chopped up as the tail almost kind of slides out, but she manages to stay on that inside rail so that she could push down on that rushing water up the face as she gets another critical nose ride. Keeping it out up in front. Not really utilizing the barrel until she grabs it in here, and this is where it just clips her. Pulls a 5-5 on her first right. So she's definitely going to want to improve on that when she gets the second chance. But now she'll be going into her left, which will be on her front hand. As you see there, the judges, some bringing it into the 6 range.
So the mid-range number for incomplete ride. Decent work done prior to that, but not quite the polish and control that she showed early on to go excellent straight from the get-go. She'll look to make amends with her left, which will come around about a minute's time, just over that. So the lower seed means they surf first, which means a higher seed. Something of an advantage, speaking. It's Rachel getting prepped. Dealing with the pressure, something world champs are able to do, very able to do. She's enjoying herself. She's been checking out some of the sights over here in Abu Dhabi, but this morning interesting to see her out there for the party wave, Rachel.
Yeah.
Just enjoying herself.
That was fun. The party wave was fun. I was out there. It was great to see. We were all pretty stoked and amped up. I managed to make it all the way to the end on the right. I was happy. But here we're going to see.
The longest ride. So
it was pretty long.
The ride's not normally scored, but if it was, you were.
I won.
You won that.
I won that heat. There you go, Josh, Mr. Constable. I won that heat. But hopefully, Avalon's hoping that she'll win this heat.
Yeah, so a left for her coming up around about 10 seconds time, and on the forehand, so let's see what she goes. Her style's been amazing throughout. The control, the read of the wave, just the rhythm that she's been able to lock in has been brilliant. Just a little wobble on her opening right, but now a chance to solidify things and maybe just apply a little bit of that scoreboard pressure onto Rachel Tilley. Will serve next. We'll be watching on as well, just taking on information, watching the wave. Obviously, the requirement that you're surfing towards on your first run is really in your mind. It's all about really trying to go all the way up through the scale. Nimble work up, quick touch for the 5 for Av, and then the rail work back puts her in a really good spot on the wave to go again and lock in the board into the curl. She'll walk out of that. She'll get into a low line through the steep critical section. More time on the tip, really locked in. A recovery. She'll slip down the wave, but she'll hang on and just control and cruise back for more on the nose.
Yeah, here we got her at that mid-line nose right there. She kind of sweeps it down, but unfortunately get clipped again right in the head there by the lip of the wave. Not really able to find that curtain call, I'm liking to call it, find that open little slotted moment on either of her right or her left. So she's gonna have to come in, kind of regain, re-strategize, get her focus back. Although we know she doesn't really strategize much, so perhaps maybe she will put some strategy this time. But she gets some tip time done in the beginning. I love this turn here. She redirects it back into the power source, gets more up to the 5. As she brings it back around, kind of rises and falls, gets almost tripped up right there, but holds her ground, gets some more critical nose ride, bringing it back, but just feeling a little bit of the chatter maybe on the wave, just kind of coming unglued in a couple moments, just barely hanging on there, but gets some more critical nose ride there. Loving the style, loving the work on the hands. Right there, she does tuck down to it, but she doesn't quite lower her board low enough so that her head can tuck down in there.
So it'll be another score which will be sort of muted in terms of the range. The fact that she did fall, it's still pretty decent reward in the work done before. That comes in as a 6, so actually it's a reasonable total to post, but she'll be hoping for plenty more than that. In terms of that strategy from her, I don't think now's the time to go changing it at all. What you're good at, Brand, is what got you here to semis, and she needs to stick with that.
Well, she doesn't usually have much of a strategy at all, so she's just going to kind of stick with just feeling the wave out, you know, going with her gut and trying to, you know, get those high scores. I think she'll reset in the sense of just kind of, you know, going out again and trying to get those excellent scores like we've seen earlier in the event.
So Avalon Gaul will make her way back in here. A chance for her to switch into that spectator role, or potentially not do that, just do something else. Just kind of zone out, focusing elsewhere. Tilly will be up next, of course. Don't forget, of course, got a whopping 30% off the merch. Official CT jerseys, tees. Shop that right now, wslstore.com. So 30% across the whole site. Bargains available for all your favorite merch. Rachel Tilley right now, defending world champ. She's going back to El Salvador to defend that world title. Before that, we've got to decide is when our surfers surf over there according to the seeds, and obviously your higher seed, the better placed you'll be, the more advantage you'll have. So Rachel right now, chance for her to go deep, really deep into this event. She already got equal third, could get better depending on how the next 4 waves go from her. 2 of them will count, it'll be the best right and the best left. Here is her first opening right-hander, walks up to the nose, and it all goes wrong and unravels.
Wow, that is unexpected there. You could kind of see it happening right when she went into the turn. It was like the rail was already starting to kind of dig, and she wasn't able to kind of spot that in time and recover from it. But really, really uncharacteristic coming from the current world champ.
Well, one thing, we'll watch this again.
She gets the tip time there. It's right in there, but you see how the middle of the rail there already starts to dig, and it just, she wasn't able to recover. She needed to be a bit maybe further back on the tail, or just a little less weight on the front foot. I'd give it a 10 for the dismount though. Like, not much splash if we're talking dives, right? That's a beautiful dive.
First initial section is a bit softer. She committed really hard to the turn. Rail just dug. But yeah, typically in an event, you fall on takeoff. Usually that helps you out in terms of, puts you right back in the lineup, and you might even get the next wave of the set. You can stand up against straight away. Not so out here. You got to wait. We're going to go to quick break here. When we come back, we'll pick up our first semi for the women. It's all pretty chill, poolside, more live action real soon.
Where the desert meets the sea. We meet the Murphys at Surf Abu Dhabi. Could this be the most epic layover of their lives? Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi. The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Wave, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Well, Rachel Tilley's experience of Abu Dhabi will continue shortly with a left-hander and a chance to make amends. Bit of a hiccup for her on the opening right. Will fly in over the basin. Aquamarine colours from our seawater-filled, state-of-the-art facility. And a left-hander which will look dreamy from all sorts of angles. Here's the defending world champ Rachel Tilley steps into a nose ride, perched up there on the tip, using the rail to go back behind the section, critically placed, position the board in a hollow pocket, and she'll grab the rail, just streak across that section, touch again on the tip, more work as she's poised on the nose.
Yeah, lots of tip time here. Gets a quick tap of the 10 there. She kneels down there and tucks into the inside tube here, just in front of it, but really good effort there. She wraps it around on the inside, bringing it back into that final part of that dying wave there as it ends at the foil.
Yeah, much more like the resumption of regular service there for Rachel Tilley, the slip up. Her opening right and then making amends with a great ride. I just feel a lot better. A chance to exhale and smile. Up to standard with her. Always really positive energy. Enjoys competing and surfing. How much did we enjoy this ride?
Yeah, it's great. I love the tip time, loved the redirect back into the power source of the pocket. Then she gets that kind of midline 5 there, sits down a bit more, lowering her center of gravity, not really getting into the tube. That part of the wave really wasn't that open anyways, just kind of staying in the front of the section there. Gets some more 5 here. I think she gets a quick tap of the 10. There it is, maybe even a tight 5, but then really kneels down there and really tries to drag her hand back, actually brings it even more forward. I liked that. And then the finish there, just giving a nice wrap around, as you say, tying the bow on it. She'll feel pretty confident about that left. She's got 2 more chances, both on that right and the left. She'll definitely want to be throwing away that 1.5 that she opened up with an uncharacteristic digging of the rail there, but that left looking good.
Yeah, that's pick up for momentum from her. Let's have a look at the bracket here for the women. So we're in the first semi right now. Rachel taking on Avalon, and then coming up next we will see Chloe Calmon, Honolulu, Bloomfield. So where's our first finalist going to come from? This Rachel and Avalon, and it will be, wow, Rachel Tilley doing a little bit of chasing work on the scoreboard, but another chance for each of them, of course, as we're at the midway point right here. Here's the men's bracket. Crazy matchups, really. I mean, there's really is something for everyone from our men's semi-finalists.
It really is. It covers the whole gamut of longboard style and approaches, so that's going to be a super fired up semi-final rounds.
Yeah, crazy. See how all of that goes down.
Come on, Ray.
Oh, man.
Let's go. You got it.
Thanks.
Good. Thanks. Yeah, that's good.
Wow.
Okay.
That was just a little better than that.
So Rachel Tilley's number comes in, the 683. Got her reaction there.
It was a bit even keeled. Didn't seem like she was necessarily disappointed, but not that excited about
Probably
it.
hoping for something in
Yeah.
the 7s, I think
Yeah.
fair to say. Here goes Avalon now. What she got on her second right, got a 5.5. Falling in that second barrel section on the opening one. Up for a tight 5. She'll step back, and then off the bottom with a ton of speed. Back on the tip again. Not there for a long while. She'll be patient and back. Gets a touch, kind of recovers. Another one, and she'll do well. That board super critically placed in that pocket. This is nice work.
Yeah, I love that nose ride. She almost gets too hard of a shampoo there, but manages to come away from it. Whips it around a little bit wildly, but maintains control. She comes around into that final inside section with one last bit into the power zone. I liked that wave. There were some really critical moments in the nose ride there that it almost looked like she was going to get too low in the face and eat it, but she managed to bring it up higher and regain control, regain that speed, and get herself projecting out into the next section.
Yeah, nothing really tactical in her line, is it? She's just going off natural flow. You forgive someone if they, get hit, clipped by a lip, go down in the tube to kind of avoid it next time. Not so. But before that, that's some great work here.
Yeah, it's here she kind of does just a little rise and fall on the wave, and this is that nose ride coming up. She's going to set it up. She's kind of low in the face, almost mid-face there, and you see the water start to splash up, but then she manages to rise it back up, so that way she gets all of that lift out of the board there, and then here she crouches down, grabs the rail. Lip almost tries to take her out again, but she's learned from the first one, not going to let that happen. Almost comes unglued there in that final cutback, but manages to regain control so she could finish it out nice and smooth.
Pure line through the inside section and a complete ride. This time 5.5, the number she's replacing. I think it's fair to say she's going to do that. How much by will give us a little bit of context
A lot of context, I think.
It will be a keeper score for her, and it will kind of let us know. We've got an idea of kind of par for the course. Obviously, that changes heat to heat. But where exactly this number goes will really set the tone. We talked about the fact that she doesn't really have that necessarily mapped out game plan. She's just feeling her surfing and flowing with it, but it will be a nice announcement that she hears. As the number's good, it's close to excellent. And Avalon Gaul has just got a 7.83. So one judge going as high as 8.5. So being really rewarded as that one nose ride. The ball was super critical and the judges enjoying it.
Yeah, I think they really were acknowledging that, you know, prowess that she had, that ability to kind of steer on the nose and drive and keep it engaged and recognizing that it was getting too far down the face, but then also getting that little open barrel and not getting taken down.
So just comparing the backhand rides, when we just saw for Rachel's first left to that second right for Avalon, a point of difference between those two, and that's about mainly about that control on the nose.
Yeah, and I think just, you know, getting in that little tube there helped her a bit, you know, kind of getting a little bit of that shade time and not getting clipped. And she had some nice rail work that she...
An on-edge turn, it was kind of fast, wasn't it? A little bit whippy, and there was a moment where you're like, ooh.
Yeah, we were definitely holding our breath.
So, momentum currently...
Yeah, and she's going to have a lot of confidence, I think, going into this wave. This is her favored side, so she's going to run right to the tip. Brings it back around. Trying to set up again for some more tip time in that critical part of the section. You can see the wave kind of hollowing out there, but not really offering a super open barrel, so she's just working the 5s rather, the nose rides. Beautiful. Love that backlit and the glittery wave there, throwing her hand up. I love that she's really working on her hands and her arms. I see it. I acknowledge it. Dipping down in there, not really getting covered up, but definitely utilizing, and then it's that final turn in there that really just brings it all together.
Big down carve on the rail for Avalon to finish. Once again, that steeper section, she was so locked in there on the nose. So much glide, commitment to the section, poise up there on the tip. And the 6 that she got for a previous left, chance for improving that, feels pretty solid.
Feeling good about that one too, right, Paul? Yeah, I think she felt good about it too. You saw her as she got done with the wave, get a little slap on the board. I think she, you know, felt strong as you see the replay, Paul.
Setting up here, and the plan in terms of how she wants to approach these sections. Her first steeper one, she's going to use that to set up for this nose ride. She'll know that there's good points in committing through there right here. Just super engaged and beautiful, graceful poise. The board just locked into the curl, and then coming out of that, just this low line crouch, just styling through the section, and it gives it plenty there as well, just kind of jamming to finish things off. And that'll feel really nice as well to get on that rail, dig those heels in, just kind of exhale, finish the ride, and put a little point on the end. And the judges will analyze that, and they'll quantify it, and they'll say that is excellent surfing. An 8.5 drops in for Avalon Gaul. That's a big, big number, and what a way to pick things up. Her first 2 runs, a massive improvement on both rides. She's got 2.5 point improvement on her left, and she's got a big total on the board now, and she's asked a serious question of the world champ.
Yeah, she's really putting the pressure on Tilly here, who's got to go out and really put out some excellent scores, looking for a 9.5 in one single score, but she's going to want to improve on both her right and her left, as we see the flight cam there coming over, zooming in.
Well, this is major significance as well for that seeding into finals. If Avalon is to make the final, she'll go in as #1 seed in El Salvador. That's absolutely huge for her, and what a way after a shaky start, just not a great one for her into this, to really come back with her second runs and post numbers. Now we'll look at someone who's already shown us she can perform under pressure in a big way.
Yeah.
Just on the opening day, it all came down to her last ride, and she really rose and shone when she was required to. She's got one decent score locked in, but she'll probably need to get rid of that and then just a throwaway as well. So here goes Rachel Tilley, and it'll be her second ride, and it'll definitely count for her. What she got for us here, Carla?
Yeah, she's going to get up. She's going to bring it a little bit to the bottom there. Mid-face, gets to the nose, brings it back around, keeping just that nice, cool, calm, staying in control, locking that nose right into the critical section. She brings it down again, back to the nose. She walks back, see what she decides to do with this opening section, decides to nose ride through it, right in the critical spot as she brings it back down, being extra careful with those cutbacks there. And now she's going to tuck it in, tucks it in.
Oh.
Not able to squeeze through. Unfortunately, board wasn't quite fast enough. She wasn't just ahead of that section, but man, the approach was pretty perfect, pretty polished.
Just one moment where she looked like she was accelerating there, and she got so deep, but just for a second it looked like she had that.
Yeah.
And that approach to really go for that barrel is double impressive when you think this counts. Whatever happens on this wave is a keeper for her.
Is a keeper. Yeah, as we see her bottom turn.
And here we go on the Experience Abu Dhabi replay. Rachel Tilley, I love the approach. The fact that Avalon's gone excellent and gone so big.
And this is the moment here. She gets that tip time, critical part of the wave. Brings it back around again, being a bit careful because on that first drive, that's where she kind of came unglued and tucks it in really nice. I wonder if she had been maybe 6 inches a bit more forward on the board, it would have been able to kind of have a bit more speed to be able to get through and pinch through that keyhole.
It's the way this format really brings out the best. When you surf into a big requirement, you have to try and go excellence. She'll get a number. It'll be 6.83. It will be a count and score for her. She's got a chance here to make the final. But the number, it's a pretty big one. It's a 9.5, the requirement for Rachel. She's basically got to try and go for a 10. So let's see how she goes about approaching that. There's the spread from the panel for her. Rachel Tilley now under a bit of pressure. She knows all about that. You don't get to be a 2-time world champ. So you can absolutely deliver on the biggest stage against the very best in the world. Avalon will watch on.
I know, what a moment, right? You're sitting there, you're waiting to see what's going to happen. You know, it's a big moment also for Avalon. Both these ladies going into El Salvador, but it does affect the seeding, and Avalon can put herself in that first seed by winning this heat. And as we know, first match of that final for the first seed, if they win it, they take it. So that does make a big difference here. Tilley needing a 9.5 to advance, so she's really going to have to put out all the stops here on this final left in this semifinal. She's capable of doing it. She is a amazing competitor, an amazing surfer, and I think somebody that works really well under pressure. Just waiting for the foil to fire up and start. How much water is pushing through there again, Paul? I think you had the numbers.
A lot.
A lot.
Lots of water, much water. We're looking for big points as well here for Rachel Tilley. She's to get into the final. She needs to go right up through the scale, close to absolute perfection. A 9.5 for her. Here she'll go. Defending world champ, up to the nose, a touch, and then back, and then.
Nice turn right there. Nice cut back. Down carve. She's going to go ahead and go for the barrel. She knows she has to pull out all the stops here. Grabs the rails, trying to keep that higher line there. I like what we're setting up here. Oh, just not able to keep enough speed, it seems like. Wasn't that progressive movement to keep up with the barrel. But I got to give kudos for just going for it. She knew what the menu required, what the ingredients needed.
It's the absolute right approach, wasn't it? You have to say well done to Avalon. She will go in as #1 seed.
That would have been fucking insane. Oh, nice, sir.
Thanks.
How you feeling, all right?
Yeah, my leg is just like,
I can't believe it because I'm having such a rough day.
And you're in the
I
final.
Hope this mic's not.
We'll see.
Hi, AJ. Good. You want to go talk about it? Yeah.
The reality of competition surfing, even though you go and you smoke it, you might not be having the best day, but she still managed to put it all together, Avalon. And without, giving a good try there from Rachel. And I'm sure Avalon went into the heat knowing that she was coming up against one of the best and she needed to put everything out there.
First women's semi is in the books, and it's Avalon Gaul will go to the final with momentum, with a big total. She'll also go with a big advantage to El Sunzal. Surf City, El Salvador is the #1 seed, and if she wins that first heat, she'll be the world champ. So all sorts of repercussions here in our third stop on tour. Rachel Tilley has been great throughout the event. We'll get an equal third. She'll go to El Salvador with a little bit more to do, but very much still in contention for a third world title. It's a nice moment.
I know. And then it just like ran away, and I was like, ugh.
No, that's sick.
I should have tried this before right now.
Good job.
So our first finalist is locked in. It's going to be Avalon Gaul. Who's she going to face? Will be one of these two, Chloe Calmon, who's had a year setting herself up, coming here in 4th. Few people thinking, could this be her year? A lot of people think she's very much deserving of a world title. She'll take on Honolulu Bloomfield, who's been outstanding, really, and just she's been able to get to places on the way that no one else really has.
Definitely not really any of the girls. She's definitely set herself a bit apart from most of the women, being able to get slotted in the barrel in a way that not many women do on longboards.
Oh, she is a 3-time world champ, so we know all about her class. And right now, she's being patient. She's about 15 seconds away from getting into action here. She'll surf first in this heat. Another great looking matchup. Honolulu, particularly on that right, committing to the tube. It's paid huge dividends. I mean, to really just the whole energy, everything really shifted about the place on the opening day when she locked in the afternoon and got that tube right. Got a massive score for it, way up in the 9s.
Well, and it just set the bar for the women to a whole nother level too. So here we go. First right for Honolulu, as you mentioned, 3-time world champion already. Just coming off having a beautiful baby boy, just celebrated 6 months, and she gets the tip time right off the bat, working the rail, sets it up again for some more 5, just holding her ground there, keeping her hands nice and calm. I like it. And she's going to bring it back around as she whips it into that next section there, holds that cross step for a moment, realizes that wave starts to steepen quite quickly, sets itself back, gives a little bit of a tuck, brings it back around for a final finish, ending it cleanly. She's gonna feel good about that one.
Bloomfield finishes all the way down the end of the basin from her ride, doesn't take on and try and get deeply barreled on that tube section. I think that's decent tactical stuff as well. Maybe try and change that second run this time, making sure you get the completion. Let's go and hear from our first finalist and our new #1 seed for El Sal. Avalon is with AJ.
Avalon on to the finals here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Talk to me about how you sort of changed your strategy or locked in for that second run in the semifinals to punch your ticket.
Gosh, I was just thinking that might be the last 2 waves I surf here, so might as well make the most of it.
And make the most of it you did. How good did it feel after that first wave to say, okay, I did that on the first one, now just one more?
Yeah, it definitely felt good to make one. Got clamped on 2, but I guess it's just part of it.
So you're on to the finals here at Surf Abu Dhabi. You have also clinched the #1 seed in El Salvador for the finals. Talk me through the expression on your face.
I did not know that.
Surprise.
Oh my God. I can't believe it. Wow.
How does that feel to be set up that way for this title run?
I cannot believe it. I actually have no idea what to say.
Well, we'll let you process it and get ready for the finals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Amazing. What a moment there. Just getting that news confirmed. She will be going as that #1 seed, which is absolutely massive, actually. That really is pretty significant. Much more so than just the fact that it will be, if you win that first heat, that's it. It won't be best of 3 if the #1 seed gets the win. Meanwhile, let's get having a look at the replay here from Honolulu.
Really great start here for Hano. We'll see the score drop momentarily, but we're just getting that replay here as she just locks in a number of really critical nose rides. And again, I love the control that I'm seeing in her arms and her hands, then wrapping it around again, getting a nice good down carve to project into the next section. And then here she just realizes she's gonna hold the nose ride longer, but realizes the wave starts to bottom out, adjusts quickly, gives it a little tuck, and then finishes it off with a nice wraparound.
Big turn to finish. A lot of great surfing done before that. Actually, excellent surfing done before that. Score is huge. And Bloomfield drops 917 on her opening ride. So her excellent form here just continues in her second semi-final. What a way to kick things off. So she's absolutely full of confidence. A chance now for her, having just found out about that score, to go left and see if she can back it up. Put some real pressure on the Brazilian Calmon. Here goes Bloomfield, straight up, walks up.
Nice high line nose right there, nice and long. Tried to get a little tighter there, comes back. Just staying in front of the section there, didn't do any big turns, just staying out in front of it. A little harder to ride the wave on your backhand here. You really have to keep the weight on your heels and on that inside rail. She's doing great, getting lots of great nose rides. And then wrapping it around there for that inside section where we'll wait for it to steepen up here as she drops down. Not able to get through there, but good start for her first left. Opening up with that 9, so she's gonna feel real confident for her next set of waves.
Committed her line, that big turn to set up. Think about that in terms of just a tactical choice overall. Not an ideal one. She's had a chance to put major pressure on there. Still a lot of pressure in terms of that big 9. But a scintillating second semi is all set up. We'll have Chloe Calmon next. That'll be right after a quick break. More live from Finals Day real soon.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
I've been out in the sun and the moon and the stars have been dancing along at the pace around us. Plans made on the floor, sipping things where the salty and sweet taste like water. All of this and just because. Is it all just too good to be? Baby, it's just you and me.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane!
Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam frames a beautiful mise-en-scène as we look at a state-of-the-art surf facility here on the edge of the Arabian Desert. Finals day, stakes is high, and we're looking at an opening run right now for Chloe Calmon of Brazil, who has been an outstanding performer for a number of years on this tour. Had a little hiatus, took a break, came back this year, looks really good indeed. It's someone that you know a lot about, Carla, and this is a big opportunity for her here in the semi-final.
Oh, it's great to see her here. She's been surfing wonderfully. I know she's really shifted her mindset and just enjoying the experience, having gratitude, and I think that really changes how you can have an approach and just enjoy the experience. She's been on tour probably one of the longest. I think 14 years she spent on tour, so taking a little break I think was a healthy reset.
Yeah, a lot of experience, but came on really young as well, so still plenty of amazing surfing years ahead of her. A great wave ahead of her here on the right-hander with nice work done up on the nose, and then sets herself up with a whipping turn.
Love that turn right there. Yeah, really showing the whole versatility of the surfboard. Kind of waiting out that middle section there and getting that really nice nose ride a bit mid-face. I like how she kind of works that up and down, high and low. She goes for another nose ride here, and she's going to whip it back around again as she sets up for this steep section right here. Getting tucked in there, manages to stay with it. That's one of the better ones we've seen from Chloe. Manages to negotiate that quite well, and then finishing it off with a lovely turn. And then one more, whipping it into the whitewater there. It's going to be a good starting ride. She's going to feel good about that.
It's hard to imagine that not going excellent, isn't it, really? We'll see what the judges make of that, but you think about all the elements they put together in a great ride here in the basin, particularly on the backhand. There was a lot to admire there. There's a calmness in her approach. There's not a lot of excess motion as well, which always looks good. We'll have another look.
Well, she's one of the best stylists and one of the best goofy foots on not just the tour, but in surfing in general. And her grace and, like you said, the limited movements that she has in her upper body really accentuate all of the power and the grace in that lower half too. And just being able to set herself up for these nose ride in really critical spots there, you know, as she brings it kind of down the face and then wraps it back around. Loving the turns on the backhand, and then really finding that moment there and negotiating that little, she almost came a little wide, but brings it back in to finish it off with two more final turns at the end here.
It's amazing really to think about the little varieties in this wave, but that section looked extra hollow and round for her, and she just was able to change the line and kind of surf down out of that section. She did get barreled on the backhand there. We haven't seen loads of that go down because it is so hard to do, but a lot to admire in that ride. And you have a feeling this would have to be a really, really big number coming in for Chloe, and we are set up for a brilliant second semi because we're looking at really, really high quality surfing and perfection of the wave, matched by total poise and mastery, really, rather than kind of steering the board between sections, just flowing and almost commanding and bending the wave at your will. I mean, that is surfing in any form at its absolute best. Felt like we saw a lot of that there. The judges will deliberate on that. Where does this score go, Carla?
I definitely think it's coming really close into that excellent range. Might not quite top Hano's first rate, but definitely coming in at a really strong score for Chloe, and it's going to help boost her confidence going into the left. And there it is, folks, an 8.27. So she's going to feel pretty strong getting that 8.27 and then going into her left, which I know she feels more confident in. She's going to get some great turns, those nose rides, and you know, I think she's going to try to set up for that curtain time.
The way to compare that to would be the left from Honolulu, wouldn't it? The backhand wave, that was the 6.67 from Honolulu. She did get the fall trying to pull in. So by comparison, significantly better for Chloe. Right now, she'd be facing the wall here. Generally, the preferred way to surf. Let's see how she goes with her left. Patient, looks over her left shoulder and then paddles, aiming the board down the line and stepping up to the nose. And she'll get out and carve using that rail, put herself back in the section, and once again up to the nose. She'll walk out, and what she got as the wave will flow through this section, more time on the tip. Is she going to try and get tubed on the inside? Before that, another 5. What she got here?
Well, she's getting those little power drives to get to the next section there. I like that she redirected it to get even more into the pocket here. She kind of creeps down here, setting it up really nicely. Not fully covered there, but really nice setup, and just no rail grab, just free, and then finishing it off with a nice turn. So that, I think she's going to feel strong with that opening left. She's only looking for a 7.58 in order to jump into the lead right now.
Major committed rail turn on the end. Kind of locked in the line and sort of committed early to that tube. Just didn't fully disappear. Nevertheless, great style through that steep section. Judges will have a look at their replays, and that's exactly what we'll do here. We'll have another chance to admire this stuff from Chloe.
I love that cut back to down carve. Her nose rides are really solid, and then just kind of that roller coaster to get speed into that forward, you know, momentum of the next section. Some more tip time there. Here's where the angle here, we're gonna see her kind of give a few pumps. She sets it up just slightly back into the curl and then squats down. She's got a hand drag, no rail grabbing, tucking in nicely. This is some of the best tube riding I've ever seen from Chloe, you know, approaching this really great. Love seeing this from her. Thanking the universe, really showing gratitude. I definitely see a new Chloe here today. This is the first time I've really seen it, I think, since the tour started. This moment here, this is the new Chloe. This is Chloe 2.0.
Well, we'll have an idea of exactly where we are when the number comes in with a run complete for each of our surfers in this second semi-final. Let's see where this goes and where it sets us up. You know, this is always going to be high scoring, this one, and high quality surfing. And the numbers in, and it's enough to put her in front.
It is. Looks like she did the work. It's coming in higher than Honolua's, coming in at the 7.87, so that puts her into the lead. Hano now needing to come out with another excellent score. She's going to have 2 rides coming up, but Chloe putting down the work, getting it done. Nice.
Foi 7 isso? Ela precisa trocar a esquerda, ela tem 9 e 10 agora. É, eu sei. Tem que trocar a esquerda. Ela vai tentar trocar agora, mas é difícil trocar aquele 9. Sim.
Chloe Calmon goes to first place with that number. You think about that high score that Honolulu's got, 917. That's what she's trying to improve right now, because otherwise that'll be a keeper. Keep one right, keep one left. She's already got a great number locked in. We talked about the tube. It's impossible not to, really, with her. She has been the outstanding surfer on the right-hander in the barrel. Didn't go crazy deep on that 917. Didn't need to go that big, but which leads us to inevitably think, well, what does she do here? We'll find out now.
Gets it to the tip right off the bat there. Just gonna hold the long 5. Gets a little tighter on the 5 there. She redirects it back around to set up into that power source again. Try to get that critical nose ride. Kind of holding that cross step to kind of stall her back a bit so she could set it up for another critical nose ride here. She just holds her ground, keeping it nice and high there. Redirects it around with a nice big cutback. And here's the moment. She tucks into it. Does she come out? She comes out, gives a little claim, wraps it back around. Again, she's trying to improve on that 917, looking for a 947. Adds a little bit of variety there. It's looking hot.
Well, there's the answer. We go, how do you improve on a 917? You commit to a deep tube before that. Great stuff done on the nose, but that turn, and she just jammed that rail. It put her real far back.
You can see she gets kind of that stretch 5 right off the bat there, but holds it for a nice long time, scoots it forward a bit, brings it back just ever so slightly so that she can get a little bit more, you know, deeper into the steeper part of the pocket, then locks in another nice stretch 5. Just holding her composure here. I like that the hands, she gets control there, wipes the water away. It's this turn right here, just locks it down, and then holds that moment there to set up just in time, gets locked in there, brings it back around, looks at them, I did it, was I in? You were in, honey, you were in. And then a little bit more variety there, she just wraps it up. You see her tuck in there, did a little different angle. You definitely see her get shaded, getting covered up, some protection from the sun, and holding her line, driving it through, making it right out.
We're expecting an absolutely huge number to come through here. Janon, Chloe, and Offie. We'll see exactly where this goes. She's already got the 9-1-7 as a really good chance of improving on that, going really, really big. It's a huge score dropping in. Hard to improve on that, but the way you do it is to get that tube deep. She did exactly that and gets a massive number. Bloomfield 9.8 for the 3-time world champ. Huge score for her. Set herself up. You saw when she came out of that barrel how ecstatic she was. She has put a massive number on the board, and now you think she's already got a big total and a lead, and there's a good chance of improving here because it's a relatively modest number that she's looking to try and improve them on the left. It's just a 6.67.
Yeah, something very attainable. So she's going to really want to lock in, kind of put all the elements together, put a little bit more spread in order to guarantee her spot into the final. She waits there for the left to fire up. She dropped a 9.83, I believe it was, in round 2 with that epic final barrel that we had for the day. Just tied the whole day up so nicely.
She's been really consistent with those huge numbers throughout. Now she'll go a left. Here goes Bloomfield. She'll walk up to the nose, composure and poise in a high line. She'll just hold that for a while, walk out of that 5, and then adjust the line using the rail, put herself in the steeper part of the wave once again. She'll step up, she'll hang out in a 5 for a while. See that board locked in that rail, and the water just streaming off it. All work done back, and now she'll adjust and jam off the bottom. Narrow stance and a tube stance here.
Yeah, lines it up, doesn't quite get deep enough to get that shade, but wraps it around for that final bit of little toast to the left. That'll be her final ride for this run.
Big wrap to finish. 6.67. Prior to that, she fell with that. How does this go about improving, and how much by?
Yeah, that's yet to be foreseen, but it does feel, based on this replay here, she gets that stretched 5 right off the bat, holds it, sneaks it up a little closer there. She cross steps back. Just a little bit of a check to get back into the pocket there. Staying always in front of that section. Get some more 5 time. Getting that locked in right in the curl. Redirecting, bringing it back and forward. Not seeing a big difference in the change line until we here we see that change in the line. And she kind of tucks in. This angle kind of makes it look a little bit more shaded as opposed to from the front there. She gets a nice wrap around then at the end there. Just trying to dispose that 6.67. Feels good.
Honolulu, Bloomfield, momentum is with her in our second women's semi. Let's see how Chloe Calmon can come back right after the break.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
Just say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
Stars have been dancing along at the pace around us.
task ahead of the Brazilian Chloe Calmon at the moment. It's not an insignificant one. She needs numbers. And right now, a bit of pressure on her. Let's see how she responds to that. She'll go to the tip. She'll hang out there and then down, swooping down beautifully. She'll commit her line through a steep section. She'll hang low, back up onto the nose, walks out, and then again she'll visit that. She's going to complete this wave.
She's going to wrap it back around here, bringing it back under the section, get some more 5 time. Just kind of negotiating it carefully. She pumps kind of through this little roller coaster action, staying out in front of it. And then we see that nice big down carve. In the final moments of this ride here, she wraps it around, looking for a fairly excellent large score. Opened up with an 8.27 on her opening right. Not sure there was as much work done on that one, but definitely in the upper range.
Opting not to go for the tube there, so a marked contrast to the 8.27. What are we making of the work she was able to do out the back, using the rail and then up to the tip as well?
Beautiful drop knee, adding a lot of that variety, getting some 5 in there and just using lots of her cross steps, clean footwork, staying out in front but still in a critical part of the wave, checking it back there into the power source. As you said, opting not to kind of tuck in, but just getting some more nose time. Here's where she kind of roller coaster and powers around it, opting to just kind of stay in front of it. She wraps it around again. These final couple turns as the wave kind of starts to peter out. As you mentioned, quite a big score she's looking for. Trying to replace that 8.27.
Yeah, anything under that will be a throwaway for her. See exactly where this goes. She's on the back of the sled now with a chance to think about the forehand approach. What she can do there, that will be where, certainly in terms of the scoreboard, there's more room for improvement. She was a lower number from her opening run. She'd love a few more points on the board from the right. Her overall feeling in terms of whether she would get the improvement compared to her first right?
I don't think it's going to happen on the right. However, I think she's going into a perfect position that she's going into her favored left. So this sets her up, I think, confidently. She knows that she can pull this kind of score on her forehand, and she just needs to have that positive self-talk right now and tell herself that she's capable and that you know, if it's meant to be, it will be.
I love the way this one's set up. So it comes in under, and the requirement now really just crystallizes down to an 8.94. Let's just call that 9 for Chloe right now. You're surfing towards a 9 on your forehand. You're one of the very best in the world, one of the all-time greats. What does a 9 look like for her going left?
Oh, I think she's going to set it up. I'd like to see a nice bottom turn come out of it where she sets up high and high line. I know all the girls have been kind of searching for the 10, and it's been a bit difficult to hang 10. So I'm sure she's going to want to maybe find a moment for that. And then she's going to utilize the experience that she's had recently going to Indonesia and finding that open slotted tube time and do what she did in the previous left, but do it even better.
Epic vibes down in the fan village right now. Amazing place to watch the action here and soak it all up. You've got the big screens, a couple of them. You've also just got watching it in 3D. It's exactly what we're doing here as we see Chloe on her left, a crucial wave. If she wants to go to the final, she basically needs a 9. And she'll use the rail to set herself up for this section. And she's on the tip, back out. Chloe Calmon will drive for speed onto the mid part of the wave.
Yeah, keeping in front of it, keeping control, showing a lot of composure with her upper body, keeping everything just intact and in line. Rechecks it back into the speed curl here as she squats down, grabs the rail, tucks in, gets a little bit of shade time, not quite that deep, but brings it down for an awesome drop knee cutback. She redirects it back around for the final moments of this ride, looking for an 8.94. She's feeling good. She knows she put it all out there. It's all thanks to her higher power. No, she's enjoying the experience. You can see it on her face. She's truly enjoying it, and so I think that's really That's the big win right now.
Really evenly poised in this 10-second semi on the Experience Abu Dhabi replay. As you're watching this, Carla, with your expertise, is this a 9 or better? What are you feeling?
Paul. Oh God, Paul, don't put me into that. Julie, please don't put me in that position. I'm feeling really good about it. I'm feeling a bit emotional. I have spent some time with Chloe, and she's important to me, and I want to see her succeed. So I definitely want to see her pull the score. I don't want to jinx it in any way, shape, or form. So I like what she put out there, and hopefully the judges, feel the same. She really kept it cool and calm, collected. I love the final turn at the end there, which she adds a lot of variety into her turns, and it's not always super predictable. It's nice to see that variation that she offers.
Thinking about super committed, fluid rail turns to finish the wave. And then prior to that, judges will really dial into how critical are the nose rides, how is everything linked together. Judging criteria has a bit of latitude in it. It's multiple ways you can get scores. So those elements will be combined for a number. So in terms of an improvement on a 7.87.
I feel pretty confident about that. I feel like she can improve on the 7.87. The real question though, Paul, is it going to go 8.94?
Well, her job is done. Who's going to the final to face Avalon Gaul? No, soon enough. It's been, well, we always knew we were going to see really, really high quality longboarding in the second semi. That's what we've seen. There's a requirement.
Eu achei que foi melhor que a tua primeira esquerda.
É? Era 8,80 que eu precisava. $7,70? Porra.
The number drops in, it's not enough. Comes in as a 7-7. Chloe Calmon.
7,70.
She'll get an equal third here. She has been great.
Obrigada. Obrigada.
Very worthy of her spot. Would have been in the final, but ultimately she came up against someone who's just been unbelievably good, posting huge numbers throughout. Confirmation from the scoreboard. And Honolulu Bloomfield, it's been unbelievable. That'll continue. We'll pick things up right now as we'll see our world champ straight into the action here. Just swooping back using the rail, and he'll look for cover. He'll find cover. He'll drag the back arm to break and slow down. Then he'll exit, do footwork up to a nose ride, and then a big jamming turn using the whole face of the wave with a ton of speed. More footwork, more time on the nose. Will tighten things up. Do well to recover out of that, just kind of style through, and then a big turn using so much power, but with flow and grace as well. And finish off Taylor Jensen on the inside, a little wipe at the brow. And a pretty decent way to kick off his men's semi-final.
Well, it looks like he's put his plan into motion. He said in the previous interview that he knew that he needed to kind of hone in on his barrel riding skills, in order to come up against Edouard, who's just really been on fire in those slotted moments. And as we see him walk it up here in the Experience Abu Dhabi replay, gets to the nose, wraps it back into a cutback, and then just sets it up. Really nice textbook, keeping that front arm in front, little hand drag in the back. And then I love the midline cross steps out of that barrel and then wrapping it around again, just constantly keeping the flow. Very few moments of downtime, just waiting for the wave to kind of bring him, to where he needs to be. Love the little style and the body English, and then that final wrap around. Taylor's just so powerful, and he always seems to show it in just the right places.
An amazing looking first men's semi is underway here with Taylor Jensen. Time for a quick break. More action continues from the men's semis right after this.
Meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
To say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to this beautiful basin at Surf Abu Dhabi, an incredible competition venue as we move into the men's semi-finals with Taylor Jensen dropping an 8.33 for his opening right-hander, and now on his opening left-hander hooks a big nice turn and goes into the drop knee setup, now into the big dog stance and gets nice and low, grabs that rail, holds on tight, charges through that chandelier section as he comes out clean and smooth and back to the tip. Holds the 5, looking good. I'm Sam Bleakley and Josh Constable is with me. Josh, and this is a good backup for Taylor.
Yeah, this is a really nice opening left. Great start, great pace to the wave. Needs to get busy here, something big and explosive just to finish it off and put a real exclamation point on that one. That's a great wave for Taylor, and I really like that opening wave. The 8.33 is building, trying to put some pressure on Edouard. He has been a real favourite and he's in form in the pool, so really nice wave there for Taylor.
Big feature of Taylor's ends are the way that he walks into that final turn. I mean, you know, he's putting a lot of power on that single fin and it's paying off. The big man with an 8.33 to kick things off. We're going to find out pretty soon what he gets for his left, but first of all, we got Baby Rain and Honolulu Bloomfield and AJ McCord.
Baby Rain, Honolulu, and Rain stealing the show right now, Honolulu, which is impressive considering what you did during that semi-final. How much confidence did that give you that you nailed so many elements?
Oh man, it's definitely giving me confidence, I guess. I just wanted to go out there and really try my best and to make it through that heat. I got a 9 on my first wave, so I thought, you know, why not try for the barrel? And it did work out. A lot of elements have to add up for you to successfully do something like that. So I'm just so thankful.
It's been so fun to see you in a rhythm as a surfer, as a mom here throughout this event. Just how much do you feel like this is all coming together for you at the perfect moment going into El Sal?
Yeah, you know, I think I'm most excited to be sharing a final with one of my best friends. And I don't think we've ever done that. So it's just really special to be here. And yeah, I feel so stoked.
Rain, you have something to add?
What's up?
We'll get him in a few months, you know. Congratulations, see you in the final.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Baby Rain's just like, give me that fuzzy microphone. I want to, you know, that's a really, really cool thing I want to grab. And he was looking so cool in the Surf Abu Dhabi onesie, Josh.
Yeah, that was really cool. It's so special to share that moment. And talking about the moment, Taylor's no stranger to these big moments. And really nice left here. I like that turn, jammed it a little harder, nice drop knee.
Yeah, look at the technique here through the tube.
Yeah, really nice. Just didn't get, he was deep. Maybe could have hung in there just a little bit longer and maximize that tube time. But coming into the 7-point ride, he'll be happy. There's plenty of room for improvement with that score, but beautiful surfing from Taylor.
And you know what? I love the way he walks into his final turns. Like, he's quite far forward, and then look, cross-stepping, and then on rail, wham! Really great technique. And let's talk about fins. How big are the fins that the surfers are using?
Yeah, most of them are riding single fins in the event. They're probably running something between a 9 and a 10.5. Taylor's a bigger guy, stronger guy, so he'll have more fin than, say, an Edouard or someone like that that's a little lighter and smaller in stature.
Here we go. The right-hander lighting up for the Frenchman, Edouard Delpero. He's up. He takes a midline, cross steps forward on his Minvel, locks the 5, low down in the way for this opening nose ride with that back arm up, great footwork out. And this is that dynamic moment where we see him pulling into the tube, comes from behind it using the bottom turn, and he's deep there. Josh Constable, is he going to make it?
Wow. That's the first mistake we've seen from Edouard.
He went for it, though. I think he was in his head recognizing he's going to go as low and as drivey as possible to really maximize a barrel section that he's been riding better than anyone all event.
Better than anyone, 100% agree with you there, Sam. That one, unfortunate, just looked like he got a little high, and then the nose just kind of grabbed and, yeah, dug in there, unfortunately. Also, for some reason, Edouard, he always seems to get tangled up in his leg rope. I don't know if you've noticed that, but again on this wave, on the takeoff, it was all wrapped around his feet, and that obviously it distracts you as a surfer.
But he's had multiple 9-point rides on that right-hander, and his signature repertoire has been the line to the 4 steps into a 5, and then that big carve coming low and using the driving bottom turn to get into the barrel. We'll find out what that score is real soon. There it is. It's a 2.83. And before we go to Edouard's first left, AJ, you've got a special guest on the glass.
A very special guest indeed, Donovan. It is so great to see you here at Surf Abu Dhabi, checking out the longboard competition. You told me it's your first time here. What are your impressions?
It's incredible. I can't even believe we are here. Abu Dhabi's amazing, and Surf Abu Dhabi is just insane. They've been taking such great care of us and experiencing and watching all these incredibly talented surfers. Like the girls' heat I just saw was insane. The rides they had were incredible. Now we're into the, I think this is the men's semifinals, but these guys they're just ripping. The waves have been just incredible, and it's just fun being here. It's like amazing because I've never been to Abu Dhabi, but we're in the middle of a desert, and there's just so much going on. It's been an incredible trip.
The perfect wave, and one you're going to get a chance to surf. Does this kind of competition fire you up or make you a little bit nervous about what you got ahead of you?
Well, we're excited to surf. I got really excited after I saw her wave. She had the perfect glassy wave. She had the wave of the day. So I was like, there she goes. And we're just so stoked to be here. And tomorrow morning we get to ride this wave, and we get to play a little acoustic set. Me and my son Hendrix get to play at 3 o'clock, and it's just wonderful to be a part of this culture and be in this country. It's amazing.
And your music is such a perfect vibe to match a competition like this. How excited are you to get a chance to perform in front of all of these fans that have come out here?
Yeah, this will be first time ever playing in Abu Dhabi. It's probably going to be one of our hottest shows.
in more ways than one, I'm assuming.
Yeah, in the sense of the temperature. But yeah, this is it's going to be. There's a lot of people here, and it's just a great experience. I mean, nonstop action.
Nonstop. Cannot wait to see you in a few minutes. Thanks.
Here comes the next wave. Here we go.
Well, there it is for everyone on site. Donovan Frankham Ryder will be playing at 3 p.m. an acoustic set with his son Hendrix here live at Surf Abu Dhabi, and he gave the shout out to AJ's brilliant ride in the break on a beautiful glassy wave. So congratulations, AJ, getting the positive shout out from Donovan Frankham Ryder, who's one of the great style masters. But let's switch our attention to Edouard Delpero. He fell on his first wave, 2.83, and now he's up and riding. Josh Constable, what do you think of the lines he's taking here?
Yeah, this is the track that he's been taking lately. Nice carve into a nice bottom turn. And then here we go, just sitting on the tail right now.
Ooh, Pig Dog starts. Holding. Is he going to come out of this, Josh?
Yes.
Deep.
Look how deep he is.
Traveling, charging. And there it is, Josh, you called it, and he's out, and he's now cross-stepping forward as the wave allows him at this pace to get back on the tip because it slows, and he gets an El Saluto backhand up, and then he pulls in Pig Dog again to the inside bowl and gets more tunnel time and comes out cleanly, Josh, and this is going to be a spectacular score.
Yeah, really nice ride here from Edouard. If you think of just jumping straight back to Taylor's left, Edouard a lot deeper, a lot longer tube time, and then coming out doing some beautiful nose rides. So that's a great wave. Don't know if you noticed in that one, Sam, it feels like the wind's just swung a little bit, and that one was chandeliering a little bit more. Taylor's left also. But let's have a look at this replay. Big swoop, bottom turn, drop knee turn. That was great. Straight up to the nose here.
And then what's really interesting here, Josh, is the way he then sets himself up with the stall and then just brings itself forward in the pig dog. And you saw that he had the right line to come out. What did you recognize at this moment that made you go, he's going to make it?
Oh, just the technique. He's just timing it and reading it really well. And it was just so hollow. He wasn't too deep that he was dragging to make himself just sit right in there. And again, just a nice, really clean little deep inside one.
And the speed from that barrel that then went into the nose ride, he kept that same line, but he had a perfect line to maximize the inside bowl. So 2 barrels, 2 critical nose rides, 1 big wrapping rail turn to end. You'd imagine that's excellent range material.
Yeah, totally. I think we're going to see a higher score than Taylor's left. Just because everything was, the barrel was a bit deeper and the turn was quite big and powerful on the outside.
Let's see if the French team are on side, because there's a lot of French surfers here watching right now.
Yeah, he's got some great support here, doesn't he, Sam?
C'est un 9, ça, non?
2,50 pour moi.
Ah, j'ai fait le bourrin sur la droite. Quel
Ouais,
coup.
j'ai dit direct. Combien 8,27.
Ah ouais, hein.
8,27, ah ouais, hein.
Il a pris combien, lui?
7 sur la gauche,
8,33 sur la droite. Ah, 8,33 sur la droite? Ouais, c'est bon, je vais l'exposer. À droite, je l'expose.
Encore de l'eau ou pas? Bon. Sois pas trop gourmand de l'eau.
Non, 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 je vais. Mais là, je le sais.
8,27, c'est bon. 8.27, but I think he was expecting a bigger score.
Yeah. Interesting. Is that what he's saying?
I just felt like his body language, that he was hoping that that was going to be up in the 9s, just to really put more pressure on Taylor.
Yeah, he's definitely got the jump on Taylor, though, like a 1.27, so... And then he's got time. He's still got his backup. But look at this. It's
what a semi-final. This is amazing. I mean, that was a big score, though, an 8.27. So it's slightly lower than Taylor's 8.33, which is higher scoring right. But this is performed on Edouard's backside on the left. So all to play for. Big French support. We had Elise Lemoine, Justine Dupont there, all kind of talking in French to Edouard, but up and riding right now. Looking to improve on this, on the 8.33 opening right-hander. Taylor Jensen, here it is. This is the barrel section. He's probably going to come from behind it, but opting to go now high onto the nose. So here it is. It's going to get steep. He's locked in. What do you think, JC?
Hang on.
He comes out the double barrel. Come on. Taylor Jensen hanging in there. That was absolutely outstanding,
All right,
JC.
he's got to get around
next?
this. It does slow down a little bit. He's chasing this one. Oh, unfortunate for Taylor.
Wow, to hang on to that.
That's the gnarliest, longest, different line. Obviously, he wasn't meaning to do that.
That was
to
outstanding.
To wrestle through that, and it's just a shame that he just couldn't quite get a little bit more momentum down the line, because that was going to be a huge score.
JC, you nearly gave me a dead arm.
Sorry.
You were so excited. You
excited
punched
there.
me in the arm in joy, because that was intense. So let's talk us through what happened and the line he took and why it was so radical.
I feel like he bobbled at the start, so he knew he had to try and go for something a little different. And he's like, this is the end of the tube, where he's hanging in there, stalling, comes out, and he had no other option but to pull in again. And Taylor is, look at him pumping with his hands inside.
Insane.
Just a shame that he got a little caught here and couldn't get back into the open face a little quicker.
Wow. Incredible effort from TJ. So a score will be dropped for Taylor, an 8.33 for the opening right. It may well not improve his situation, but somebody who's going to be pretty happy on the glass. Let's catch up with Team Philippines and the mighty goofy-footed JR, because he is with AJ.
We always talk about whether it's more stressful to surf a wave yourself or watch someone else surf. And I think you can attest that watching someone else surf when you need someone else to do something to get you to El Salvador might be the most nerve-wracking yet. How was the morning for you?
Yeah, I feel so nervous this morning because, yeah, I know the situation will be for El Salvador. And, yeah, I was praying and cheering for someone because I love my friends. Tony, I love Tony, but I have to cheer for Taylor because they're on the same heat. And yeah, I'm so happy I made it to El Salvador.
We're so excited to get a chance to watch you compete there. What are you going to carry from this event at Surf Abu Dhabi into El Salvador that you feel like is going to help you move forward there?
Yeah, I'm gonna go home first and fly to El Salvador, and Lupi will be shaping boards for me in El Salvador, and yeah, we'll like try to relax and go back to zero and focus on the top 8 and try to win. Yeah.
Look forward to seeing you there. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Josh, I'd love to see JR win a world title. It would be deserved. You know, one of the more talented Asian goofy footers in history, and so modest and humble, but such an electric, brilliant longboarder.
Yeah, he'll really suit that wave down there too. Like his big, open-faced calves, great nose riding, and it's great to have him down there.
Well, we can see seeding still to be determined because Stephen Sawyer still in the event, Kevin Scavana, of course, TJ and Edward. But those lock names, Kai, Max, out the event, but certainly in for El Salvador along with Declan and Rogelio JR Esquivel. But right now, let's switch our attention. A 5.33 for Taylor, so getting a really strong score for that incredible double barrel as he sets up a high line. He's looking to improve on a 7. So he's got a second opportunity for a nose ride, gets a nice tight nose ride there in and out of 2 nose rides already, and now he's going to get behind the section, he's going to stall it, he's going to go into the pig dog stance, but he's unable to improve on his left of a 7. So his total heat score now with all of his waves ridden will remain at that 15.33. So Edward will be chasing scores.
Yeah, Edward is just trying to put a score on the right. Only needs a 707.
Interesting, because Edward's been getting 9s on that right now. To get a 7 is very interesting because he's got a repertoire that's worked, but it's thrived on using that barrel. So what will his approach be, chasing a kind of what in his head is going to be a mid-7 as we look at the replay to consider what score this could be for TJ.
Yeah, this really nice setting up here, just got a little deep, nose of the board grabbed and then just sucked him right back too deep. Unfortunate for Taylor. He would have liked to just put a little bit more pressure on. If he dropped another excellent score around the 8-point range, it just makes makes Edward have to think a little bit, but 283, Edward will easily replace that.
Well, surfers at home, it's a chance to catch your breath. Edward Delpero is coming up chasing a 707. Can he book a spot in the final, or would Taylor Jensen stay in the lead? We're going to be right back after these messages.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10. Shall we?
Sun and the moon and the stars have been dancing along at the pace around us. Plans made on the floor, sipping things where the salty and sweet taste like water. All of this and just because. Is it all just too good to be? Baby, it's just you and me.
There are the fans. It's the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam, and they're gathering there because at 3 p.m. local time, live on site, an acoustic session with Donovan Frankenreiter and his super talented son, Hendrix. And my question to you, Josh Constable, as a fellow Australian, will Chris Hemsworth turn up? Because he features in style in that Experience Abu Dhabi commercial.
Yeah, he was getting some great little tubes, wasn't he? And he looks like his boys surf really well too. So
here we go, live action, up and riding, chasing A 707 on the nose. Edouard Delpero holds that 5, and here is the line, the turn, and what's going to happen with the barrel section. Drives off the bottom, sets himself up, gets himself positioned, leans forward, comes cleanly out of that curtain, and now cross steps forward, holds it. What does he need to do now to get that 707, Josh?
Just needs to finish it. Just the nice run. As you can see, he's not driving as hard back to the pocket, surfing a little more.
Wow, there it is.
That's a score.
Big finishing down carve, drop knee turn, sweeping, and then a little more room to get shade on the inside all the way through. Edouard Delpero has just put a performance on the board that we're pretty confident is going to be a special one, Josh.
Yeah, that's definitely the score. It was a little slightly more conservative, but you don't want to take anything away from it because it was insane.
Yeah, he didn't need an 8. He needed a 707, and he had to use all of the wave to achieve that.
Yeah, totally. So the first barrel, the carve wasn't as deep as what we've seen from him, but he didn't need to do that. He just had a job to do, was to get better than the 707.
But he got the inside barrel as well. And for me, all of that wave was incredible. Let's appreciate the variety of maneuvers. You know, already on a 5, now already on a turn. Yes, not so deep on this barrel, but it's about what happens afterwards as well. The scores are growing all the time, Josh.
Yeah, it's a really, like, we'd take that tube all day long. It's really good. Straight out, great hang 5 here. Nice and composed. We've seen him hold that a little bit longer in the past, but again, that turn was really nice. And here, just patience, waiting. I like that one drive there to make sure he's just in front of that sort of foam ball section.
And there's more.
Yeah, that turn was epic.
And then there's even more, Josh. How was that? He just fits things in.
Nice little head dip to finish off, but easily the score.
Yeah, he's pumped. He's happy. You could see by TJ's body language. You know, Singlet came up there. You know, he's, you know, but TJ's, well, we're going to wait for the score. There's one more left as well to come through, but TJ's going to be in El Salvador. He's going for his 5th world longboard title. Is that right?
That's crazy. How
That's
cool
just
is
madness.
that? And
Absolute madness. Mind-blowing achievement so far.
And that wave, it suits his surfing.
Oh,
big,
does it
open,
ever.
calves.
But also
powerful.
Edouard can. He's,
Well,
you know,
we've
he's
seen
won
him
an
down
ISA
there. Yeah, I was
World
gonna
Longboard
say,
title.
we've seen him there at the ISA putting on great performances.
Okay.
We don't want to jump too far ahead because we've still got a couple of finals to go down, and the surfing is insane right now.
There it is. I thought it was going to be big. It's an 8.67. It jumps him into the lead. He's booked himself a spot in the final. Look at the emotion. This is a special moment for the French.
Do you think he was nervous waiting for that score, or he knew?
No, he knew he got it, but he had to go and do it. You know, he would have been disappointed on that opening wave. I think he was going for a really deep barrel on that opening wave. He was hungry for that, but wow, the calm, the cool collectiveness. And I think he was very careful to make sure he was solid on that first barrel, didn't go too deep.
Totally. He makes that first barrel and completes that first wave. We could have seen our first excellent score because it was really, really deep. But great surfing there from Edouard, and excited to see what this left looks like for him right now.
But still a great result for Taylor, of course, finishing 3rd. It's a strong result for that seeding to be confirmed for El Salvador, as we can see now, up and riding, driving with the drop knee setup, high line again now onto the 5, dropping a bit low in that nose right, but right in the pocket. Things get glassy and glistening here in the turquoise aquamarine barrel, and he stays in the big dog. It's super deep. It's going to be a tricky one to come out of, though.
Yeah, he got really deep on that one, but this wave doesn't matter. He's booked his spot into the final.
Ooh. Wow. Okay, that's our first finalist, JC. We've got Kevin Scavan and Stevie Sawyer. They're going to be the surfers battling out to meet Edouard. But let's talk about this achievement. You know, like many of the surfers moving into a new phase of his life, you know, recently had a baby with his partner Lindsay back home in France. Nico is the name of that fantastic newborn. So big shout out to Nico and Lindsay. They'll be absolutely over the moon because Edouard came in to this event needing a big result to qualify for El Salvador.
Yeah, it's a great location for him to come needing a result, isn't
Having
it? Because we have some surfers that are strong
Yep.
in different locations, and we're not going to say he's the best guy in the pool, but he's very, very, very solid, and the results are coming and the scores are coming, and He's still got one heat to go, but we could see him go all the way.
Yeah, and the confidence being a winner in 2021 of the World Longboard Tour event at the Surf Ranch in Limor, that was like a really important thing as we get to hear some of the French vibes here by the basin.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Pas plus, pas moins. Hein? Merci.
That board sounded like an epoxy, didn't it? With the leg rope tapping on there. Really cool.
J'ai été gourmand sur la gauche, je voulais mettre un grand barrel, j'ai été un peu trop gourmand.
Not often you have Justine Dupont in your camp as well, hey?
Yeah,
Hein?
very special. Super
Ouais,
cool.
t'as vu comment je t'ai relâché, beaucoup plus. Je vais faire pareil. Je vais faire wouh, wouh, bah, psh, tac, oh.
Tu vas remercier Dieu après.
Ah ouais, on est fou ici, hein. On est complètement fou ici.
Oh, congratulations, Edouard. I know his brother Antoine, good friend of ours. He'll be tuning in, Antoine Delpero. Wow, there it is, JC. At 867 and 827, but Taylor Jensen right there. I mean, that tube ride where he didn't quite make it was absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, that was a great semi-final, and both those surfers yesterday morning, they were the first heat, and they put on great displays, and again today, that semi-final. What a way to start off the semi-finals. But Sam, this next one, two goofy footers.
Yeah, you said it. And of course, our defending champion, Stephen Sawyer, he's got that incredible backside tube riding technique that he's honed at Jeffreys Bay. But kicking off first is going to be Stephen. He's going to surf against Kevin Skavana. Kevin Skavana's had a great season so far, but right now we shift our attention to our defending champion, winner of the 2024 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic from Jeffreys Bay, riding his self-shaped board. This is the board he won a 9.7 at the event last year. Self-shaped, self-designed, white point back, single fin, driving off the bottom into that trademark tube stance, pig dog with that knee perfectly positioned, just looking for a clean exit, and then just releases that hand off the rail. He cross steps forward, coming out of that, and then back into the rail grab, and he hangs on there, JC.
Wow, he did so well there.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe he's still going. That is incredible that he's kept his balance.
He needs to finish strong here because those little wobbles.
Wow, and he has done. Amazing work, and now on rail, a sweeping turn, throwing of spray, and he did an incredible job to hang into that situation. Yes, there was some drama, but certainly it kept us on the edge of our seat, and he's made it all the way through, and that's going to be a significant score.
That's going to be a really good score. Just unfortunate. If it didn't have those bobbles in the middle, that's going to go huge. That was, the first barrel was insane.
Well, let's analyze it, because there was a moment as he comes out of the first barrel where he just goes to that wizardry that only he has to keep his balance.
Yeah, here just dragging so perfectly. Looks like he's on a little Super Tubes barrel back home, doesn't it? Looks comfortable, but it's just here. Just the nose kind of grabbed.
How was that recovery?
So good. And then here on the nose starts to lose his balance a little bit. But then the rest of this was really nice. This was a really deep, nice, clean tube too.
Fully.
Judges will really like that. And this turn right now, whoosh, laying it on a rail. So, wow.
Well, laying it on a rail, the French surfer, born in Marseille, based in Biarritz, Edouard Delpero, you've made it to the final, and you're with AJ McCord.
Edouard, congratulations. You're on to the finals here at Surf Abu Dhabi. We were just talking about not just how critical it was to make it to the final, but to do it against Taylor Jensen, four-time world champ, defending world champ, somebody who is so revered in this sport. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good. Like, definitely Taylor has been the one to beat it through all my career. Like, I lost the world title against him 8 years ago, but I got a lot of matchup. We did the relic at the time. I beat him on that one, but now I'm really stoked to get that one. And it's been a hard pressure hit, but managed it, so I'm stoked.
A lot of pressure, but the way that you managed it, how much confidence?
Yeah, I'm just stoked to have 4 more waves to surf in the pool and get 8 more barrels, and that's the plan. So we'll see how it goes. Just hopefully I'm not too greedy like I've been on my first ride. Definitely was. I thought I would make that one, but that was a tricky one. So next time I will be good.
Looking forward to it. Congratulations.
Cheers, AD. Thank you.
Oh, great stuff. Thanks so much, AJ. Well done, Edouard. Great performance, and now hungry for 8 more barrels in the grand final, JC.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I was thinking he's like, 4 more waves and 8 more barrels. And I'm like, perfect. He's going for it.
Okay, 6-3-3. Reflect on that score.
Yeah. Unfortunately, those 2 bobbles cost that from going well into the excellent, because both the tubes were really nice. The nose ride work was sensational. So his confidence will be high, knowing if he can clean it up. The judges love what he's doing, and but he needs to put a score on here. Kevin's in some fine form right now, so he needs to put pressure on Kevin.
He calls this model the Brazil model. It's his favorite model. He gets a really nice perch, soul arch, tip right there, all tight at the nose, and now using that cut back and then coming off the bottom and then stalling and setting himself very deep in the tube, and that was really nicely worked as he comes out super clean with full coverage all the way through to the nose of his board, but just dagged that nose unexpectedly.
It was funny because he was just in the trim and it's still, wow. He did so well. The tube was insane, and he was like, there was a little bit of a foam ball moment. You could see he was super deep.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what happened on the other one. It was the nose kind of just grabbed when he was just in forward trim. So
just didn't expect that to happen. I was seeing perfection up to that moment, and he'd already come out of the more difficult early part of the tube, and he was just kind of lining himself up. Kevin Skavana coming up next. What is he going to do on his first right-hander? We're going to find it out real soon. Stay with us as we continue this amazing semi-final of the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Where the desert meets the sea. We meet the Murphys at Surf Abu Dhabi. Could this be the most epic layover of their lives? Find your way at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
It's the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam here on the southern tip of Hudayriyat Island, developed by Modon in the United Arab Emirates. 7 Emiratis, and the capital here is Abu Dhabi. An incredible culture of souks, skyscrapers, Arabian sands, and the best surf facility on the planet, as we can now see Kevin Skavana from Southern California looking to improve on the situation laid out by the wizardry of Stephen Sawyer from South Africa, who dropped a 6.33 and a 5.33. What do you think for Skavana, Josh?
Yeah, Kevin's in some serious hot form right now, carrying it all season, and it's continued. It's went from Bells, he went on a little trip to the Mentawais in Indonesia, and then back to Bali for a contest, had a win there. See him here in the semi-finals, and he's ready to go all the way.
on his backup board, but it looked good on his final wave after breaking it on his penultimate wave. It's all blue and beautiful as Skavana takes a high line and locks a nice 5, walks out of that, and then big down carve, and then a driving bottom turn using cross-stepping to get further forward, and a really nice pig dog stance, and then readjusting his line twice, no barrel, but back to the tip, holds that 5. What do you think now, Josh? What's in the tank for Skavana?
Nothing now, unfortunately. Wow, see how he grabbed onto the board then, and I was like, don't snap another one. That's his only backup. So he was looking really good right there. Maybe just the pressure. Unfortunate because the opening like nose ride and carve was looking so good. He's fine there. Look what the score, like 317. Like it's pretty high for just what he did and where he fell. So like, you can always take positives out of that the judges really like what you're doing.
Sure.
You got to complete the wave, obviously, for it to go into the excellent range, but I feel like that's a good sign for him rather than getting all bummed and disappointed in falling. There's always a positive as a competitor. You need to look at the positives. But this nose ride, speedy, fast, nice little carve down here, and that nose just pokes and over the falls, and bummer.
Yeah, so it's going to be a low score, 317, so it won't be a keeper for Kevin. It'll put pressure on his next right, but he'll have a left first, and this is his favorite front side, but he's been getting good scores both ways. He's gone up into the 9s and the high 7s, 9s on rights, high 7s on left, so he has been a high performer on the backside. So this is a chance now to really put something super strong to build the pressure on Sawyer.
Yeah, he definitely needs to drop something in the excellent range, which will then take a bit of pressure off the next right that he gets.
His mum Karen and dad Eric will be kind of just biting their nails watching in anticipation, because they would love to see him getting a really high seed placement going into the Longboard Championships in Surf City, El Salvador.
Yeah, and they haven't seen their son for a little while. He's been on the road. He went, like I said, from Bells over to Indonesia and then straight to here, so they haven't seen their son, but they'd be super proud, and they'll be up watching. And that whole Southern California, St. Clemente, Oceanside Longboard Club getting behind Kevin, they'll be all cheering, and the big family, longboard community continues, and everyone's cheering for Kevin right now to put on a good score.
Twice a finalist in World Longboard Tour events. That one time on your home turf, Noosa lost out to Joel Tudor in the final, and then he was on a real roll at Bells Beach. That was incredible. It was Max Weston who took that win in the final, but the surfing that Kevin was doing, allowed him to beat the likes of Taylor Jensen en route to the final.
Yeah, that was a big heat against Taylor, because Taylor opened up with some really strong surfing, and then Kevin just caught fire and went all the way. So
also beat Edward as well.
He did, yeah. It was a really good final too. It was a close one. There was a few falls, but again, Kevin sort of came bouncing back at the end of that final, and so that was a great event. But this one here, it's different here in the pool, and he's been putting on some great performances. And like you said, you'd think he'd be maybe stronger on the front side, but he's been posting some big scores on the ride. We've seen that switch barrel.
Yeah, that was incredible.
So we've got plenty more coming from Kevin.
Here it is. Orange County represented here at this beach culture vibe here at Surf Abu Dhabi and Hudayriyat Island, United Arab Emirates, up and riding. Really nice line, just cool off the bottom, but functional. Locked in a 5, holds that 5. Clean cross stepping out of the nose ride, and again smooth using the bottom of the wave, back for a touch of the 5 and gets really low, stalls it, eyes up the line, now comes lower in the wave, follows that leading arm. There's going to be a little bit of coverage potentially here. Yes, there is. He just comes cleanly out of that, and now the wave just allows a tapering face to get locked back on the tip. What do you think the line is going to be through the inside, Josh?
Yeah, it needs to be good. He needs to get deep in the tube, because we've seen Stevie get really deep there. So nice wave here.
Wow.
That was a big carve, wasn't it?
Really nice at the end, and he did get that little coverage as well before it, as things got glassy and dynamic, and then really throwing that single fin on rail.
Really nice opening wave, 3 maneuvers before the outside barrel. I'd love to see him he has to get deeper on the tube, because we know what Stevie's capable on that barrel. I know he's just trying to put some score and put some pressure on Stevie, but still a really well-surfed wave. But this opening section, Sam.
Yeah, just holds it on the nose, comes down. I love just the flow off the bottom. And again, using the bottom of the wave here for that setup. And look at that stall. Not so deep, but certainly right under the money.
Yeah, nice. He's right there, just needed to jam on the brakes slightly. Comes out, and I like this here, just nice and patient, smooth walking up to the nose.
It's great the way the wave allows this. It just has that slower tempo bit there, but then you have to line up perfectly for this.
Yes, just gets hollow, gets a little shade there. But this turn, Sam.
Wham. That was really dynamic, and you can just see the switch in that plating edge, just jamming it. You get that flex and that hold in the fin. That was really serious rail work from Skavana.
Yeah, and just really pushing hard, just that little bit release. He's gone, obviously, not by choice, but back to the pintail.
Yep.
So that helps with those sort of driving, carving turns.
Fantastic moment for Kevin to really get himself a keeper score on his favored front side. Let's see if we've got any sound bites coming up.
I think that was a score. Yeah.
Turns on the cock on the fucking right. Whatever.
Here or there, whatever.
Here or there, man. I wasn't quite sure if I was going here or there. I think that was the problem. Oh,
Yeah,
6-9.
Pulled it last time. Still waiting. That was Stevie's scores. Dude, the turns on this thing look so primo.
Yeah. Like even that last turn, that thing was like hee, hee.
That thing was sick.
And like so good in transition. The board feels better.
Yeah. I think it looks better. Yeah.
Nice inside there, JC. The adjective to describe that
But
turn.
that's what
He's
we saw
happy.
too. Like,
Brilliant.
you know, like it's cool to see that he's really feeling it.
Okay, Stevie Sawyer, 2018 World Longboard Champion, up and riding. Oh, really nice opening 10. And now he's going to get that line. He's going to come from behind and stall. Trademark set up here. This is the repertoire. In the barrel, deep, locked, comes out cleanly. Now this is where things came unstuck on the first ride. And a 6.33 he ended up getting, just had a little bit of tricky moments through here, but he's ironed that out perfectly. This is super smooth, Josh, and this is looking really strong for the inside section.
Yeah, nice and behind this bit here. Coming out. Needs to still finish clean. I think it needs a little bit more in this one.
Yes, really great work for Stephen Sawyer. That was fantastic. So I feel a solid improvement on the 6.33. Ironed out everything, kept it smooth controlled. You can see his partner, Crystal Hewlett. She's really happy about that, Josh.
Yeah, she's a Frother #1 fan, which is really cool to see.
South African team in force as well. You got Ollie, you got Sam, and a lot of the staff here at Surf Abu Dhabi hailing from South Africa as well, and that's going to give a lot of inspiration for Stevie, like it did last year, and we get the chance really to look at this 10 on takeoff.
Yeah, big 10. This turn here as well, really nice, setting it up for this. Dragging. Got pretty deep. This is a really nice tube right there.
Master of the backside tube riding stance.
And like you said, Sam, cleaned it up because he just had to focus. It was almost like a loss of focus, and both waves, the nose dipping in. So really good. And again, just a really nice, clean, open tube. Looks like there's so, with good technique and vision, there's so much room inside those. And then you see people that take the wrong line and not as comfortable in that position. That doesn't look as big and round.
Yeah, there's not a foam ball to push you out or to sit back against. You've got to kind of stay with that face part of the barrel, that kind of clear water section in the barrel there. And we can see, yes, the type of techniques that point break surfers and beach break and reef break surfers use, but a lot of the energy is just ahead of you, and it's about just not getting too deep, but keeping that right line. But what we see from Stephen is always having that driving maneuver to get into those barrels. What have we got for the scores there, Josh?
Yeah, dropping into the 7.83. A few judges going 8, one low 7. They get dropped out, and then the average coming in.
But what about for Kevin? His ride comes in pretty strong as well.
Yeah, coming in at an 8.17.
So super evenly poised. The high score of an 8.17 for Kevin's left, the high score of a 7.83 for Stephen's right. The right and left scores combined, your highest right, your highest left. We've already got one finalist confirmed, Edouard Delpero. Kevin there just stretching, exercising, kind of using that roll there to get himself ready for his opportunity to strike. He's going to have 2 more rides, and this is going to be the last for Stephen, and he's going to want to improve on his 5.33.
Yeah, he needs to improve. He needs to try and get somewhere around that 8-point ride. He needs to match Kevin's left, because we know that Kevin can put a big score on the ride. We've seen it through the whole event, that the ride he's favouring and getting some excellent scores. So if we think of that left for Kevin, the first barrel wasn't overly deep, and we've seen Stevie really push those tube rides, so it's going to be interesting, Sam.
Here he comes, off the bottom. Creativity, innovation, nice line, high, soul arch, locked in. We saw these nose rides on the first ride. There's that drop knee turn. He's going to be deep here. He should be good in this first section. He looks set up well. He's got a bit of tube time. He's going to come out clean. This is where he came unstuck last time, so he'll now just want to concentrate, stay focused, keep things simple. And now as the wave slows a touch, this is where you get that long nose ride, and he gets into a really nice tight, high lifting nose ride. And now he's still got acceleration through the inside bowl, Josh, and it looks like he's going to come out clean. And is it going to be a flourish finish on rail? There it is, jams it with a drop knee and just comes back off the bottom. That is absolutely beautiful. I'm feeling that for a really big score.
Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave, great nose ride. Good tube time, both sections, utilised that hollow part of the wave, got deep enough. Feel like after the barrel it was a bit sleepier compared to Kevin's. Kevin really laid that board on a rail, but Stevie obviously deeper in the tube, so judges have a lot to compare here. But this was really nice opening, great little drop knee there, setting it up.
Yeah, and talk about the technique here again in the barrel, and then when he comes out, how he moves into the critical nose ride.
Yeah. It was great that he was a little more patient and switched on and just took his time. But right here, this part of the nose ride, man, that's really critical. Deep, tight 5. And again here, just trimming. Has to finish, but still has to get deep enough in that tube. And then just a nice little drop knee here.
And coming out of that drop knee with the bottom turn as well, really nicely. Everything was clean and composed. Relative to the 8.17 of Kevin, you know, where do you think that will sit? Is your instinct saying it's a stronger score or not quite, or pretty similar?
Yeah, it's really hard because there's parts that are a lot stronger, and then there's parts that weren't as strong. So it's like, I don't know. It's I'm usually pretty like confident on where I feel the score. Like, it was insane surfing, beautiful surfing, super smooth. And
you know what I liked about it a lot, Josh, which I think could separate it and bring it high, is that second main nose ride. When he came out of the tube, he was very measured and patient, but just at the right moment, he got one of the more dynamic lifting nose rides we've seen at that section.
And it was deep and it was really committed. And that's one of the real positive. The tubes were positive. They were quite deep and driving.
I thought the rides was going to be a bit better. But who can complain? We're perfect waves. Happy chappy. And as jolly as a lolly. Let's go. Yeah. Sweet. The left. I had to hold it longer because I've been coming out too soon. Yeah. After the barrel. Yeah. 8.2.
8.23, yeah.
8.23. I'll take it.
You need a 7.9 on the right.
To take it.
You need an 8.
I'll take it. Let's see.
Yeah, I think the end.
We got two families that are very close to home that are stressing. Kev's family and my family. We all love each other, but we all want everyone to win, but not everyone can win, eh?
Here we go.
Brilliant stuff there, an 8-2-3. So now Skavana chasing a 7-9 to the tip, holds that 5, locked in a nice tight nose ride. Back to the tail, drives off the bottom, uses the cross step to accelerate, gets a touch of the 5 in a very steep section and goes into the switch stance. And now he'll readjust his line in switch, cross-stepping in switch, very hard to do, back for a switch nose ride. But unfortunately, he takes a little slip. So he sat down in that ride, and now he'll just kind of like have a little bit of fun here on the switch, pulling in switch, locked in, deep, washing past him. So he's not going to ride out of that. And now that's interesting for Kevin, because he did need a significant score on this right-hander, because he's carrying his good score on his left, and he needed that 7.9, and it's just not going to be enough, Josh.
No, I'm like so surprised that he went there. His surfing was so solid on the wave. Like, all he had to do was just do his surfing, and he was well on his way to getting a score. I don't think he had to push as hard with the switch, and unfortunate there for Kev. Man, that was crazy.
Yeah.
That was really crazy, because the opening, like, nose ride, down carve, projecting bottom turn, he was looking really solid.
Well, Stephen takes the win, because Kevin would need a combination of scores on that single scoring left. So Stephen Sawyer has done what he did last year. He's booked himself a spot in the final at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic to meet up with Frenchman Edouard Delpero. Last year it was Hawaiian John Michael Van Hoytenstein, Johnny the Ripper against Stephen. This year it's also a regular footer he's up against, but it's in Frenchman Edouard Delpero, and the goofy footer has got Team South Africa around his shoulders, and he's going to analyze those video clips and reflect on his 8-2-3 and his 7-8-3. But there's one more ride for Kevin to enjoy and put on a show, and he's going to be in El Salvador going for his first world longboard title.
Yeah, he'll look really good down there in El Salvador too, Kevin, because it's a similar wave to Bells with the power and the open face carve, Sam. So we saw what he did at Bells, and that board that he's riding now, Pintail, looking really good under his feet.
So Josh, just to confirm, he will be carrying that low score on the right of a 3.9. So he can improve on his 817, but it wouldn't be enough from a single score, because you've got to carry one right and one left for that heat total. And Stephen Sawyer has dropped 1606 with that 783 and that 823. So in that combination situation of this one single ride, Kevin Skavana won't be able to book himself a spot in the final, but he will finish in third, and we will get a chance to reflect on what's been a fantastic season so far, and more to come, of course, between our 5th and 9th of November. He's going to be there at the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships at a wave he knows really well, El Sunzal. He's been a regular in El Salvador over the last 6 years.
Yeah, the finals, the list of surfers, both male and female, the excitement levels are going to go through the roof. The forecast, the long-range forecast, waves look really good. I know that a lot of the surfers are heading straight there right now to get into this new swell that's arriving. So excited to watch.
And a huge improvement this season for Skavana. You know, the last few years he's been always regular on those 9th place finishes, which is this year he's breaking into the regular 5ths and got a 2nd at Bells. Of course, he got that final in 2021 in Noosa. He's been a duct tape winner as well. He's been 2 times our world kneeboard champion. He's, of course, a stalwart from the coalition and the club culture of longboarding in the US, a kind of national champion, team rep for the national team at the RSA World Longboard Championships, and he will be flying the flag in style in the top 8 at Surf City El Salvador pretty soon, and he's going to go back and get some fresh boards from Steve Bainey at Infinity Surfboards, and he's going to come out guns blazing at Sunzal.
Yeah, I'd definitely be taking that one down as well. That pintail under his feet looks really nice. So there he is, congratulating his mate. And that's a tough heat for both those guys, because they're best mates on tour. They spend a lot of time together. They travel together. So great surfing there by Stevie, and nice for him to make it into the final and defend it, you know, because that opportunity doesn't happen often, does it?
Yeah, and no John Michael Van Hoyenstein this year, but an in-form Edouard Delpero. I mean, that's going to be a great matchup. And also on the women's side, Avalon, Gaul, Honolulu, Bloomfield. 2 really good finals. And what's interesting, Josh, in both finals we have 1 goofy footer and 1 regular footer.
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And because of the left and the right here, it's so perfect. It's fair. Some if it's a right point break, sometimes the goofy footers feel a bit disadvantaged. Where here it's even, everyone gets a equal opportunity. So we're so happy to be here, aren't we? Surf Abu Dhabi, it's blowing our minds.
Well, this guy's got the South African flag draped around his shoulders. He's happy. He's in the final. He's with AJ.
You cannot blame him for being as happy as he is. Stevie, congratulations. On to the finals here at Surf Abu Dhabi yet again. How'd you get it done today?
Thanks, AJ. Oh, I'm so stoked. I don't know, I've just been listening to worship music all day and just getting in the presence and just staying as chilled as I can possibly be. And yeah, I mean, it can get nerve-wracking when you're out there. You feel alone, but you know, when we're here on the deck together, you got to just take that vibe that's here on the deck out there with you. And I mean, yeah, I'm so stoked. I might not seem stoked, it's just like, but I really am. I'm so happy.
How do you carry that vibe now? We have a few hours until we're going to kick off the final. How do you get ready for it?
I'm going to go sit inside for a sec, just let my body equalize. And then when the girls' final's on, I'll get outside and acclimatize to the heat and let my body just do its natural warm-up. And then, yeah, I also watch some clips before I get out there just so I can dissect everything. Yeah, I mean, it's so strange, you know, we've got a mechanical wave, but the lines seem to change, you know, it's like, it's hard to just be in the exact foot of the wave every time, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm gonna go dissect some clips, and yeah, that's that.
I was going to ask you a little bit more about that because it's something that you've done every single heat is you look at those waves and you analyze them so well with Coach, with everybody here in the South African contingent. How have you found that has become a part of your routine that has been helpful in this comp?
Well, it's pretty much only this contest because, you know, when we're surfing out in the ocean, we paddle out for our heats, come back in, and it's finished. And then often we have to wait for a couple rounds to finish. Maybe it's the next day. But this one, you're like getting a wave, two waves come in, and I feel that's the best kind of prep. And yeah, it's really awesome to have that kind of experience because it's totally different to what we're used to.
Well, congratulations. We'll let you get to it. See you in the final.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks, everybody back home. I miss you guys.
Great stuff. Thanks so much, AJ. Great insight, good questions there, and really interesting to hear how Stevie reflecting as well, Josh, on the opportunity to study those replays and just get straight back to action as we get to appreciate this bracket now for the men. Standouts for you so far, Josh?
Oh, Edward, obviously the tube riding, and then Stevie to bounce back through that heat with his good mate Kevin Skavana. Really looking forward to that final. It's going to be a real banger. Like you said, goofy versus regular.
Well, there it is. That's going to be the final of the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Let's take a look at the women's bracket as well. We had an amazing run of quarterfinals, those semis, but who's been the standout for you? Of course, two have gathered for the final, but some spectacular performances elsewhere.
Yeah, all of those quarterfinals were really exciting, but I feel like both surfers coming through to meet in the final have been the two standouts all event. And again, it's a goofy versus regular. Honolulu's switch footing that she's been doing has been really impressive, but then the grace and flow and style of Avalon has been blowing my mind.
Well, there it is. That's the women's final. Avalon Gaul against Honolulu, Bloomfield, California and Hawaii meet up. In the other final on the men's side, it's France and South Africa. We're going to wait for the cloak of evening cool. Tune in at 4:45 local time for the finals of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Yeah, I'm 101, number one, we the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, we the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. Feeling like $1 million in my tux. Feeling like I got the Midas touch. Ladies falling in love, hello love. Come and join the entourage, rolling with some megastars. Everyone knows who we are. We're just having such a laugh in the club. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Everybody showing us love, we party hard. We proceed to the bar, showing up most respect to the bar staff. Yesterday was yesterday. We don't sip on lemonade, we don't sip on Alizé. We sip on makes us levitate. Make the problems fly away, whatever is whatever, whatever the weather. We pray for the the better. Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole in one. I woke up this morning, that's a W. That's a bonus when you're making revenue. Stepping out in something fresh, something new. Penthouse suite with a better view. I'm fully connected, respected. It's fully perfected, perfection. I'm rolling with angels, protection. The lights too bright, that's attention. Yeah, we looking lows, yeah, we counting gold. Yeah, we planting seeds, and we watching grow. And we flicking those in these envelopes. 10 M's and we adding up another O. Yeah, I'm 101, number one.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Way, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Surf fans, welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. It is the peak of summer here in beautiful Southern California. The lumber is out with beautiful logs. Day one competition, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Global superstar J.R. Esquivel, who just starts things off on the nose.
Look at that 10.
Nice.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper 10 right there.
J.R. coming through as our first winner of the day. I'm thinking 50 deep for Team Philippines on the sand right now. Johnny surfer.
Big victory for the local surfer out of Carlsbad. Jack Van Wagoner gets straight into the round of 16.
To get to come here in Huntington and have this amphitheater atmosphere and have the fans really engaged, like that's huge for us and getting that exposure out for longboarding.
Speaking of TJ, how was the nose ride there? Straight into the lip line. Defending event champion and defending world champion Taylor Jensen straight into the round of 16 with a big heat win.
Opinion is the most therapeutic sport in the whole world. The feeling of riding waves in the ocean, like there's no better feeling.
All the stars are here. This is day 2 of the Lexus US Open. Really loving what Avalon Gaul is laying down on these perfect little laps. 7.67, near excellent. The shocked reaction from Tully White's buzzer beater finish. Stevie Sawyer got on the nose, making it look easy. 7.77. We've got some of the best small wave surfers on the planet. The who's who of modern hot dog logging. Hot dogging. Oh, see, it can be treacherous out there.
Number 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We will be crowning our men's and women's longboard champions.
She's got a total score of 15. That is the highest of the event so far.
Our reigning world champ goes down, Malia Illigan.
Good job.
You can almost hear that turn. That's the sound of a door closing.
On to the semifinals.
Oh my God!
Avalon's first final ever, Adelaide County versus Orange County, our 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion.
He's the man, he's the winner. Big moment, Cote.
Oh, watch this reaction.
We've been watching some really great surf these last play days, and there's been some really standouts, but really all that matters is today and what's going to happen today. And we have a perfect canvas and a perfect setting here to crown that world longboard champion.
As ever, it's just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far.
I definitely think I surpassed my expectations, so now I have nothing to lose, I guess. So I'm kind of just having a great time cruising.
Ty's approach to every wave, it's put together. He's really good with his hands.
and she's just won a heat against Honolulu. Well, this is going to feel great for Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Kai Salas set himself up to battle for a world title defense. He's going to be coming up against Taylor Jensen.
The title match, best of 3 coming up.
It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024.
Wow.
Taylor Jensen in the yellow jersey here. He's a 4-time world champion.
Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. Feeling like $1 million in my tux. Feeling like I got the Midas touch. Ladies falling in love, hello love. Come and join the entourage, rolling with some megastars. Everyone knows who we are. We're just having such a laugh in the club. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Everybody showing us love, we party hard. We proceed to the bar, showing up most respect to the bar staff. Yesterday was yesterday. We don't sip on lemonade, we don't sip on Alizé. We sip on mixes levitate. Make the problems fly away, whatever is whatever, whatever the weather, we pray for the better. Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. I woke up this morning, that's a W. That's a bonus when you're making revenue. Stepping out in something fresh, something new. Penthouse suite, world, better view. I'm fully connected, respected. It's fully perfected, perfection. I'm rolling with angels, protection. The lights too bright, that's attention. Yeah, we looking lows, yeah, we counting gold. Yeah, we planting seeds, and we watching grow. And we flicking those in these envelopes. 10 M's and we adding up another O. Yeah, I'm 101, number one.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Way, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
shine, shine like glow. Wind up quick with a too slow flow. Drip so clean, don't need that show. Beat so smooth, can't take this wrong. Don't do that, just aim like glow.
Surf fans, welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. It is the peak of summer here in beautiful Southern California. The lumber is out with beautiful logs. Day one competition, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Global superstar J.R. Esquivel, who just starts things off on the nose.
Look at that 10.
Nice.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper 10 right there.
JR coming through as our first winner of the day. I'm thinking 50 deep for Team Philippines on the sand right now. Johnny the Ripper.
Big victory for the local surfer out of Carlsbad. Jack Van Wagoner is straight into the round of 16.
To get to come here in Huntington and have this amphitheater atmosphere and have the fans really engaged, like that's huge for us and getting that exposure out to longboarding.
Speaking of TJ, how was the nose ride there? Straight into the lip line. Defending event champion and defending world champion Taylor Jensen straight into the round of 16 with a big heat win.
Opinion is the most therapeutic sport in the whole world. The feeling of riding waves in the ocean, like there's no better feeling.
All the stars are here. This is day 2 of the Lexus US Open. Really loving what Avalon Gaul is laying down on these perfect little laps. 767, near excellent. The shocked reaction from Tully White's buzzer beater finish. Stevie Sawyer got on the nose. It's making it look easy. 7.77. We've got some of the best small wave surfers on the planet. The who's who of modern hot dog logging. Hot dogging. Oh, see, it can be treacherous out there.
Number 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We will be crowning our men's and women's longboard champions.
She's got a total score of 15. That is the highest of the event so far.
Our reigning world champ goes down, Malia Illigan.
Good job.
You can almost hear that turn. That's the sound of a door closing.
Split on to the semifinals.
Oh my God!
Avalon's first final ever, Adelaide County versus Orange County, our 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion.
He's the man, he's the winner. Big moment, Gote.
Oh, watch this reaction.
We've been watching some really great surf these last play days, and there's been some really standouts, but really all that matters is today and what's going to happen today. And we have a perfect canvas and a perfect setting here to crown that world longboard champion.
As ever, it's just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far.
I definitely think I surpassed my expectations, so now I have nothing to lose, I guess. So I'm kind of just having a great time cruising.
Kai's approach to every wave, it's put together. He's really good with his hands.
When she's just won a heat against Honolulu, well, this is going to feel great for Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Kai Salas set himself up to battle for a world title defense. He's going to be coming up against Taylor Jensen.
The title match, best of 3 coming up.
It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024. Wow. Jensen in the yellow jersey here. He's a 4-time world champion.
Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. Feeling like $1 million in my tux. Feeling like I got the Midas touch. Ladies falling in love, hello love. Come and join the entourage, rolling with some megastar. Everyone knows who we are. We're just having such a laugh in the club. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Everybody showing us love, we party hard. We proceed to the bar, showing up most respect to the bar staff. To the bar staff. Yesterday was yesterday. We don't sip on lemonade, we don't sip on Alizé. We sip on makes us levitate. Make the problems fly away. Whatever is whatever, wherever the weather. We pray for the better. Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. I woke up this morning, that's a W. That's a bonus when you're making revenue. Stepping out in something fresh, something new. Penthouse suite with a better view. I'm fully connected, respected. It's fully perfected, perfection. I'm rolling with angels, protection. The light's too bright, that's attention. Yeah, we looking lows. Yeah, we counting gold. Yeah, we planting seeds and we watching grow. And we flicking those in these envelopes. 10 M's and we adding up another O. Yeah, I'm 101, number one.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Way, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Surf fans, welcome back. The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. It is the peak of summer here in beautiful Southern California. The lumber is out with beautiful logs. Day one competition, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Global superstar J.R. Esquivel, who just starts things off on the nose.
Look at that 10.
Nice.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper 10 right there.
J.R. coming through as our first winner of the day. I'm thinking 50 deep for Team Philippines on the sand right now. Johnny the Ripper.
Big victory for the local surfer out of Carlsbad. Jack Van Wagoner is straight into the round of 16.
To get to come here in Huntington and have this amphitheater atmosphere and have the fans really engaged, like that's huge for us and getting that exposure out to longboarding.
Speaking of TJ, how was the nose ride there? Straight into the lip line. Defending event champion and defending world champion Taylor Jensen straight into the round of 16 with a big heat win.
In my opinion, is the most therapeutic sport in the whole world. The feeling of riding waves in the ocean, like there's no better feeling.
All the stars are here. This is day 2 of the Lexus US Open. Really loving what Avalon Gaul is laying down on these perfect little laps. 7.67, near excellent. The shocked reaction from Tully White's buzzer beater finish. Stevie Sawyer got on the nose. It's making it look easy. 7.77. We've got some of the best small wave surfers on the planet. The who's who of modern hot dog logging. Hot dogging. Oh, see, it can be treacherous out there.
Number 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We will be crowning our men's and women's longboard champions.
She's got a total score of 15. That is the highest of the event so far.
Our reigning world champ goes down, Malia Illigan.
Good job.
You can almost hear that turn. That's the sound of a door closing.
On to the semifinals.
Oh my God!
Avalon's first final ever, Adelaide County versus Orange County, our 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion.
He's the man, he's the winner. Big moment, Gote.
Oh, watch this reaction.
We've been watching some really great surf these last play days, and there's been some really standouts, but really all that matters is today and what's going to happen today. And we have a perfect canvas and a perfect setting here to crown that world longboard champion.
As ever, it's just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far.
I definitely think I surpassed my expectations, so now I have nothing to lose, I guess. So I'm kind of just having a great time cruising.
Ty's approach to every wave, it's put together. He's really good with his hands.
When she's just won a heat against Honolulu, well, this is going to feel great for Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Kai Salas set himself up to battle for a world title defense. He's going to be coming up against Taylor Jensen.
The title match, best of 3 coming up.
It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024. Wow. Taylor Jensen in the yellow jersey here. He's a 4-time world champion.
Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. Feeling like $1 million in my tux. Feeling like I got the Midas touch. Ladies falling in love, hello love. Come and join the entourage, rolling with some megastar. Everyone knows who we are. We're just having such a laugh in the club. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Everybody showing us love, we party hard. We proceed to the bar, showing up most respect to the bar staff. To the bar staff. Yesterday was yesterday. We don't sip on lemonade, we don't sip on Alizé. We sip on makes us levitate. Make the problems fly away. Whatever is whatever, whatever the weather, we pray for the better. Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. I woke up this morning, that's a W. That's a bonus when you're making revenue. Stepping out in something fresh, something new. Penthouse suite, well, better view. I'm fully connected, respected. It's fully perfected, perfection. I'm rolling with angels, protection. The lights too bright, that's attention. Yeah, we looking lows. Yeah, we counting gold. Yeah, we planting seeds and we watching grow. And we flicking those in these envelopes. 10 M's and we adding up another O. Yeah, I'm 101, number one.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Way, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
scripts. Got my tools, I came equipped. Sacred stars, it's me they rip. Stone cold bangers, no song skips. Laying in your head like a radio jingle. Oh my god, I'm off to mingle. Gold on my neck and a platinum single. Taking it all, gonna keep it simple. You want it, you got it. You can have it all. You want it, you got it. This is the curtain call. Talking hush, shine like glow. Wide up quick with a too slow flow. Trip so clean, don't need that show. Beat so smooth, can't take this bro. Don't do that, just aim and go.
Surf fans, welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. It is the peak of summer here in beautiful Southern California. The lumber is out with beautiful logs. Day one competition, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Global superstar J.R. Esquivel, who just starts things off on the nose.
Look at that 10.
Nice.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper 10 right there.
J.R. coming through as our first winner of the day. I'm thinking 50 deep for Team Philippines on the sand right now. Johnny the Ripper.
Big victory for the local surfer out of Carlsbad. Jack Van Wagoner is straight into the round of 16.
To get to come here in Huntington and have this amphitheater atmosphere and have the fans really engaged, like that's huge for us and getting that exposure out to longboarding.
Speaking of TJ, how was the nose ride there? Straight into the lip line. Defending event champion and defending world champion Taylor Jensen straight into the round of 16 with a big heat win.
Opinion is the most therapeutic sport in the whole world. The feeling of riding waves in the ocean, like there's no better feeling.
All the stars are here. This is day 2 of the Lexus US Open. Really loving what Avalon Gaul is laying down on these perfect little laps. 7.67, near excellent. The shocked reaction from Tully White's buzzer beater finish. Stevie Sawyer got on the nose. It's making it look easy. 7.77. We've got some of the best small wave surfers on the planet. The who's who of modern hot dog logging. Hot dogging. Oh, see, it can be treacherous out there.
Number 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We will be crowning our men's and women's longboard champion.
She's got a total score of 15. That is the highest of the event so far.
Our reigning world champ goes down. Malia Illigan.
Good job.
You can almost hear that turn. That's the sound of a door closing.
Oh my God!
Avalon's first final ever. Adelaide County versus Orange County. Our 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion.
He's the man, he's the winner. Big moment, Gote.
Oh, watch this reaction.
We've been watching some really great surf these last play days, and there's been some really standouts, but really all that matters is today and what's going to happen today. And we have a perfect canvas and a perfect setting here to crown that world longboard champion.
As ever, it's just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far.
I definitely think I surpassed my expectations, so now I have nothing to lose, I guess. So I'm kind of just having a great time cruising.
Ty's approach to every wave, it's put together. He's really good with his hands.
When she's just won a heat against Honolulu, well, this is going to feel great for Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Kai Salas set himself up to battle for a world title defense. He's going to be coming up against Taylor Jensen.
The title match, best of 3 coming up.
It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024. Wow. Taylor Jensen in the yellow jersey here. He's a 4-time world champion.
Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. Feeling like $1 million in my tux. Feeling like I got the Midas touch. Ladies falling in love, hello love. Come and join the entourage, rolling with some megastar. Everyone knows who we are. We're just having such a laugh in the club. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Everybody showing us love, we party hard. We proceed to the bar, showing up most respect to the bar staff. To the bar staff. Yesterday was yesterday. We don't sip on lemonade. We don't sip on Alizé. We sip on makes us levitate. Make the problems fly away. Whatever is whatever, whatever the weather. We pray for the better. Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. I woke up this morning, that's a W. That's a bonus when you're making revenue. Stepping out in something fresh, something new. Penthouse, sweet world, better view. I'm fully connected, respected. It's fully perfected, perfection. I'm rolling with angels, protection. The lights too bright, that's attention. Yeah, we looking lows. Yeah, we counting gold. Yeah, we planting seeds and we watching grow. And we flicking those in these envelopes. 10 M's and we adding up another O. Yeah, I'm 101, number one.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Way, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Surf fans, welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. It is the peak of summer here in beautiful Southern California. The lumber is out with beautiful logs. Day one competition, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Global superstar J.R. Esquivel, who just starts things off on the nose.
Look at that 10.
Nice.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper 10 right there.
J.R. coming through as our first winner of the day. I'm thinking 50 deep for Team Philippines on the sand right now. John October.
Big victory for the local surfer out of Carlsbad. Jackson Wagner is straight into the round of 16.
To get to come here in Huntington and have this amphitheater atmosphere and have the fans really engaged, like that's huge for us and getting that exposure out for longboarding.
Speaking of TJ, how was the nose ride there? Straight into the lip line. Defending event champion and defending world champion Taylor Jensen straight into the round of 16 with a big heat win.
In my opinion, is the most therapeutic sport in the whole world. The feeling of riding waves in the ocean, like, there's no better feeling.
All the stars are here. This is day 2 of the Lexus US Open. Really loving what Avalon Gaul is laying down on these perfect little laps. 7.67, near excellent. The shocked reaction from Tully White's buzzer beater finish. Stevie Sawyer got on the nose. It's making it look easy. 7.77. We've got some of the best small wave surfers on the planet. The who's who of modern hot dog logging. Hot dogging. Oh, see, it can be treacherous out there.
Number 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We will be crowning our men's and women's longboard champion.
She's got a total score of 15. That is the highest of the event so far.
Our reigning world champ goes down, Malia Illigan.
Good job.
You can almost hear that turn. That's the sound of a door closing.
Split on to the semifinals.
Oh my God!
Avalon's first final ever, Adelaide County versus Orange County, our 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion.
He's the man, he's the winner. Big moment, Cote.
Oh, watch this reaction.
We've been watching some really great surf these last play days, and there's been some really standouts, but really all that matters is today and what's going to happen today. And we have a perfect canvas and a perfect setting here to crown that world longboard champion.
As ever, it's just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far.
I definitely think I surpassed my expectations, so now I have nothing to lose, I guess. So I'm kind of just having a great time cruising.
Ty's approach to every wave, it's put together. He's really good with his hands.
She's just won a heat against Honolulu. Well, this is going to feel great for Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Kai Salas set himself up to battle for a world title defense. He's going to be coming up against Taylor Jensen.
The title match, best of 3 coming up.
It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024. Wow. Taylor Jensen in the yellow jersey here. He's a 4-time world champion.
Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. Feeling like $1 million in my tux. Feeling like I got the Midas touch. Ladies falling in love, hello love. Come and join the entourage, rolling with some megastars. Everyone knows who we are. We're just having such a laugh in the club. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Everybody showing us love, we party hard. We proceed to the bar, showing up most respect to the bar staff. Respect to the bar staff. Yesterday was yesterday. We don't sip on lemonade, we don't sip on Alizé. We sip on makes us levitate. Make the problems fly away, whatever is whatever, whatever the weather, we pray for the better. Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. I woke up this morning, that's a W. That's a bonus when you're making revenue. Stepping out in something fresh, something new. Penthouse, sweet world, better view. I'm fully connected, respected. It's fully perfected, perfection. I'm rolling with angels, protection. The lights too bright, that's attention. Yeah, we looking lows, yeah, we counting gold. Yeah, we planting seeds, and we watching grow. And we flicking those in these envelopes. 10 M's, and we adding up another O. Yeah, I'm 101, number one.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Way, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Surf fans, welcome back. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. It is the peak of summer here in beautiful Southern California. The lumber is out with beautiful logs. Day one competition, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Global superstar J.R. Esquivel, who just starts things off on the nose.
Look at that 10.
Nice.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper 10 right there.
J.R. coming through as our first winner of the day. I'm thinking 50 deep for Team Philippines on the sand right now. Johnny surfer.
Big victory for the local surfer out of Carlsbad. Jack Van Wagoner is straight into the round of 16.
To get to come here in Huntington and have this amphitheater atmosphere and have the fans really engaged, like that's huge for us and getting that exposure out for longboarding.
Speaking of TJ, how was the nose ride there? Straight into the lip line. Defending event champion and defending world champion Taylor Jensen straight into the round of 16 with a big heat win.
opinion, is the most therapeutic sport in the whole world. The feeling of riding waves in the ocean, like, there's no better feeling.
All the stars are here. This is day 2 of the Lexus US Open. Really loving what Avalon Gaul is laying down on these perfect little laps. 767, near excellent. The shocked reaction from Tully White's buzzer beater finish. Stevie Sawyer got on the nose, making it look easy. 7.77. We've got some of the best small wave surfers on the planet. The who's who of modern hot dog logging. Hot dogging. Oh, see, it can be treacherous out there.
Day number 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We will be crowning our men's and women's longboard champions.
She's got a total score of 15. That is the highest of the event so far.
Our reigning world champ goes down, Malia Illigan.
Good job.
You can almost hear that turn. That's the sound of a door closing.
Oh my God!
Avalon's first final ever, Adelaide County versus Orange County, our 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion.
He's the man, he's the winner. Big moment, Gote.
Oh, watch this reaction.
We've been watching some really great surf these last lay days, and there's been some really standouts, but really all that matters is today and what's going to happen today. And we have a perfect canvas and a perfect setting here to crown that world longboard champion.
As ever, it's just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far.
I definitely think I surpassed my expectations, so now I have nothing to lose, I guess. So I'm kind of just having a great time cruising.
Ty's approach to every wave, it's put together. He's really good with his hands.
She's just won a heat against Honolulu. Well, this is going to feel great for Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Kai Salas set himself up to battle for a world title defense. He's going to be coming up against Taylor Jensen.
The title match, best of 3 coming up.
It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024. Wow. Taylor Jensen in the yellow jersey here. He's a 4-time world champion.
Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. Feeling like $1 million in my tux. Feeling like I got the Midas touch. Ladies falling in love, hello love. Come and join the entourage, rolling with some megastar. Everyone knows who we are. We're just having such a laugh in the club. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Everybody showing us love, we party hard. We proceed to the bar, showing up most respect to the bar staff. Yesterday was yesterday. We don't sip on lemonade, we don't sip on Alizé. We sip on makes us levitate. Make the problems fly away, wherever is wherever, wherever the weather. We pray for the better. Yeah, I'm 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, 101, number one. We the best, it's another one. I say it with my chest, I'm telling everyone. Diamond Cup, that's a hole-in-one. I woke up this morning, that's a W. That's a bonus when you're making revenue. Stepping out in something fresh, something new. Penthouse suite with a better view. I'm fully connected, respected. It's fully perfected, perfection. I'm rolling with angels, protection. The lights too bright, that's attention. Yeah, we looking lows, yeah, we counting gold. Yeah, we planting seeds, and we watching grow. And we flicking those in these envelopes. 10 M's and we adding up another O. Yeah, I'm 101, number one.
From the very first lines drawn by longboarding's icons, world champions have always been more than winners. They've been style icons, craftsmen, storytellers of the glide. Joel Tudor carried the torch of tradition. Women like Kaleopaa Moniz and Daisy Shane redefined grace. Justin Quintal and Harrison Roach, duct tape renegades who turned artistry into world titles. And Taylor Jensen, a modern powerhouse whose 4 crowns have set the standard. Now a new chapter is being written. Rachel Tilley, Honolulu Bloomfield, Soleil Erico, modern leaders defining this generation.
And I'll find a way to float. I can hold my breath much longer than my nerves.
Because the title of World Longboard Champion has always meant more than a trophy. It's a connection, past to present, tradition to progression, the pioneers to the new wave. And in 2025, the chase is on.
The cooler cloak of evening has kicked in. It's finals time for the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. You can smell the frankincense rising up, and the anticipation is building for a wonderful opportunity to take the win here in the basin as we get to see baby Rain with mum Honolulu Bloomfield. She'll be coming up in the final. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by Carla Rowland Zamora, Josh Constable. Josh, let's not mention finalists yet, but highlight surfer of the event who's not made it to the finals for you.
Oh, South African.
Yeah, Ollie Packham on fire. What was special about him?
Just riding his own olive surfboards. Cool approach. Didn't really get to see him thrive, even though he had a couple of nights in Huntington and in Bells. But I felt like we felt him here, and like we kind of we got him, you know, and he got us, and yeah, I like that one. I really like that.
Same question for you, Carla. So a highlight surfer who's not made it to the finals.
Tully White.
There we go. And Tully, she's in the top 8 for El Salvador.
Super
she has
excited.
a chance for a world title.
Yeah, excited to be able to see her give it another go and tackle those waves at Sunzal.
An anticipation now about the finals. What are you looking forward to most, Carla? Women's, men's, couple of big matchups, going to be special.
Well, obviously I'm always, gaming for my girls here, but this has been such an exciting, dueling on both sides of the bracket. So I'm excited to see Edward get slotted in again, and then obviously Honolulu has been doing the same thing.
Same question for you, JC?
Yeah, well, it's gotten clean. The wind's backed off right now, so there are going to be some great barrels, but I'm stoked to see Honolulu find some form. But for me, Avalon, just the new Avalon this year, I'm excited to see her performance.
Well, with that, Josh, let's go down to AJ and let's soak up the vibes. What's happening here at Surf Abu Dhabi?
The vibe has well and truly kicked off here for a finals night that is going to be so fun to watch. So if you're coming down to Surf Abu Dhabi to check out the best longboarders in the world fight for a win here, make sure you come check out the food trucks because they have a variety of options for you. There's great music, great vibes, great food. This is where I might stay, to be honest, to watch the rest of it.
Great stuff, AJ. Let's take a look at this men's final. Josh, there it is. Delpero against Sawyer. What do you think the rivalry's like between the French regular footer and the South African goofy footer?
Yeah, well, we've got Stevie. It's pretty cool. You don't often see back-to-back finalists. To see him go back-to-back would be very cool. But Edward, there's so much on the line right for both these surfers, but for Edward in particular, going into El Salvador, this is a huge final.
And then shifting gears onto that women's final, Carla, we got France and South Africa represented on the men's side, but USA and Hawaii on the women's side.
Both these girls, good friends, and it's really great to see them come together here. Avalon, as you mentioned, kind of like the new and improved Avalon, and Hano coming off having a baby Rain there. He actually might be my highlight of the event there, giggling on the interviews and whatnot. So it's going to be great to see both of these women put it down and give it all they got.
2 hours of chill time, will that be an advantage for either of these surfers, the fact that they've had a good bit of downtime before the final?
I feel like it might be. Have a little reset, be able to rehydrate, kind of refuel. The wind, as you mentioned, backed off a little bit. There was a little bit of a chatter going on during that 2 hours, so I think everything's aligning just right.
Yeah, I think it would be an interesting one for Avalon. She's kind of younger and she hasn't been here that often in these positions. So for 2 hours sitting around and maybe starting to think about it a little bit, but she's really chill. She's a cruiser. But if it's going to affect someone, maybe it's someone like an Avalon where Honolulu, she's there, she's looking after the baby, she's sidetracked, she's got other things going on. She's focused on the final, but she's sidetracked for a little while, so could be a little bit advantage there, Honolulu, but time will tell. We're going to find out real soon, aren't we, Sam?
Well, we are, because Honolulu Bloomfield, 3 times women's world longboard champion, is up first. She will be kicking off the first. Right-hander, of course. All surfers have 4 rides. They'll kick off with a right backed up by a left, and then we'll switch to the red vest. It'll be Avalon getting her right and her left after the opening 2 rides of Honolulu, and then the surfers get another opportunity at those same rides, a right and left, and you combine your top right and your top left, and that has really been significant, Carla. The fact that finally we've got this opportunity to showcase the quality of our goofy foots on their front side, and consequently goofy foots in each final. We've got on the men's side Stephen Sawyer, and on the women's side Avalon Gaul.
Well, it's really great to have that representation from both stances, and as you mentioned, we don't really get too many lefts on tour in general, so this is that opportunity for the goofy foots to show themselves on their front side, and likewise the regular footers on the backhand.
And really significant, Josh. So when it comes to the seeding moving into Surf City, El Salvador for the Longboard Championships between the 5th and 9th of November, the seeding is going to be oh so important to have an advantage to take that world title. Avalon will stay in that title match top seed regardless, but if Honolulu takes the win, she moves up into that match 3 seed, seed number 3. If Avalon takes the win, Honolulu will be in that match 2, which includes 3 surfers, a much harder match to get out of, Josh.
Yeah, it's very important for both surfers here, especially for Honolulu. She needs to just to take that pressure off a little bit in the final. But look at this wave. Look how clean it is, Sam.
Here we go. The cool cloak of evening, and she's straight to the tip on her. Carson Myers. There's the opening nose ride. Big, radical, sweeping, top turn, cutting back. Now coming off the middle of the wave, speeding, standing tall, and then just eyeing up the opportunity for more footwork to the nice high line 5 as she drops down into a steep section. That won't be a significant score for the first right-hander, but the final is underway, Carla.
Yes, it is underway. As you see her son and partner there supporting her. He was so great in the interviews, grabbing for the mic. I think he may be having a desire to be in front of camera, but you know, not exactly the perfect start for Honolulu, but she's known to bounce back pretty easily, so I'm sure she'll regain her footing as we watch the replay.
So Josh, analyze this. You know, talk about this moment where she makes the fall.
Yeah, it was really clean on the takeoff and buttery, and there was a couple little, like, in that hollow bit, she was just a little bit deep in the pocket. But the one thing that I've loved about Honolulu the last couple of days out here is how much projection and acceleration out of her turns, like super energetic. Like, we haven't seen that for the start of the season. Combination of just her finding her feet again and getting back into it, but whatever she's got under her feet right now, that board looks so spicy that I'd be looking after that thing, putting it in the board bag and make sure I'm taking that down to El Salvador, because this is some of the best surfing we've seen from Honolulu.
Yep, keeping that board on ice. She's already dropped 9/8 for 2 separate right-handers in this event. Incredible surfing, really attacking those tubing sections. She got a 7-4 for her top left in the semifinals and 8-6-7 for her top left in the quarterfinals, beating Kaleopaa. And right now she's going to get the opportunity to get that first left-hander. As we can see, Avalon just watching on, waiting patiently for her chance to express herself, Carla.
Yeah, I'm sure she's excited. As we've noticed, she doesn't really go in with much of a plan, but just kind of lets the surfing do the talking and just lets it happen as it does. Honolulu waiting there for the next ride to begin there. It's gonna be nice to see these ladies battle it out. I think Avalon is gonna feel good going into her first ride. You know, and she looks lively right there. She looks ready to go.
Yeah, you can see Kevin Scavana in the background with Tony Silvagni. Kevin, he's booked himself a spot in the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships. He's looking like he's going to be in a pretty nice situation there. He's not one of the lowest seeds. He's kind of middle of the park at the moment. Either going to be a 4th or a 5th seed, dependent on the results of the men's final, as that beautiful silky light reminiscent of the energy of the souks that you find here in the United Arab Emirates. I really appreciate the fact that we've moved into this cooler time to crown our champions, Carla.
Yeah, it's definitely the golden hour and the perfect time to crown some champions.
Gone a bit green out there, hasn't it? Josh Constable is just changing colours moment by moment, from those lovely sunrises all the way through the middle of the day when it goes really clear and turquoise, now to these greener colours you get in the evening.
Yeah, it hasn't disappointed at all. It's my first visit here to Abu Dhabi and Surf Abu Dhabi, and when I walked through the gates that first day, I was just like, oh my gosh, this place is crazy. And every morning I get here and I'm just like, oh man, it's so still and quiet and it's amazing. Like, we're blessed to be here and very thankful, and the surfing is red hot.
An amazing competition venue. Up and riding, her first left, locks on a 5, nice footwork up to that nose ride, a good line, holding long on that 5, and now walking out, and now coming back from the middle of the wave, cross-stepping forward again for a second nose ride, a 3rd touch of the 5, really smooth, stylish, controlled, poised nose riding as Honolulu now accelerates from the tail. This wave now will start to stand and open tall, as you can see how it grew in size, and now she's got that second chance here to go lower and drop that hand and hold that rail and move through the inside as it gets really golden right on the final corner in a nice sweeping turn to finish. Carla, what do you think back.
I like it. It's good left, solid. Definitely got all the work done. Didn't really get any tube time in there, but locked in some really critical nose rides and coupled it up with some great rail work.
And I think, Josh, it needed to be solid. It needed to be a score on the board after that early fall. Uncharacteristic of her campaign so far, but she kicked off with that 2.67 for the opening right, and I felt like this was really important for her to just be really stable throughout.
Yeah, for her confidence and also just to put a bit of pressure on Avalon. For me, like, everything here was really nice and I'm liking it, and the wave's starting to grow. And then there was that little down carve that I'm like, whoa, that was epic. I think judges love to see that. And here, unfortunately, not kind of getting super deep, but like you guys said, she needed to complete the wave. And then just here, this turn, whoosh, swooping out of it, just projecting, like, really nice wave. And she needed to, one, settle her nerves and now put a little bit of pressure back on Avalon. But
yeah, I think you're right, Josh. I think Carla, like Josh is saying there, it's about getting that completed right. After that fall at the start, it's something there that she can now build with. If it was another mistake where she was taking a lot of risks, could have been rewarded really highly, but now she's got something to work with, something to play with.
Yeah, it's like building that foundation, if you will, and just kind of not just, you know, the ride and the points themselves, but that inner confidence and keeping your momentum going.
There it is, the incredible facility here at Surf Abu Dhabi. The crowds have gathered, the surfers are still watching, the competitors have been eliminated. As she walks back in, we might get a little nice soundbite here.
It looks super bumpy, yeah?
I mean, yeah, it's so weird. You really gotta get moving. Hi, Rain. I don't even know if I could. That was like crazy.
It looked,
Seems so slow.
it looked like the right, yeah, it looks bumpy.
Yeah, kind of crappy.
Dude, would love to.
6.5 for her opening left, 2.67 for her opening right. So now Avalon Gaul from Laguna Beach, Southern California. Carla, you're a Californian yourself. What kind of zhuzh do the Laguna Beach crew bring to surfing?
Oh yeah, they've got it going down. You know, the club contests, the coalition contests have always been a big feature in California longboarding, and the crew down in Laguna, San Clemente, you know, the Doheny Club, they always come in full force.
Locked in already as world #1. She will be in that title match in Surf City, El Salvador. Will Honolulu move up her rankings? Avalon Gaul up and riding on the Michael Takayama, straight to a nose ride, walks out cleanly, nice down carve, sets herself up. Now in the middle of the wave, comes higher but stays low there, locked in the nose, in the pocket. Josh, this is looking really nice so far.
just got to hang on through this section here, but really nice patience. Straight back up there, like that's so committed. Look how tall that wave is right now as well. Great patience here. We've seen a lot of down the line trimming. We need one big carve through this midsection just to break this line. Barrel.
Here it is. Knee forward. You could just hear some of the surfers just willing her on through that last section, but Carla, a little bit of a swash there, just knocked her off.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be a pretty strong score because she had done so much work prior to that last little bit there where she came in glued. But definitely was locked in and had some critical moments.
Seems like she's got Team France on board as well, Carla.
Yeah, definitely. Team France is all in for Avalon. So she's got support in the stadium, at the pool there.
Mum Ron will be tuning in, Dad Ray on site. Carla, let's analyze this. You know, talk about the technique of her nose riding and the degree of difficulty. As you can see how big that wave is and where she's nose riding on the face.
Well, it's not just the size of it, but it's the steepness and the way the bottom kind of bottoms out, if you will. And so it makes it really critical and difficult to keep that tail from sliding out, but she does so really with nice precision as she kind of comes into this slightly barrel section here, doesn't really get covered up, but plans it all right. That's the moment there where she goes into that cutback and the tail just comes out a too loose there, she's not able to recover.
Josh, one of the things we see on the Michael Takeyamas is a lot of the riders use that big sweeping fin. What's the advantage of that really big raked fin that they often use?
Yeah, that's one of the fins like Noah Shimabukura and Brendan White really sort of put in their Model Ts back in the day, in those Donald days. And then obviously Kai has been playing around with that fin and Michael embracing it. It just suits that wider tail board. It's a really nice holding on the nose, sort of nose riding fin, but allowing them to turn. They're really jamming them. What I've noticed this week is a lot of the Michael boards, the pace of the wave and the pace of the board is kind of matching. We saw it with Chase.
Yep.
Just those beautiful, long, extended nose rides, and we're seeing that with Avalon right now.
Carla, let's reflect on that score. What's come through?
Yeah, we're looking at a 7-1-7. So, as I said, came in at a strong point there, laying that foundation on her first right. You know, she's already got the top seed going into the finals. I think she's not really putting much pressure on herself and just going out there and trying to have the best time she can.
Great start for Avalon. You can just see the rocker in the tail there, Josh, as well as that board's lying flat on the water.
Yeah, Michael is thinking outside the box, and he was one of the first guys to go down this sort of path of some wider tails and some concaves and
foiling in the back behind the fin,
and really thinking about more so people think nose riding board and it's about the front half of the board, and he thought about the back half that's sitting in the water and the drag and sitting in the, so kudos to him and the whole, obviously he's got a great test pilot in his son as well, Kaimana.
Sure.
He's surfing fantastic, and then obviously Avalon and the rest of the team, and I was fortunate to be in California in summertime and spending a lot of time in Oceanside, and all the team riders down there are ripping on him, so it's good to see.
Of course, Avalon a regular at San Onofre. She is going to be up and riding on the front side. Cross steps forward straight to a touch of the 5, walks back, nice cut back carving, and then now still in trim. In the middle of the wave, coming a little bit higher on that nose ride, but right in the pocket, and now things will start to get speedy. You can see the wave's not the biggest at this stage, but it's certainly the steepest, and now you can really see how it gets cavernous and curls, and then you'll see after this section it starts to get taller in height, but it allows that locked nose ride that we're seeing now, Carla, and she's looking fantastic.
This is a great ride there as she tucks into that inside little barrel section there, not quite getting covered, but definitely setting up properly for it, and then sweeping it back into the cut back for that final maneuver.
Wow, and I love all the molten color, frankincense-like water as the sun gets low on the inside to come through, and that is going to be a really nice backup score to that opening 7-1-7, Josh.
Sam, that was ridiculous because I'm sitting on the edge of my seat and I'm standing up and down and I'm like, come on, just settle down. But the first wave was unreal, her right, but it was a lot of like down the line, where this one here, straight away, amazing hang 5. Oh, this is the inside section, but she started off with that big carve on the outside, just broke that trim line, and then through here, some of these nose rides, I'm like, no, she's gonna, like that. But judges love that. They're wow moments. Hanging 10 on the midsection, going so fast right now. This is a really nice wave. I know she sort of missed the tube. She was a little bit in front. But again, jamming on the tail, laying it on a rail and throwing a lot of spray. That's going to be a really nice score. It's not going to be huge, excellent, but that's going in the excellent range.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, longboard fans, get your calculators out, get your pen and paper and your abacus, drop a score and we'll find out what it's going to be after these messages. We'll be right back for Bloomfield's next right-hander.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
Welcome back to an 8.5 excellent range score for Avalon Gaul's first left-hander. She's out there in the lead, looking to take the win here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Honolulu Bloomfield chasing a 9.17 off this single ride, but she can improve her situation on her left as well, as we see her now on her second and last right-hander. Good rail work. Out of a nose ride, on rail, into a second nose ride. Holds that low in the wave, but right in the pocket, locked. Poise, tools, smooth, stylish. Carla, this is looking exceptional so far.
Yeah, she's definitely reset her game here, getting this right, handling all of this with precision. A little bit of a bump there. She tucks in. Will she make it out?
Yes.
She does.
Charges out of that cleanly, Josh, and then on rail once again.
Wow. She has that inside section on the right so dialed in. Like she's playing with it. She's setting up, she's fading, she's dropping, then she just got that little jump, skip forward to get that speed.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
That was epic.
Yep, you can see Clay and Rain there. They look pleased, they looked happy. She's one of the few people who's really worked that inside barrel section to the depth of the tubes that she's been getting. Let's analyze this, Carla. Talk about the money moments that could create the big score out of this surfing.
Well, the way she sets up her nose rides, and I think just being calculated there, knowing she was a bit too far ahead, waiting for it in that cross step, and then locking in the 5 here, just holding it down, making sure she's just staying right in the pocket there, and then bringing it back just a bit, and then that turn there back into the pocket, still showing some flow as she then sits right down into it, brings her hand right on into it.
Nice.
Brings it out.
This grows on me on the replay as well, Josh. And you know what I really appreciate, both of you, I don't know who's going to pick this up, but is the way she did that turn, but then she readjusted with a cross step and a little engagement of the rail. She read that bowl so well, Carla.
Yeah, as Josh was mentioning, she's just really got that section really dialed in.
Brilliant
and
stuff.
For me, we know all these ladies, guys, everyone can nose ride. We know they can really nose ride, but for me, just like laying into those big carves on those 2 sections, there's 2 defined spots to lay those turns down. That, with a tube, is where we're going with this score,
And
Sam.
it's a 9.27. Moves her up into first. So now she's got the opportunity to improve her left. She dropped to 6.5 for her opening left. She's got 1 more left to ride. Wow, big moment there. Great score. She's now in the driving seat, Carla.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what we expected to see from Honolulu. You know, even though she had a bit of a slower start here, she's really able to kind of just put it all into focus and pull out the score that she needs. And there you go, 9.27.
And I just really enjoyed so many elements to that 9.27, opening with the nose ride, you know, flowing, getting into that really radical second nose ride. But for me, what I really recognized as the element that brought it from an 8 into the 9s was the way she used that big rail turn and then came off the bottom and just worked the angles to perfection with a couple of cross steps and engagement of that inside rail, and then that accelerating movement through that inside bowl deep in the clean barrel.
And she was super deep and inside that tube, and when you're tube riding, you sort of weights on that front foot. There was one stage in that little barrel where she started to fall backwards and the weight went on her back foot inside. Some people lose control and fall backwards on their bottom. She actually recovered and then got that forward penetration again. That was like, the subtleties was insane.
Looking to improve on a 6.5, or already in first, goes to the switch stance, stretches for the switch stance nose ride, cross steps back to a natural stance as a regular, and now back on a backside nose ride. So we've already seen her nose riding switch and regular for a second time now. Nose riding regular, really high line into a long 10, walks out of that 10, and now you'll see a little change in the wave. It'll start to get steep again, but this is a great moment as she now can grab the rail and hold on tight, because she's already done a lot of damage.
Really
What do you
deep.
think, Josh?
She's got to get going.
No.
She got clipped kind of hard there.
Yeah.
That was straight to the noggin.
Well,
but definitely great effort, and everything up into that point was really spectacular.
She pushed it then, didn't she,
did.
Josh?
She did. It was just that section, just, you know, obviously we've been here a few days now. We're really watching and analysing these waves, and we could just see she was deep. She just needed to get in front of that little foam ball bit and shoot through. But this opening, that 10 was crazy. But the opening for me, like, it's the switch Like, it's mind-blowing. I know we've got the queen of it sitting here right next to us, the switch stance, but that stuff for the viewers at home,
they don't realize.
No, like, it's crazy. She's nose riding the opposite stance as well as how we are nose riding in our normal stance, you know? And I feel like if you're going to do switch, it has to be
functional.
The same level as how your opposition is going to nose ride.
Is the potential for that to replace the 6.5, even though she didn't make that section, do you think?
Probably not. Around abouts, I think. It's around abouts. There was some really wow moments. There was that beautiful tan. There was a little carve down, but judges have liked to see you complete the wave.
Well, the nice thing is, Carla, is she may have left a little bit of room to breathe for Avalon with that 9.27 backed up by 6.5. If she doesn't improve her situation on the left, it now means that on a single score, Avalon would be chasing a 7.28, but she's also got the chance to improve on her left as well.
Well, Sam, you and I have seen already her getting scores in that 6 range without completing it. So in my opinion, I think she's actually going to go above the 6.5, and she does.
Right,
she's coming in at a 7.33.
There it is, a 7.33. Wow, fantastic. So Carla, we'll hear the reaction here. That's cool. But you know what? It was the work that she did up to that point.
It was.
High degree of difficulty, technical switch, nose rides, in and out, and really engaged rail work, Josh, as well.
Yeah, that it's less than a point of an improvement, but it really helps and really puts pressure now. 8.11 for Avalon to shoot to the lead. We've seen it. Her opening right was good.
Yeah.
But it wasn't amazing. It was down the line. There was no rail carves.
Sure.
If she goes back to the approach that we've seen the last few days, she gets that score in her sleep.
She's got 8s already on the right. She got a 7.83 in the semifinals on her right. She's been getting her bigger scores on the left. 8.5s, 8.5s for her quarters and her semis. But right now, an 8.11 alone moves her to take the win. If she doesn't get an 8.11 now, she still has room to improve, though, on her left score to get substantially higher, well into the 9 she would need. So another moment of poise, breathing, meditative opportunity for Laguna Beach to channel all of their energy towards Avalon Gaul on the Michael Takayama.
Well, and all the energy of this wave is coming at her right now. Avalon getting her second right here. As we've mentioned, looking for an 8.11. Gets the tip time, redirects it back into the pocket. A little bit of breeze on there. You see a little bit of a chatter on the face. She's handling it nicely, gets some more tip time. Just negotiating this next section there so she can carefully get to the nose.
And so strong on the nose. You know, Josh, that's one of the major elements we're seeing. Done with ease, but look at the leg strength that she demonstrates.
Yeah, insane. So far, I feel like the score's close to it. Just needs to finish here, deep in this one. Coming around, needs one big turn. Remember, she didn't finish the last one.
There it is. And back up for a touch of the 5, walks
one more
out.
carve. So,
nice work, Avalon
just
Gaul.
my first thought was nose ride carve out the back, so breaking that line 2 maneuvers, and then again finishing the wave. So
the finish is going to make all the difference.
There's improvement there. Is it? It's just under 1 point. But Sam, like that turn that's on the outside on the big section.
Like that. Love that turn. For me, this middle section on the nose is just outstanding. I mean, look how low on the wave she is. It's very rare you'll see people able to nose ride so low down on the wave. She's now in the middle of the wave, but look how steep it is, how much she's close to the curtain. You know, that's above her shoulder line, and the way she holds this nose ride here is absolutely outstanding. Brings those heels close together and then walks back to the tail end, grabs the rail here. Not the coverage that she maybe would have liked there, but the way she just then engaged that rail, comes off the bottom, finds one more touch of the 5, and then gets it back on rail. So I think she's right in the mix for the score that she needs, Carla.
Yeah, I think she's going to better her first right. I think it's going to come in higher. It may not be the 8.11, but it's going to help her situation, and then going into her favored side will just boost her confidence.
Josh, it's been a masterclass, beyond a masterclass of nose riding from Avalon all event. The way she is being perched on those sections has just been absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, this is insane. Super cool. I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for this score to come through.
Everyone's on their edge right there, yeah.
Sarah Colhane.
It's really hard to see.
Watching.
So, like, it's excellent. Is it excellent surfing?
Yeah, it's excellent surfing.
And if it's excellent surfing, she only just needs to go over excellent. So, like, an 8.11 is kind of achievable. And I think there was moments in there of wow and showing the judges using the whole height of the wave from top to bottom, carving back and forth, finishing clean, obviously no barrel. And
there it is. It comes in just shy. It's a 7.93. So she's now chasing an 8.68 on her favored front side. She's already got an 8.50. She's already #1 seed going into the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships. So that won't change the situation. But going for the win here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, our goofy footer Avalon Gaul is now chasing an 8.68. Carla, what do you think?
I think she's got the work cut out for her, but she's definitely capable of doing it. And because she's going into her favored side, that, you know, that's definitely lends to an advantage. This is going to be the last ride for the women here at Surf Abu Dhabi, and so this is the moment.
It's been a great celebration of a new model that Michael Takayama has designed for her, this 9.4, 9.5, and she's up and riding right now straight to the nose, locks a hang 5, walks back quickly, and then puts that board on rail, and then drives up high but smoothly with poise and style, leaning back, launching, and there it is. It's not going to be the score. Honolulu Bloomfield is going to be our 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic champion.
Wait, no,
Queen
I'm
of the
gonna
pool.
go give her a hug.
She's done that at Lemoore. She's back. Mother.
I was like
6 months after having a child. Like, this is a huge achievement just for female surfing and all the mothers out there to, like, get back out there, get in the water, surf with your family.
Brilliant.
Look, again, chicken skin.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
Oh,
it's so
stuff.
crazy.
And it makes her third seed now.
Hey, you're carrying me?
Yeah, of course we are.
You guys can do it?
Yeah, we can do it.
Okay, I want one.
I love how she's going down there to congratulate Avalon.
Brilliant moment, of course. Avalon took her first World Longboard Tour win for the first event of the season at Huntington. She beat Soleil Erico. She's our #1 seed, waiting in that title match. Will it be a showdown again between Honolulu and Avalon for our 2025 World Longboard title? But as it stands right now, after this win, Honolulu Bloomfield sits at #3 seed, so she'll be in match 3. It's the first surfer-on-surfer match because matches 1 and 2 have 3 surfers, 1 progressing from each. So that is a great amount of progress, and now we're going to appreciate and celebrate the chair up the basin.
Yeah, for me, all the groms out there and the young girls inspiring longboarders, that performance that Honolulu did today and through those inside sections, like, longboarding's about nose riding and beautiful flow and grace, but you have to learn to tube ride.
Well,
and today that went to show.
It really showed the world that we're not just about tiny waves and nose rides. We can get slotted in the barrel, and Hano was just the epitome of that.
And like we've been celebrating, in April this year, she had baby Rain. Rain, 6 months old. She's here as a young mum, now winning another World Longboard Tour event, and this is absolutely brilliant, Carla.
I love it. It's really a cool thing to see as a female, you know, and you have your career, and there's so much focus sometimes on you can only do one or the other, and her to have that opportunity to do both is really a testament to women all around the world.
Wow, brilliant moment there. What a fantastic victory as we start to set the field here for our men's final at the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic with France's Edouard Delpero surfing against our defending champion South Africa's Stephen Sawyer, regular against Goofy. As you can see, that sun starting to go towards the sunset on the southern tip here of Hudayriyat Island, with Stephen Sawyer waiting patiently for his first ride. And if we channel some of that positivity of his win last year, Carla, it did happen in that evening light. It was under the floodlights as well, so maybe that's going to bring the best out of Stephen.
Well, and he needed the win in order to make it into El Salvador. So that's the most pressure cooker moment you can have here. Right now he knows he's going to El Salvador, so he's just trying to do the best he can here to help his seeding.
Drives into a beautiful 10, uses the drop knee to set up that 10, and now cuts back, and this is that trademark stall into the big dog knee, out forward, and then just leaning into it super deep. Josh, this looks dynamic once again from Steven.
Yeah, great. Oh, no! We saw him do that on his first wave in the semi-final, didn't we, Sam? It's almost like a lack of concentration because he's got through the gnarly bit and he's thinking about down the line, and he's just kind of loses that focus for the...
It's like a complacency almost, because
yeah,
it's like
I mean,
I've already got it.
Section. Yeah. Oh, no, because that was looking like a really... That barrel, like, he knows he has to push it because Edouard's been putting on displays right now. He pushed that. He was sitting in it, Sam. That was insane.
Wow, from an insane moment, but somebody who has taken the win. She can go for her 4th World Longboard title this year. Our champion is with AJ McCord. Honolulu Bloomfield is there on the glass.
Hana, we were just talking about, it has been since 2022 that you won a stop here on the World Longboard Tour, and you do it 6 months and a few days after welcoming your son into the world. We're going to talk about that in a moment, but first, take me inside the mental toughness that you had to have to come back from the fall and get a 9.27.
Yeah, all of it's a lot to take in, really. I feel like I've had such blessings in the past few days, like all my great waves. It's kind of hard to be disappointed, even if I did lose, sharing a final with one of my besties, of course. But yeah, I just my boyfriend actually talked me into the mental, I guess, and you just got to believe in yourself, really. I tend to not do that a lot, but I'm glad that I had, I don't know, that in me just now to do, so.
Speaking of believing in yourself, having the courage to come back and compete on this tour after just giving birth a few months before. We saw you in Huntington Beach, in Bells, and now you found your rhythm here in Abu Dhabi. What are you the most proud of yourself for over the last 3 stops on tour?
Yeah, I mean, not only that, I feel like I was pregnant last year, so it was hard. I think I was pregnant here and the contest after in El Salvador, and then I had my baby, and I really just wanted to do it, because who else would if not, and I just thought it'd be a cool thing to take my baby on the road with me, let him see a few things, and yeah, this was kind of the goal.
And he's not going to remember all these fantastic moments we've had around Surf Abu Dhabi, but when he watches his mama win this event in a few years, what do you want him to know?
Oh man, that he really did it for me here and made me so happy on the journey along the way.
Congratulations, Hanu.
Thank you.
Well, that was wonderful, heartfelt, and what a journey for Baby Rain. The fact that she was pregnant when she got a 3rd here in Abu Dhabi last year. Baby Rain on board already, and then the 3rd in El Salvador. And then, of course, she turns up to Huntington at the beginning of the season. She gets a 17th, and then she proves on that with the 9th, and now she takes the win. That was an emotional interview, and it's really touching, Carla. We were actually both shedding tears.
Do you have a hanky? I need a hanky, because I'm totally lost.
You're a dad, Josh, as well. You've got a family. Of course, your wonderful wife, Anna, will be tuning in, and she will appreciate the strength of what Hano's achieved. But right now we're going to have to turn our attention to this world-class piece of surfing we're seeing from Steven Sawyer, because he's coming in and out of the barrel, and he gets a clean exit from that tube after an opening radical critical nose ride and rail turn, and now he's moving through to the inside. He stretches in a really cool nose ride pose into a 5, into a 10, holds it through that 10, and now just accelerates here, and now he's going to stall and get low. Can he hang on in there, Josh? Do you think he's got a way out? It looks like he is, Josh, and this is going to be a good one.
Wow.
That was impressive.
Yeah, there was like 3 or 4 moments where I'm standing up again out of my seat.
I mean, are we going to finally get a perfect 10-point ride? Is that going to be it, or was there a little bit room on the score?
I think there was even though it was really critical and gnarly, there was a couple little grabs of the rail or bobbles on those. Even though I was super committed.
Sure.
But the one whip here, Great nose ride, 5-10.
Nice 10.
We haven't seen him do too many 10s, but this turn right here, like whipping it back and driving off the bottom, and this tube, Carla.
Yeah, I like the way he comes out, and then he's going to have another section in here where he almost comes from behind it and just lines up the nose ride so perfectly.
And how's the stretch, Carla, to the
It's
lifting
here.
10?
It's here. The opening, the tube kind of closes, it pinches, and he comes up and under and behind, you know, from behind, and then only to tuck in again and just get really deep in there.
And that tube's deep. That inside tube right then, that was a really deep one. And like, that nose ride was crazy. The first bit he did fall backwards and he put his hand down. So, like, if the judges are kind of being really critical, they're like a little loss of control. But he is so deep, and then gets the 10 and 5 again through it. Like,
I'm feeling, of course, excellent scale. My instinct says, but way into it. You know, for me, there's part of my heart just gives that a perfect 10. But
it's got
maybe
a rival.
There's going to be some room.
It's got a rival, that 983 from Honolulu. You know, from day 2. You know that he was slotted in there. He was deep. He got a 10. He came from behind the section and then on the nose. There was so much done there.
Let's hear the feedback from the team as he drops an 8.5.
On the left or right? On the left.
On the inside.
Both of them. They look pretty deep.
Maybe.
You did good. Well done.
Pushing, we were pushing. 8.5. Sweet, I'll take it. Bro, I'm like, I've got a freaking tap it there, man.
Go speak to a coach, Aubrey.
Coach, Kazi, show me.
Well, the Brew's on board there, an 8.5. He's happy to take that. It's a big score, but he's carrying that 4.83. He's going to have another opportunity to improve on that. But right now, Edouard Delpero is up next. He's been demonstrating an incredible read of this ride, you know, really putting that board on rail after the opening nose ride to go in almost from behind the section and get some of the deepest frontside barrels we're seeing all event.
Yeah, that 8.5, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because if there was just that little tidiness through that nose ride, like you said, Sam, it goes really high, but I think he needs to be high because he's coming up against a red-hot Edouard Delpero.
Here it is. We've seen this sequence. He goes to the 5, holds it, solar arch arm up, and now on rail, it's the entry into these barrels that has been distinctive. He locks in, it's clean, he's holding it, he's out, and now the variety will kick in. Back to the 5, holds that 5. If it's anything like the repertoire, we now see quite a dynamic turn. And here it is. And he's right behind the section, but powering off the bottom. And now he comes into the inside bowl. He's racing. He's just grabbing that rail. And one more opportunity for a beautiful drop knee. Sweeps it silky. That's the repertoire. He delivered that one perfectly, Carl.
He really did. There was just, he's just had this formula that he's just taken throughout the whole event. And red hot really is the best way to describe it. He's just been on fire the entire event.
I like this formula, and he can adjust. The formula stays the same, but the nose ride's good. This turn's a little softer. He doesn't drive as low and into the bottom, so he has to wait for the tube. Doesn't get as deep. For me, this one's him surfing at like a 90% because he wants to put a score on and put some pressure on. Great tube, great nose ride, great carve. I love that this formula, he can back off a little bit just to get a score.
But what about this, though?
That turn right there, any other person would have lost it, but he recognized that he needed to kind of, you know, reel it in and then bringing it back into that tube on the final end.
And this turn even just backing off, but not in a bad way.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane. Like, it's so good that he can dial it back, put a score on, put pressure on Stevie, and then really hammer down next ride.
Well, let's find out the score real soon. We're going to take a short break. What will Edouard Delpero drops? We're going to find out very soon.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi. everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam, this advanced wave facility resulting in unmatched innovation, creativity and technology as our surfer from France, Edouard Delpero, backs up his opening excellent 8.0 right-hander with his first left, locking low, big dog stance, hanging in, adapting, dynamic driving through this section, in and out of the tube, through the tunnel all the way, and then just washes that water away from his face as he cross steps cleanly with 4 steps up to a locked 5, arm up at the back, and then goes low again into the big dog stance as he just stalls it, just drags everything and just gets a little bit of slow down time as he goes back on rails, sweeps it, drop knees out of it, and Josh, that looked like a really nice left hand to the 8.
Yeah, really nice surfing there again, just toning back, finishing. I love this because now we know that he's got 2 good scores on the board, that his next run is just going to be like electric. Yeah. He's going to go so hard.
It's going to be explosive.
There's no nerves for him now. Like, it's just like foot to the pedal. He has to deliver, and he's going to go gnarly on this next run. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Really nice, great carve here, Sam. Back to this nice nose ride. It's the same formula for him, both on the backside and the front side, but this here, this technique is flawless, Kyla.
And Carly, he adapts, doesn't he, here?
He just adapts so well. Sticks himself in this first tube really deeply, manages to squeeze through without any troubles at all, and then is right away on the nose, set up with a nice, clean nose ride, and then throwing that body English in there too. The second one he has to kind of force in there a little bit more. He's using his booty, man, to just like stuff himself in there. It doesn't quite give him the shade time he wants, but he's able to finish it out with a nice wrapping cutback and a drop knee down carve.
How nice was that drop knee coming out of that at the end? Just great wave, finished it off cleanly. Like, we're in for a really good finish of this final.
Yeah, so as it stands right now, Steven Sawyer has dropped 8.5 for his frontside wave. Edouard Delpero an 8 for his frontside wave. He drops a 7.17 for his backside wave. So he now has the edge. Steven Sawyer is chasing a 6.67 to improve on his situation and move back into first. Let's get a few sound bites here.
Not enough, not enough.
Sam. 8 and a 7.17.
Sure.
Obviously, we've seen higher scores.
Yep.
And he's probably expecting higher scores. To me, I feel like he toned back just to finish them.
Yep.
Is it too repetitive, and the judges have seen this for round 1, quarters, semi, now final? Are they getting sick of the same run?
Predicted formula.
Do you think maybe? Is that what we're seeing, where Stevie's still giving us a bit of like, whoa, what's next? What's he going to do?
Unpredictability.
Yep.
Possibly, but I think it's more leans to that he's just pulling back a little bit more, just so that Edouard wants to really explode on his final 2 rides, because he is in that advantage being the final, the higher seed and the final one to give it a go.
Steven Sawyer up next on the right, chasing a 6.67, gets low, uses that drop knee driving bottom turn, up to the 5, up to the 10, holds that 10 for a really long time, and then back to the mid part of the board, walks quickly back to the tail, and then just readjusts, and now gets into that trademark big dog stance. Okay, so he's not going to improve his situation on the right, and he will now be carrying that 4.83 unless he betters it. I don't think he's going to better it from there. Big situation there. So he needed to get that score on his right-hander. He's now in a combination situation. So Edward Delpero moves into Surf City, El Salvador as the #1 seed for the title match. What an incredible situation. Steven Sawyer now finishing second here. He comes in at 6th seed for the first match, but Edward Delpero, off the back of that first place finish, he is #1 seed going to Surf City, El Salvador.
So we have a new mother and a new father winning the champion.
Yep.
Being the champions
Yep.
here.
Big shout out to Nico at home in France and Lindsay. What a moment, Josh.
We're a bit speechless in here, yes? It's just
he knew before us. He knew before us. He knew exactly what was happening.
So, Sam, for the fans at home, obviously Steven still has one more wave left. If he gets a perfect 10, he still has to carry one of the rights. So it'll be a 10 and a 4.83, which is a total of 14.83. At the moment, Edward's on a 15.17. So for the viewers back home, that's why he's celebrating. Like there's no, mathematically, it can't change.
And the significance of that, had Sawyer won this, Ed Delpero would have been 4th seed going into Surf City, El Salvador. He would have been in match 2 with Kevin Scavana and the winner of Max Weston, Declan Whiten and J.R. Esquivel. But by winning it, he moves into seed #1, and Steven Sawyer will be seed #6. So it was a hugely significant result, this, for our 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic champion.
Do you think in his mind he knew how important, obviously we're here to win, we want to win, but did he know that how important this win is huge
100%.
for his career?
100%.
Yep.
Yeah, no question whatsoever. And we can now move through to the last 20 seconds of time before the clock will count down, and will be an opportunity for Steven Sawyer just to kind of play with that left-hander on his front side. He's got a 7.17 for his rival left from Edward Delpero. Stevie got an 8.5 for his first left. So yes, he can improve his situation, but he can't take the win.
You can just see the look on Stevie's face. He's so confused because he's been so dialed in on those rights, and unfortunately just, man, the little dip of the nose on the first one, and then that one just slipping. Yep, just slipped off, maybe a little wax or...
But he can still go for a world title this year. Steven Sawyer, let's appreciate the master. Our champion from last year locks in a 5, little 10, holds that 10. Beautiful, rubbery, elastic posture on the nose, and then running back to the tail, and an incredible down cut from behind the section.
Come on!
Out of that barrel with style, and now he comes up for a high line into that 5, comes out of that 5, stays low, stays poised or cool, sets himself up, stretching again as the wave will stand tall, and he can now slow down and perch and lean on the sole arch, and now it'll get steeper and smaller, and he'll lock in to a tube, and he'll work his way through to the inside. He might get the opportunity now to put that board on rail, cross step turn, and he comes out, and that could still be a perfect score.
You know what? To come back and put on that was his best left that we've seen all event. Like that nose ride, that 10 on the outside was crazy. That tube was really deep, like coming from behind.
Can we just get a perfect 10 in there, Josh?
Yeah,
please?
well, as surf fans...
Can I put in a request?
As surf fans, like, oh, man, we just wanted him to complete that right, you know, so that we get to, like, a showdown right to the end. But that wave, like for him to bounce back after the disappointment, because it's disappointing. Like he's lost the final from falling.
The rail turn, Josh. Okay, this
look at this 10.
But
like it's huge.
What about this turn? Look at the direction change. Wow.
All the way.
Wow.
Full 180, really.
And judges, they appreciate that when that nose of that surfboard starts to go back to the bottom curve of the barrel. There's a little bit of like homage to a like Herbie Fletcher or side slip
the
boogie.
late great John Peck as well.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Let's celebrate the late John Peck, of course, one of the masters, one of the first people to really take on pipeline as well.
Yeah.
As we can see, Edward clapping, watching. It's going to be a big score, but he needed a combination of scores at 10.35. But do you think it certainly feels like it's going to be excellent range? You know, where do you think it's going to go on the scale, Josh?
Oh, for me, it's better than the 8.5. Like it's high. That was crazy. Like that was really. The barrel was nuts. That outside turn, the amount of directional change. Like it's hard to loop the board back and get it pointing the opposite way of where you're supposed to be going, and then to be able to keep up because the wave's so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Sam, you nearly called it.
9.6. Good job, Stephen Sawyer. You got a massive score there. So Ed Delpero is the champion, but Stevie, you're going for another world title this year.
Yeah.
We had a conversation at one point last year, and there was a moment I think where he was thinking of kind of throwing in the towel and not coming back. But
with surfing like that, Carla, like we need this guy on the tour because 9.6 on his last wave after like devastation of falling, and to like come back. Let's listen in.
Oh man. Last wave, Steve. Shots. I thought I'd try something different. Oh man. Same but different. Gosh, that would have been so close. Sheesh. Shot, man. Thanks, brother. Oh, I wanted to get a 10.
Me too. Steve, I wanted you to get a 10 as well. I love that. You know what? I loved everything about everybody's campaign these last 3 days. It's just been absolutely sensational.
It really has.
Oh, we've still got
we still have two waves here for our champ.
We're forgetting that Edward is going to get the opportunity. Can he get a perfect 10? Okay, he's on rail. He's already got an 8 and 7.17. We've completely forgotten that he's our champion. He's still going Safi-esque tube riding ledge section that he is loving and attacking with panache each time, locks into another 5, and now we were expecting this really radical rail turn, and look at the way he'll drive off the bottom, sets the line, and now he'll kind of squat low and then pump, and he pulls into that tube, and now we'll see one of those rail turns, just silky sweet.
How's that for a victory lap? Like unreal.
Oh, there we go. What do you think, Carla?
I think it was just smooth and, you know, sticking to that formula. You could tell he didn't feel any pressure behind him, just kind of having a good time.
He improves on the score. Like he improved he was freed up. The first turn was harder and more deeper and driving. He pulled up behind the tube. It was a little deeper. The inside barrel was deeper, and the last turn, like he ripped into that.
Wow.
Our good friend Darren Lenningham is back home in California, messaged me, and day one he messaged me and said, Eduardo, he's going to win. And so big shout out, Darren. He'll be watching. Fantastic longboarder, was on the tour with Sam and I for a long time. So check this one out. Talk us through it, Carla.
Yeah, the Experience Abu Dhabi replay here as he just lays it in on rail there, and that section setting it up for the barrel just tucks in just perfectly, like we've seen this whole event. Does some body English by throwing his arms back, and then just sets up for that nose ride again, just keeping it real cool.
Looking as well up, and that's something that I'm noticing, that he doesn't only look down the line, he recognizes sometimes the flag systems that sign where he needs to adjust his line.
Yeah, there's a lot of different landmarks here that are important to kind of lining your wave up. It's so awesome.
So we talk about Honolulu, the tube riding winner, like one with the difference with her was the tube riding, and then the differences with Eduard over the other surfers was the tube riding.
Brilliant stuff, and he replaces his right of an 8 with an 8.63, so he improves his final total of a 15.8, and he's got one more left to go. And he's going to put the flag over his shoulders for it, Josh.
And Sam, we've got to acknowledge Lindsay, his partner. Like, she lives and breathes this with him. She's a former world champion. Like, how cool would that be for both of them to achieve their goals, and then their young baby and life's like it's the best part of their life right now. So going into El Salvador, #1, does he change up the formula and bring Lindsay in the baby, or you know, like it's pretty cool times for them.
He's a proud man from the Basque Country, representing Euskadi in style. Based in Biarritz, born in Marseille on the Mediterranean coast, runs the Delpero Surf Experience Surf School with his brother Antoine, and Côte de Basque is his local patch and surfs all those amazing waves around Guitry, Lafatania, but right now he is just feasting on this incredible world-class facility, and he did win at the Surf Ranch in 2021, so he's no stranger to his surfing style, really favoring the Kelly Slater Wave Company technology, and you can really see that his approach is just perfectly suited to the variety of pulling in to the barrel sections that open and then getting nice and high and tight on the nose riding walls, Josh.
Yeah, just the victory lap.
I love the flag, the cape. He truly was a Superman this weekend.
And look at that technique. Oh, I love that. Brilliant. He's hanging on. He's still going. He's locked in. He's looking out.
This is going to get out of this one.
Wow.
What a way to end it.
Good style. Congratulations, Edouard Delpero. We forgot that he still had 2 more rides to go.
And Sam, and we give a shout out to Lindsay, but also his brother.
Yeah.
Like, Antoine was a big part of, like, getting Edouard. He looked up to his brother that was here on the biggest stage and put on fantastic performances. And that south of France, like Jonathan Larcher and all these older guys that paved the way, they'll be sitting there in France right now just, like, buzzing, and they want a title back there in France. They want a world title to come home, so super cool.
Yeah, and he's also multiple WSL European champion as well. He won the ISA World Longboard Championships in El Salvador this year, earlier this season, Easter time. So he's got a great track record of surfing at El Sunzal, and he moves on in as the #1 seed, wearing that yellow jersey, sitting there as the front runner. And how much of a positive impact will that have for him, Carla, knowing that he is wearing that yellow jersey?
It's everything, and especially with the new format, all he needs to do is win the first match, and then he clinches that world title. So putting yourself in that position, I mean, you can't ask for more.
Absolutely. So we have our 2nd seed will be Kai Ellis Flint, our 3rd seed Taylor Jensen, our 4th seed Kevin Scavana, 5th seed Max Weston, 6th we got Steve, and then Declan is our 7th seed, and JR Esquivel is our 8th seed. And in those first 2 matches you have 3 surfers, but from the 3rd match to the title match, just 2 surfers, and he will be sitting there waiting in that yellow jersey. As we can see, Philly and Elise, Team France, cheering him up. There's Luca to the side, and there's Justine Dupont holding the board, as we can see the energy of him coming in. He's absolutely buzzing, Josh.
This is insane. Really cool moment.
Never a loss of passion coming from the French.
And like Honolulu, he's been through a lot, you know, as a new parent. It's a huge transition in your life. And, you know, as an athlete, as a surfer, you know, you've had this journey where you've been able to really focus on yourself, and then suddenly you have this new opportunity to become, you know, a family person, and your priorities change, and then to come back at the top of your game in surfing is really spectacular, Carla.
Really kind of puts things in a new perspective and helps you kind of, I think, set your priorities right, and sometimes the things that you thought were important aren't so much anymore.
Well, with that, Carla, let's go down to you, AJ, because you got the man, you got the winner. He's right there with you.
He does, and understandably making sure we can see the beautiful board that he just won the Surf Abu Dhabi competition on. Edouard, it's been a few years since you've had a chance to win a stop on the World Longboard Tour. How'd you get it done?
Yeah, and last wave was on the pool too, so I'm stoked.
What is it about you and Surf Basins that just seems to bring out the best?
I don't know. It wasn't my best fit so far, but it played out my way, so yeah, I'm happy.
Well, not only have you won the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, you're going into El Salvador as the #1 seed with a chance to compete for the title.
Yes, I! This is unreal, no?
Unreal indeed. How would you describe what's going through your head right now?
No, I want to go back home as fast as possible and be close to my little family, and that's the only thing that really matters now, so yeah.
Speaking of your little family, I'm sure they're watching, rooting you on this entire competition. What do you want to say?
I have no word. I just merci, je vous aime, et à très vite tout le monde.
Congratulations.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Edouard. Of course, a shout out to his partner Lindsay and his young son Nico. He's going to look forward to getting home quickly and seeing them and jetting off then to El Salvador to go for his world title, because he got so close in 2017. He had a tie with Taylor Jensen in Taiwan. They had to have a surf off, and Taylor Jensen took the win, Josh.
What I love about both those interviews is these people watching back home like, oh man, these pro surfers, they're athletes, and they're human beings.
Yeah.
And both of them in like the most special time of their lives. Sam and I are fathers, you know, we know how special that time is when the babies are young and you're with your family, but for them to come here and do what they've done, but they're human beings, and to see that realness, like, man, how good is life?
Well, how good is life right now for Delpero? He's taken the win. He's our 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic champion. He got an 8.63 and a 7.17. That heat total of 15.80, pushing Stephen Sawyer, our reigning champion, down into second, the South African, with that heat total of 14.43, that amazing 9.60, after he already knew he couldn't win. So demonstrating that he's still at the absolute top of his game, Carla.
Yeah, what an exciting day for everyone here, and Edouard especially. Feel that emotion from both the finalists, as you're mentioning, Josh. It's just such a big moment to be able to have these life experiences and then still keep up with your career.
And there it is, the newest place for your surf travel bucket list. Surf Abu Dhabi has delivered the goods. It's been an absolute spark of electricity and positive energy, and the formula has just allowed us to really focus on the different repertoires and how some surfers have gone for the more instinctive approach, like Avalon, Gaul, and others like Edouard and Declan, who had that kind of repertoire that they were finessing and perfecting per ride, Josh.
Yeah, insane. Like, just such a great 3 days, and like you said, if you haven't been here, like, this is a bucket list location. Like, the waves are insane. The facility is so mind-blowing when you get here. And there's different waves. You don't have to be a professional longboarder. You can be a beginner. The waves are so versatile and such a cool location.
Well, don't leave us, longboard fans. It's the WSL post-show next, and we got a lot to celebrate, and we'll be right back.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straighten that down priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Shall we?
I've been out in the sun and the moon and the stars have been dancing along at the pace around us.
Welcome to the WSL post-show. Saffron skies and the cool cloak of sunset greeted us to crown our champions for the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic here in the United Arab Emirates. 7 Emiratis make up this wonderful country. Abu Dhabi, the capital. My name is Sam Bleakley. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'm joined by Carla Rowland Zamora from Malibu, Josh Constable all the way from Noosa. Josh, starting with you, we ended at sunset and we ended in style.
Yeah, we've been coming at sunrise, leaving at sunset every day. Hasn't disappointed, but the performances in that final were just like next level, and man, what a day.
And it's also coming to that climax of an amazing season as well, Carla. We're kind of now shaping up our opportunities for our top 8 surfers to go for our 2025 world title. But what a great experience for them all to be here in the United Arab Emirates in the last week.
It really is a remarkable experience. It's a dream, if you will, to come to an area like this and surf in the longest wave pool in the world. And as you mentioned, the different colors that come through the day, and the crystal blues and the greens, and then as the sun starts to set, how it gets golden. And yeah, you can be of any level of surfing. You don't have to be a pro surfer to come experience this kind of wave. So people really need to come check it out.
And we saw the highest level of the point break setting being used for the competition last year. Now we're into Kelly's wave, a higher setting. Who did that favor, do you think, having that opportunity to really showcase the tube riding more in the repertoire around the rail work and nose riding?
Well, just as you say, those people that were able to get into those tubes and those barrels and set it up appropriately and accordingly were able to get the scores needed. And that's why our winners, Edward and Honolulu, were the top barrel riders really in this event.
And Josh, one of the cool formats was the fact that you've got to have your right and your left. You've got to do it both ways.
Yeah, you got to be versatile in your surfing. And like you said, Carla, it's versatile in your performances and also going left and right, front side, back side. What was kind of cool as well this week is we saw surfers opting to do switch foot to get then face forward so that they were front side.
Yeah.
Kevin Scavana and obviously Honolulu, and really using that on the in section for some barrels. So they were highlights as well, like just to be the versatility also to throw that out under pressure, doing switch under pressure. Crazy.
Just to have that IQ, to have that understanding of, I'm not feeling it on the heels, I need to go toes.
Absolutely. Well, let's look at our women's road to the finals. Let's bring up that bracket and see who really shone, Carla. Highlights from the quarters through to that final for you.
Yeah, well, that first heat, that quarterfinal heat with Rachel against Tully. Rachel's such a formidable force, but Tully was really showing style throughout the event, but just not really making the go there.
What about you, Josh? Big moments in that?
Big moments. I'm a big Chloe Calmon fan, so like that one tube that she got was really cool. They were all great.
You know what I want to see? I want to see Honolulu's waves, because she was absolutely on fire from the get-go. The power and the precision and the style, demonstrating that full variety of rail work and getting in the pocket, but staying tall and poised on the nose and bringing that mum power all the way, Carla, with baby Rain just 6 months old.
The mum power was definitely in full force for Hano during this event, and I think just having that blessings behind her just helped her just ease through and not really have that extra pressure, and she was able to lay it all down on the waves here.
And Josh, you said keeping this Carson Myers on ice could be a good call for the El Salvador finals coming up.
Yeah, it's a fantastic board under her feet right now. And the turns, for me, there was 2 standouts for Honolulu through this event, was like the drive and the like just the power in her surfing, and then obviously the tube riding. There was no other females that were mixing it up. There were females getting barreled, But Honolulu was hunting him in every wave, and she had purpose when she was going for that, Sam.
And a big element of that line out of the nose riding was that commitment to put the board on rail, to really change direction. There it is, so deep, and that sets her up to come into this barrel with that line and readjustment, Josh.
Yeah, just driving, and then the projection forward out of it, and that one she like got low, and then she like realized she needed to get forward on a board, and there was that slight subtle shuffle forward, and then just getting that forward momentum through the tube. Like, yeah, couple of things, like, but that board, like, as an athlete, you know, you need to keep those favorites and these turns, and you can see it driving out of that bottom turn. It looks really good under her feet.
And Carla, of course, she had that 2-hour break before the final, as did Avalon, but it didn't deter neither of the surfers' performances.
No, none whatsoever. Both of them came on with the heat and put the pressure on one another. But it was Hana that was really the one that was able to come through, and it was just that setup, as you mentioned, Josh, and those turns. Like, I love the way she brings power in it, but she slides the tail out at that last bit of moment in that cutback that just really throws an extra bit of spice.
So she was our 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic champion with her partner Clay, a legendary professional skateboarder from Oceanside, and her baby Ranger, 6 months old. It was an emotional moment. It brought tears to our eyes, and I'm sure viewers around the world would have really appreciated that. And as that sun started to set, we crowned our first champions. Bloomfield take the win with that 927 and that 733. Gaul, Avalon, she's already our yellow jersey wearing #1 seed, sitting there in that title match. She took second, and she is going to be hungry to perform in El Salvador, Josh.
Yeah, the performances down there, I think for Honolulu, like, getting the win, I don't think it dints Avalon's, like, confidence going down there, but for Honolulu now to, like, the belief, like, yes, I'm back, I can win. It's been a few years since she's been able to win, and then going down there with a great board under her feet, like, the mindset's really positive. Like, man, she could be a real, like, threat down there.
There could be a possibility we could have a rematch.
Absolutely.
In El Sal.
We will find out pretty soon. But in the meantime, let's have a look at how the men fared. Let's see that bracket from the quarters through to the semis, all the way through to that grand final. Carla, who got you excited in those quarters from the get-go?
There were so many exciting moments, actually, and it wasn't necessarily from those that won the heat. Earlier, you mentioned Oliver Packham, and he was somebody right from the get-go that just kind of blew my mind and just opened my eyes to a whole nother approach.
Yeah, and for me, Chase as well, like, the performance we saw from him, he's young, and he comes, like, with, like, real, like, I don't want to say arrogance, but, like,
gusto.
Yeah,
Gusto.
like, and he's ready, like, hey, I'll take on anyone. I don't mind. Just give me the wave and let me do it.
Show me your card. I'm calling you on your cards.
Yeah,
Like, show
totally.
me.
and also, like, quarter four, like, Declan's performance on day one.
Yeah.
Like that, almost like a Edward, how he was carving into those tubes was crazy. And I don't feel like he clicked today, unfortunately. He's up against the defending champ, so he had to be on his game. But let's check this out, Sam.
Yeah, well, these were the waves. Edward Delpero's journey to the finals from the quarters, matching up with Taylor Jensen as well a number of times through the event. But his tube riding, Carla, was second to none.
Just like, he came on right from the get-go. That first heat was a super high-scoring heat. Edward taking it in and just stuck, as we've been talking about, that formula. He really stuck to this formula for the majority of the event, and really the key was just locking in these barrel rides that were just so deep.
And this was the first heat of the day, and against Taylor Jensen, who's current world champ, and he came out, and everyone, like, around the contest area were like, oh my gosh, okay, is this what we're going to need to do to get excellent scores?
It was. That's exactly what happened. The whole vibe, everybody kind of changed. It was like, all right, this is the bar that we have to meet.
It was that line, you know, unlocking, going into that section, which me and Carla nicknamed the area where you find the golden abacus, and that's where the big scores were revealed. But out of that line, he would again go on rail like we saw from Honolulu Bloomfield, really having to do that big setup turn, but then the skill to be still accelerating through the bowl, which had caught many people out through this event.
Yeah, and it was, yet you couldn't get too deep too early. You had to wait for it and be in front of it. And both our champions read that inside section the best.
And Josh, big shout out to Alan Minvel, of course, the designer of the boards under the feet of Eduard Delpero, and the fact that he won at the Surf Ranch in 2021 and he wins his next World Longboard Tour event here at the Basin at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, they've thought out what needs to happen here in the pool. You need to carve, you need to be able to pull in, and they've just refined this surfboard to really suit his surfing and also matching the wave.
That was a cool gesture, Carlo, when he just gave the El Saluto to the curling lip and then pulls into that inside barrel.
There's so much flavor and passion that comes from the Frenchman that whether he's surfing in these incredible conditions or coming out on the beach and finding out that he wins, you feel the power from him.
And Sam, we go back to like board design. Like, it's been a little while since someone's won on a 2+1 and more of a like curvier rocket board. It's not a high pro, but it's you know, it's got those elements, and he surfs so well. So like,
I'm really glad that you bring that up, because I think there's a lot of people watching that it might be some naysayers. I mean, like, well, that's not authentic, but it is.
Yeah, the results. Delpero takes the win, beats Sawyer. An amazing result for both surfers, but it's Eduard who is now our yellow jersey wearing #1 seed, sitting there for that title match at Surf City, El Salvador. And with that, let's go down to the presentation, because Paul Evans is ready to kick things off.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Welcome, everybody. Salamu alaikum. Ahlan wa sahlan. This is the awards presentation for the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic 2025. And what an incredible event it's been here. Second ever longboard event at this facility. And it's been memorable for all sorts of reasons. A state-of-the-art wave and some unbelievable performances, particularly today. And a completely unique venue, which really has just showed us how elite longboarding is and where we're at with the level. It's been really, really impressive. We'd like to offer special thanks to our partners, Surf Abu Dhabi, Modon, and Experience Abu Dhabi. Surfing in general, but longboarding in particular, it's really proud of its heritage and its history. But right here, we're really celebrating the future. No one really encapsulates that as a venue as much as Surf Abu Dhabi. It's been amazing to be back here once again. Our panel to give out the awards tonight will include Will Hayden Smith. He's Director of Longboard and Regional Tours for the World Surf League. We've got Jamie Dean, Executive Director for Sports for Modon. And of course, Ryan Watkins, General Manager at Surf Abu Dhabi. Yeah, Ryan? All right, first of all, we'll welcome up someone who's got a unique and very special relationship with this wave. He went all the way to get the win last year, an incredible win. He went to the final once again this year. He's been unbelievably entertaining throughout. Your runner-up for the men, all the way from J-Bay, South Africa, Stevie Sawyer. Stevie, mate. Let's get a word. Obviously, you would have loved to go all the way for the win, but how special is this wave for you, and how come you're so good at surfing it?
I just, honestly, last year and this year has been the closest I've ever been to the Lord in any aspect of my sports. And I mean, just tapping into the presence has been something so surreal for me. I mean, I've been in tears before the heat, you know. It's been eye-opening, and I mean, I just hope I can shine that light for everyone else to see how close they can get to the Lord, you know. I mean, this is just, it's beyond my plan. I mean, obviously I would like to do everything that I would like to do, but I think that if you set yourself in line with what God has for you, your life is actually even way better than you could make it. So this is proof of it, you know. 2 finals in a row. A wrong one. That is proof of it. This one's proof of it. Okay, cool. You know, it's so cool to get here 2 years in a row and have finaling positions. So, man, it's surreal, honestly. And I also gave it away on my backhand. I was trying really hard just to push. And my second right, I had I put my foot further on the rail so I could slide my board a little further out, drag a little harder, and I ended up, so I was thinking a second ahead, and my foot slipped off, and only once I was on my belly, I was like, oh no, what's just happened? And next thing I was going over the falls. So it's just, that's how it goes, you know, when you're really pushing it and you put yourself on the edge. If I was standing on a 100-foot cliff, I probably would have fell off.
Well, congratulations, mate. Your men's runner-up, Stevie Sawyer. All right, next up, let's talk about someone who showed us just unbelievable style throughout the event here and just her overall demeanor. It's really interesting to see different characters, the way different people approach surfing, particularly on the longboard tour. We do have some really unique characters. One of them is our winner's runner-up, an amazing performance from California, Avalon Gaul. Avalon, you were so polished throughout. Didn't quite happen for you in the final. It was a great final. Just tell us your thoughts about being over here and making this final, how special this moment is for you.
It's really special, especially to share it with one of my best friends, and I'm so happy for her and proud of her, and she surfs so amazing all event.
Love it. Your women's runner-up, Avalon Gaul. Let's get into the champs. All right, well, next up, we're going to welcome someone who was always going to be a favorite in this kind of technology. His last win came at the Surf Ranch over in Lemoore, California. An unbelievable tube rider. The tubes have been a real theme on the new setting that we surf here this year. Let's make some noise for the men's champion, your new #1 seed in the yellow jersey for final from France, Edouard Delpero. Mate, love it. The emotion from you, the outpouring here, it's been incredible. You've been steely focused throughout, but out on the water, your performances have been so consistent. You've found unbelievable tubes. You've seen some vision that very few people have seen. Tell us about that experience.
I just love it, man. Getting 8 barrels per session, that was the best. So now I really enjoy the wave. The setup this year was amazing, and I had fun, and that was the most important. I was really looking forward to get barreled this year, and I got, so the win is a bonus. It's amazing.
You got the win, you got barreled, you got the yellow jersey too as well for finals. How big is that?
I don't know, you tell me. I don't know, man. It's we'll see what happens, but it's definitely a reward from also the contest in Berlstad. I had a pretty good contest there and didn't make it through all the end, but this year, like here, and making the win here and making me #1 right now, it's kind of crazy, you know, so we'll see what happens.
Un petit mot en français pour tout ce qui te soutient.
Merci à tout le monde, merci. Je suis sûr que vous êtes beaucoup. Si derrière votre écran est juste vraiment une pensée pour ma chérie Lindsay, mon petit bébé, et voilà, j'espère rentrer très vite et être avec vous. Je vous aime, merci beaucoup. À très vite.
Your men's champion and the new world #1, Edouard Delpero. All right, next up, let's celebrate someone who's been on a really special journey. She's a 3-time world champ, but competed this year. She did it with something else. She did it with mum strength. It's been an incredible part of her story throughout this event. She's been amazing. Speaking of that tube, she's found it and impressed us so much. And she's impressed the judges as well. She is the champion. Let's welcome up from the North Shore, Honolulu, Bloomfield. Honolulu, how special is this moment for you?
I truly have no words. Yeah, I mean, I guess just coming here, not expecting much, I guess. I did not great this year, so I was a little defeated, but I just had to believe in myself, and yeah, I guess this is what happens.
Wow, it was amazing. We were really impressed. Well done. Let's make some noise for Honolulu and for all our champions and runner-up. And we'll throw it back to you guys for the rest of the post show.
Great stuff. Thanks so much, Paul Evans, and congratulations, our second place surfers, Avalon and Stevie, and our winners, Honolulu and Edward Delpero. Great presentation there, good energy, and a lot of positivity moving forwards to the finals in El Salvador.
Yeah, I mean, for Edward, it's an incredible achievement to already, have gotten into this top seed. So he's just definitely going to have the fire.
Josh, talk about seeding. How much of a difference is it going to make in those matches to be a higher seed, maybe a top seed for the title match versus some of those lower seeds? And we can really get some depth on that when we look at our spread of surfers for Surf City El Salvador.
Yeah, you guys have been there. You know how long the wave is, how hot the temperature, like it zaps you, and it's a one-day affair. So to not have to do so many heats, repetition of paddling back out and being exhausted, like these guys are athletes and they train and they prepare for that, but still just to be in there with fresh legs towards the end is a big deal.
Well, let's make sense of that. Let's look at our women's bracket for Surf City El Salvador, the Longboard Championships coming up between the 5th and the 9th of November. We can see match 1, Kaleopaa, Rachel Tilley and Tully White. Winner goes to meet Chloe Calmon and Hiroki Yoshikara in match 2. Winner of that into Surfer on Surfer match 3. Honolulu Bloomfield now seed 3. Winner of that goes to match 4 to meet seed 2, Soleil Erico. And then into the title match, waiting, wearing the yellow jersey, Avalon Gaul. If she wins the first of the best of 3, then she takes the win. If she loses it, it becomes a best of 3. So this new formula really favors that number 1 seed, Carla.
Yeah, Avalon going in as that top seed, it's going to take off a lot of pressure and make a lot of work happen for a lot of the other ladies lower down the seed. So it's going to be interesting to see who's able to kind of battle the temps and the longer paddles to make it to the round with Avalon.
And if you come from match 1 and you steamroll all the way to the title match, that's at least 3 hours of surfing, and heat surfing, it zaps you. It's exhausting. The heat, the paddling, just everything. So like it's a battle of nutrition, a battle of fitness, and going into those final stages with the seeding, it's huge.
Yeah, and a cool thing, if you don't know much of the facts about Big Wednesday, a lot of the surfing scenes were filmed in El Salvador. So if you want to warm up to watch some of the men feast on some of the brilliant surfing that you saw in Big Wednesday, and that prepares you for the style of right-handers that we will see being ridden by the men for our 2025 World Longboard Championship. Let's bring up that title bracket there, and we can really now see that spread with Steven Sawyer and Declan Whiten and JR Esquivel in that first match, winner meeting Kevin Scavana and Max Weston. And then it goes to the Surfer on Surfer format for match 3. TJ Taylor Jensen, 3rd seed. They would meet the winners of that third match. Match 4, our 2nd seed Kai Ellis Flint, and then again sitting there in the yellow jersey, Edward Delpero. If he wins the first of the title matches, he's world champion. If it goes to a loss for him, he's got an opportunity for a best of 3, Josh.
Yeah, I really like this new format for the surfers, especially going in with the yellow jersey, and you just need one heat to win, and if it doesn't go your way, you've got a little backup plan to move forward. But there's a couple of, and if you're sitting at home right now, like, you can really play around with this match 1. I think Declan's going to win, and then he's going to come up, and you can kind of make little formulas all the way through, and then you see a Taylor Jensen, you're like, whoa, he's one out there, and he can steamroll a couple, so it's exciting.
Okay, a couple of factors, Carla. Sun Zhao, it's a long paddle, it's hot. It's one of those few places where the water is hotter than the air. Looking at that list of names, are there certain people who you think it'll favor with regards to fitness and that kind of front-side approach?
Well, funny, I wasn't thinking about a front-sider. I was thinking about JR Esquivel.
Nice.
And he's in that bottom seed, but he has got so much stamina, and he's so fit, he's so focused, and he really gets that eye of the tiger down.
Yeah.
That if there's somebody that's going to come from the low seed and bring it all the way through, my money's on JR.
It's funny, Carla, because I was thinking the same, and coming from the Philippines, he's used to that sort of higher, like, warm water and the temperature and being, like, sweating all the time. And
you may not know because you haven't been to La Union yet, but the wave at Sunzal is very similar to the point at Mona Lisa there that he knows so well. The kid surfs it day and night, glassy, middle of the day when it's choppy. So he really fits in well to that wave.
Could you see Kevin Scavano taking the win, Josh? What would he need to bring to the table in El Salvador?
Yeah, and again, I haven't been there, but just from watching, I'm a surf geek, I'm a surf fan. I watch it the last year while it was there. It has a feeling to Bells Beach for me as well,
Yeah,
like
hot
kind of
water Bells.
Yeah, like bigger open ocean, and the performances that we saw from Kevin at Bells this year, you're like, whoa, he kind of suits that. And then Max Weston is down the bottom, and he won at Bells. So then you start throwing Max in there, and then Taylor's won there in the past, and then all of a sudden you get confused, and you're like, you know what? I'm just going to sit on the TV and eat popcorn and watch it, because
it's anyone's go.
It is, and then it comes to like the heat, and who just on the day wakes up like, all right, I'm ready, I'm on. So pretty cool.
Wow, it's going to be on. You must tune in for that. But in the meantime, let's look at our top 5 from finals day here at the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Coming in at 5, it's that 9.43 in the open round 1 from Edward Delpero. Carla, he just hit the ground running from the get-go, exploiting that barrel section to its maximum opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, he came on so hot and so heavy that he really changed, I think, everybody's approach right off the bat and realized, okay, this is what we have to do. And it's not just to get nose rides and to get some turns, but to get powerful turns with the barrels.
We started to see the repertoire shining in style, and it really paid off. Edward Delpero putting on a show, coming in at number 5, but at number 4 from the final, this 9.6, he'd already lost, but he gets a near perfect ride.
It's this turn here, like see how far the nose goes back to the pocket? That's what blew the judge's mind, and then it just set him up for this tube so deep and so committed. For me, this is like a really sick ride, side slip boogie right there.
I was going perfect 10 all the way here. I absolutely love the line. I love the lock and the hold and the way that wave grows for that nose riding section, and then in trim, he just gets low. He kind of leans in and comes cleanly out, and then ends with that charismatic rail work on his Brazil Model 97 that he won the comp in last year. But coming in at number 3, Honolulu Bloomfield, her 2 9.8s in round 2 on the rights, and then into the semi-final right. Carla, what a combination of surfing she demonstrated.
There's not too many people that garner 2 9.8s in an event, but Hano did so, and did so with just such precision, and just gave the judges exactly what they were looking for.
And Josh, the lines that she was taking, the rail work in amongst this nose work allowed her to go deep to get in the barrels.
Yeah, it all comes from the rail work, setting up these big carves. Like, man, you could see the fin, it was that far on edge, and then here just reading. And you talk about Edward looking up a little bit. He's looking down the line, but looking up at the lip. If you look at Honolulu as well, she kind of looks up to the roof of the barrel too.
And our men's winner coming in at number 2, born in Marseille, based in Biarritz, Edward Delpero, unruffled all the way through. And from that opening round, he had a repertoire, and he just fine-tuned it day by day.
Day by day, he just kind of kept to the same deal, but just making it better and better. And he knew, we heard in one of his interviews that, he likes this wave. He knew he wanted to get barreled on it, and he was ready to do so. But what was great was it wasn't just the barrels. It was those really awesome cutbacks in the rail work that he just continued with that speed, that power and flow.
Well, he was our champion. He's our number 1 seed going into El Salvador. He was pumped, but coming in at number 1 after Edward took that fantastic win, raising his hands to the sky. It was Honolulu Bloomfield. She is our women's champion, and what an impressive performance, having become a mum just 6 months ago here with baby Rain. JC, you really enjoyed the lines that she took, and a lot of us had our money on her from the first ride she rode.
Yeah, and just different approaches, different lines. She didn't really have as much a formula as, say, like Edward had a formula. She was really feeling it, but I just love the read on this inside tube section. Again here, just creeping forward. Look at her eyes looking up in that lip just to see where that was throwing over her, and then jamming calves after the barrel. It was a great performance. I'm just happy to see her back because the performances early, and she sort of mentioned that earlier today, that she hasn't been herself and hasn't put the performances on, but to come back now and share this special moment with her young new family, like, that's what it's all about.
Amazing stuff. And Carla, my question for you, you know, longboard fans tuning in, what will be the most inspiring thing that they would have picked up in these last 3 days?
Well, you can't walk away from Honolulu coming in strong, not feeling that confident, but having had a baby 6 months ago. Like, I challenged that there wasn't a dry eye in the house during those interviews, and just seeing her be able to have that power of motherhood come into her surfing. As I said earlier, I think it shows all women of what we're capable of.
And Josh, for those up-and-coming competitive longboarders, what would they have picked up from this event?
Yeah, I feel like the community, like the celebration of longboarding, what we saw today, or all event. Like, I just feel like if you weren't a fan, but you watched, you were a fan, and you're a longboarder, and you're going to your local shaper because it's freaking cool. And you can do all style of surfing. Like, longboarding's in right now, and get amongst it. Like, it was epic.
It was epic. A pleasure to have your company, Carla and Josh, and a pleasure to have your company. Thanks so much for tuning in, but we'll be back real soon because between the 5th and the 9th of November, we have the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships to crown our 2025 WSL World Longboard Champion. Watch the highlights first, and we'll see you in about 10 days.
Your mother's got flavor, your father's got flavor, your sister and your brother and your cousin's got flavor. Flavor that you crave so much. Flavor with boom, flavor that goes crunch. Who's got flavor? Who's got flavor? Who's got flavor? Who's got flavor? Yeah, funky hip hop. Feel a beat drop, hour after hour, sweet never sour. Kick it like horsepower. Who's got flavor? Who's got flavor? Who's got flavor? Who's got flavor? Another ho-hum evening, sitting there scheming, feeding for the flavor and the seasoning. Who's got flavor? Yeah, that's it. Let me pick the microphone up and spit the lesson. Careful, easy does it. Then enough to go around, and I know you all love it. It's the flavor that you save, so do yourself a favor, sit back and relax and enjoy the ultimate track. Patty cake, bake this pan. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Roll it up, put it in the pan. Bake it as fast as you can. Now tell me, who's got flavor? 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 The drugs have flavor? Not. Does war have flavor? Not. Does violence have flavor? Not. Terrorism has flavor? Not. Hatred has flavor? Not. The whack has flavor? Not. Now tell me, who's got flavor? 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 The drugs have flavor? Not. Does war have flavor?
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.